Hey, what's up? Hey, I don't the automated service. I don't know the passwords and whatnot. You can email Spencer directly. If you don't get it today, I'll just open the room tomorrow. The other room Monday and keep it open. So that kit turned out to be uh, insane. I really wasn't anticipating it going to $3 last night, but if you were with us, that was fun. I don't know if I had anything to do with that, but I feel like I did because I started doing Instagrams and TikToks about it. So yeah, a couple of new ones. Yesterday was QS. Today QSI. Sounds good. More importantly, the Qs 2 days in a row opening up red. So anything above 527.75, that's your trigger. And if you're above 528.60, make sure you're long. If you break the top of this right here, you'll be going to the orange line. I don't think we're gonna. I thought today would be more exciting than yesterday, but after what we saw yesterday, I'm kind of just thinking today might be the boring day. We do have options expiration. But we'll see. Every time I think it's going to be a slow day, it turns out to be the greatest day of our lives. So down on the tickers here, I'm thinking quantum short today. I know, crazy, right? But I'm thinking quantum short, and there's the first sign I'm right. Quantum, the index. And by the way, I'm starting to get emails about the quantum ETF. That could be a sign that the near term top is in, usually when it starts to flood the internet. So pick your poison today. QBTS just hit the vwap and held it. So under the vwap, you got your inverse cowgirl right there. So there's a short opportunity. Obviously, anything above 1076, if you're short, don't be. So there's your little tight range. Above there, it's going to 1250. QUBT broke the VWAP and came back, but downtrend. See, there's the little inverse. Gets to the blue line, holds it. This could be the making of the foe in the show. Uh-oh, hold on. Better. But here, look, the one that's in play right now is QSI. Pulled back and held the blue line. Anything under the blue line, you're a seller. Anything above the blue line, you're still in it. So he just broke that range, came back to test it. But yeah, I'm trying to get locates and shorts for the quantum stocks. QMCO already a short here, blue line break. And if you're just joining us for the first time, welcome to the party. We trade one thing, blue line breaks. This blue line is what we call the institutional money line, otherwise known as VWAP. You can call it whatever you want, but don't not trade without it. Don't not trade without it. That's a double negative. I meant to say don't trade without it. Sorry. Still drinking last night. So generally what we do in here for a living is we trade these blue lines. And here is the stock we trade the most, QQQ, your big index. Dots and specks kind of mean there wasn't that much volume. But here we're seeing something we don't normally see in the end of December. Red. Right? So the Qs, not the quantums, the Qs themselves are red right now, right? And flirting with the lows of the day. Something you rarely see. So then you say to yourself, good. Because chances are there's no way they're going to be red all day. So the idea is that eventually at some point today, if not right as soon as the market opens up like usual, they go straight up. Might not be the best day. Like I said, yesterday we had a really great day and the Qs were late to the party, but they came along for the ride. Let me show you. This is yesterday. You know, for a second there, we thought we weren't going to go up. It took about half an hour to finally start flirting with the VWAP. And even that first one wasn't the greatest move. I mean, you got paid. And by the way, as a day trader, you know, lately we've been distracted by stocks that are going up 500 to 1,000%. That's rare. You know, these $2 stocks that are all at $18 now. This, you know, some bewildering shit going on right now in the market. And I've seen every market I've been trading before the dot-coms. I've seen this before. It's just incredible to see it again. You know, any stock that has the word quantum in it or AI or, you know, robotics, space, just ripping. And nobody cares what they're paying right now. And that usually leads to a crash. But they already did pull back and came back. Anyway, back to the Qs for a second here. So the Qs, which is our main go-to because they have these daily options, you could trade options on them. So instead of paying $526 a share, you buy a $526 call or $527. But here, this is where the magic is. So the market tries to break lows and then it comes back. That's the fake out and the shake out. Breaks the low of the day, comes back, fake out, shake out, and then back above the blue line. Usually you have what we call the breakout, the fake out, shake out, breakout, faux show, bro. The bro part was a little limited at first, right? But again, just to say what I was saying was that no one's getting rich as a day trader. You're just trying to make a living. Consistency is what you're trying to do. Lately, people are getting rich, so it's kind of a distraction. You know, you're buying 3,000 shares of a $2 stock. It's going to $30. You're making $100,000 on a $3,000 investment 2 days later. Yeah, people are getting rich right now. But usually, day traders, you're trying to make a day's pay or, you know, make a living, you know, depending on what your goal for the day is. And if you're buying, you know, a stock that goes up $1, that's usually a day's pay. You know, usually, you know, even on a $500 stock, most of us can do a couple of hundred shares of it. Goes up $1, it's $300. Took you a whopping, you know, half an hour to make your day's pay. And again, my job still is to avoid getting a real job. So now it's 30 something years later, I still haven't had a real job. But the real better setup here, you see how it kind of went underneath the blue line and then formed this little mini butt like a W? That's even better when it comes above the VWAP, breaks it, but then comes back down underneath it, but it doesn't really break down. It forms a new opportunity. And the second, if you missed the first one, the second one was the better follow through. So 528, and then we buying some options. We bought some options at $1.20 around here. Sold them at $1.80 and two, and then back at $1.40 on the way back down. Wasn't a great trade, but still making 100% on your money. Usually was good, but in the market where you're tripling and quadrupling and making 10 times your money, suddenly doubling is not that great anymore. But I'll still take it. So today we look at the Qs, and they're kind of weak. And then we laugh because chances are they won't be all day. So now that the stock has broke down under a new level, if it comes back above where it broke down from and then breaks back above the blue, almost 9 times out of 10, you will now rally and go to the orange line because that's how the market is programmed. And all we do is we follow the algorithm that is volume weighted average price. And it becomes very monotonous and very redundant, but it works because the way to fight the machines is to be the machine. And for my new friends, let me indoctrinate you while we have you here for a second. Hold on a second. Breathe in the vwap. Breathe out the Goldman Sachs. Breathe in the vwap. And breathe out the doubt. So, yes, we are in the Matrix, and I am Morpheus. I am also Neo. I'm the freaking Oracle, too. So, anyway, if you're not familiar with shorting, this might not be as much fun for you today. So, what I'm going to be looking to do is I'm going to play the what's called a fade on a lot of these stocks. By the way, Kit, I'm still looking to buy because this stock was just insane yesterday. So, it already was a buy because it got back to the orange and got back above the orange, kind of in the midst of a fake out, shakeout. I want to see it come back down here. So keep your eye on the Kit. But more importantly, the quantum stocks that have these are all stocks that are up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hundreds of percent. Like a stock like Qubits, get ready to short it because it's about to break that line, right? So when they break that line, sometimes they break. They come and test what's the nearby area. They hold, and then they break back above the blue line and start to rally. If it does that, you get the hell out of the way. Trading is hard, but it's easy when you know exactly what you're doing. So it's okay to be wrong. You just don't stay wrong. And that's the nature of the beast. That's the game. Everyone's wrong. Nobody knows what's going to happen. We just take trades that work most of the time. And when they don't work, you got to get out. And that's the part that most traders forget. But you said it works most of the time. I know. But you missed the last part of the sentence. When they don't work, you got to get out. But you said they work most of the time. I know. I know what I said. But when they don't work, you have to get out. But you said they work most of the time. Can't I just sit here in that position and hang on to it till it starts working? No, that's not how it works. When it works really well. But when it doesn't, it really doesn't work well. So you have to get out. You understand? So you could take small losses all day. And then you hit one big winner and it wipes out all your small losses. The loser trader, which most people are, win small, win small, win small. Ooh, look at me. And then they lose huge. and you just went 9 for 10 and somehow you're a loser. That's most traders because they never know when to take the loss. Or I personally take losses very, very quickly. Sometimes I take my gains a little bit too quickly too. But that's why I'm still doing this after 30 years, because I accept loss. So for instance, I'm shorting, right? My first idea, let's say you're short right here. Here, let's put this trade on for a second. Here, so now we're short at 1037. Okay. 10,037 short. We're in. Now we can't do anything about it but hope it goes down, right? So we're betting it's going to go down. We're anticipating it breaking the blue line. So far, it hasn't broke the blue line. But I got to wait, right? And while I'm waiting, I'm going to say, all right, if it breaks over the 1050 where it couldn't get over earlier, I'm going to have to say this ain't working. So that's one of my stops. And then the high of the day, I don't really want to see it go up there, but that's the nearest, most important area after that half. So that's your second stop. So now you say, all right, I could short myself 500 shares here. I'll put a 200 share stop at the 1050. And if I'm really wrong, I'll get the hell out of 1076. And that's how you identify your risk. Now, if we're right and this thing does collapse, we're looking for it to get to at least where it came from, which was 10. And if it breaks 10, we got this orange line down there. What's that? That's prior day VWAP. And stocks that tend to break the blue line quite often fall to the orange line. So wouldn't that be a nice reward? All that for about 12 or cents. You know, again, if you're shorting at 37, your first stop is what? 13 cents away. And the other stop's a little bit higher, but the way you stay in these trades is even when you're wrong, you don't get out of the whole thing, because what if it goes to 1052? Get you out of some of it, and then it rolls over and drops 8 points. At least you got some left over. And that's how you stay a good trader. Or you just shorted 6,000 shares at 1038, and you're going to take your measly 6 cents a share on your 6,000 shares and say, hey, that was cool. I'm going to get out of here now, which you could. But if this thing breaks 1030 now and starts dropping through 1024, you're going to miss out on all the fun, which is what I hope happens right now. See how they're holding the bid at 1030. Now, if they break to 1030, it's going to drop to about 1026. And if it breaks 1026, and then we're in here, and hopefully it falls apart, and we make money and tell our parents we have real jobs. I knew I could do this, Dad. Told you. The guy on the internet, he showed me. You're hardworking. All right, so the rest of these stocks that I think could be shorts today. You ready? I'm not shorting the kit, but ARQQ. This is a little bit dangerous because it's thinner, but you see it's doing the same thing around the blue line. You're hoping for it to break down. You got QMCO, which is the monster. You know, that's what we're hoping for. You see how it broke the blue line and tanked? That's 6-point trade. So you got was it UMAC? Yeah, they're all doing the same kind of thing. This is just a slow bleed. It's really not too much selling going on. It's low volume sell-offs. Nobody really wants to sell, which brings me back to the QQQ as it's still down. That I'm anticipating gets bought. So we've been seeing an inverse relationship between the bigger market, which is the QQQ, and the quantum stocks. Q is a little weak, quantum stock strong, quantum stocks weak, Q strong. That's an inverse relationship. Some other stocks that I love. Obviously, you guys are all in the lunar with me, right? This thing's getting a little bit, got up to $20 this morning. Now it's been a short. Blue line broke back to 1850. And you'll see there's most of what you're seeing on the screen is red, right? That's the scanner on the top is scanning the overall market. SQQ is short the Qs. So it's basically telling you stay short the Qs right now, which is good, right? We want them to go down first, considering we're thinking about buying them. I'm not a fan of shorting the Qs today. Obviously, it's working if you are short the Qs. And if you are short the Qs, remember rule number 1 of shorting the Qs? Shorting is short-lived. And you're going to die. Don't anybody ever feel comfortable short the Qs. Trust me. It doesn't work. If I could have a reset button on my trading career, it would be that. Just if I had never shorted the Qs ever, I'd be in a much better place in life. Spent long years battling, trying to outsmart the market. Doesn't work. You want to short some quantum stocks that have no business going up 3,000% in 2 weeks? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Even though it doesn't make sense too much right now unless they start going down. But some of these stocks are just going to crash and burn 50%. I just want to be there for it. Here, another one, rigatoni. See that one's fighting back already? If the stock you're short starts doing that, you got to start saying, hey, it doesn't want to go down, right? So if it breaks back over the levels where it didn't get over earlier, that's where you got to say, all right, this one ain't working. Like this qubits, right? It's not going down. It went down a little, but it really didn't do much on the downside. It's got to break the 1030. And by the way, if anybody did make the 20 points on Humana, I don't mind you taking them. That was a great trade. We bought a little premature, 247, and then we bought more 235, but now at 255, 256, why not? All right, still waiting on qubits to either break down or do something. Q's hitting lows, which is, again, very rare for this time of the year. But we just came off a massive sell-off on Wednesday. The sell-off was bought. We rallied every day. And now we're consolidating that gain. Some stocks are not, you have to borrow them. You have to do a locate. Hard to borrow. Yeah, not every stock is. Yeah, see the E right here? Some stocks are hard to borrow. Some stocks you can't short because they're just not available. Yeah, well, planning on it. I'm actually planning to add to it if it breaks 1030. I'm sitting there with my finger on the trigger to short more, as a matter of fact. I think I'm right about this. But I could be wrong. I could be right. I could be wrong. But right now it's the Qs, really. I think VRAR already had its day, but speaking of having its day, what was that stock that came out of the nowhere? Oh, Very. I mean, I can't believe it actually worked. Very worked. Asp worked. I mean, it's hard not to pick a winning swing trade lately. No, yeah, you got stops don't work in the pre-market. Yeah, so rum continues to be in play. That was another VWAP break this morning. It's actually turned out to be the best trade of the morning. Under the VWAP, back above it, there's the break. This one, nice little follow through right there. By the way, every new high on SOUN is a blue sky breakout. So I can't tell you where this one's going anymore. I'm just assuming it's going to 27.50, then 30. But man, I mean, the stock was breaking down to read it 3 days ago under 17.50. And here we are. All right. If they don't start hitting the bids on Qbert or Qbits, then we're in trouble. We got 6 minutes. All right. They just dropped the bid. Here come the 30s. They're hitting the 30s. So now, let's say you do have 3,000 shares of Qbits short, right? Now you're up $300. What do? Take 100, right? I'm hoping it hits 1026, but it just flirted with my price that I wanted to cover at. Basically the price from right over here. So you get on the bid, right? What I like doing is getting on the bid of the stock to see if anybody hits my bid. Aha! Get it? Hit the bid. So now that's me on the bid at 1027, right? So I'm waiting to see if somebody hits me. Bang! Done. Right? Now you're done. So you know there's more sellers because somebody just sold it to you. Nice. So now you got momentum, right? So now you just locked it up. Now you just took off 1/8 of a point, right? 3,000 shares, 1/8 of a point. That's how we learned how to trade. 3,000 shares, 1/8 of a point. You do that 2 times a day, you're making a living, right? See, but look at that candle. As soon as it broke down, it came right back. This stock does not want to go down. It's a battle, right? We're winning the battle right now, but we're probably going to lose the war. So this is one where you're like, you know what? Maybe I take my 12.5 cents, my 13 cents, and start getting the hell out. I'm looking for it to get back down to, $10.11, but I'm already feeling not so great about this trade, even though it's working. So now with 5 minutes to go, my finger's on the trigger to cover if it starts getting over the $10.37. And you see, that's how money's made. See that? Now I could pay for the fish tickets that I bought for me and my son tomorrow. Right? So now you covered now you covered 1/3 of it, right? So now you're sitting pretty, right? Shorted 1038, covered 1027. All right, cool. Maybe throw a bid out there at 1020 now, see if we get done again. 1020 on the way down to 10, hopefully. And now I say, you know what? I'm not letting it go back above the blue line for the rest of the day, because that means it'll probably start going back up. And there's a big offer out there. So 1025, a big offer, that usually is a buyer. And you could see the nature of the stock. It doesn't want to go down. It's fighting for its life. I don't want to be a stock that doesn't want to go down, but it's going down now. So, again, I can decide what I want to do right now. I could get out of the whole rest of it, or, give it another minute or two. $10.22, 24. We're looking for 1021 to stop printing. And if not, we might get the hell out. You see how the 25 guy was a buyer? They bought the whole lot from that guy. This stock doesn't want to go down. You could see it. But the market is getting weaker. So something's going to give. All right, still on the bid. 26, 27, 23s. 2 minutes to the open. That's me. 23, done. Covered. 23. Covered. 22. There you go. All right, still got some short, right? We're getting towards the open now. We got some 22s. 10-16, done. Covered. 10-16 on the way down. There you go. Now you're getting paid. There you go. Right, still got some. We got a minute left before the open. If you're not brave enough to hold it into the open, start covering right here. Right? Come on. I know we're looking for more, but I don't like really being in too much at the open. But in this case, we're in the proper side of the trade. Covered 50% of it already for a profit. We got 1 minute left. Still haven't got done at 10-11, so that's not that great. And now they just chase this thing back up to the quarter. Now, I know maybe this isn't so stimulating for some people, especially after watching some of these stocks go from 2 cents or 20 cents to $40. This is day trading, what I'm doing right here. Making a quarter on a $10 stock with a couple of thousand shares. Now I don't got to get a real job today, right? There you go. That's day trading. You got 30 seconds left. Do what you want here. I might hold 400 into the open with a 1035 stop. So as soon as it hits 1035, I'm out of the rest. Or we're getting done here with 1 second to spare. Come on. Come on. Ow. I was trying to cover $10.11. They didn't hit me. We got 5 seconds. I guess we're holding into the close open. 5 seconds. 2 seconds. Oh my God, we're all going to die. 10-15, 10-18, 10-11, 10-20, 10-11, 10-24. Still got it. Fingers on the trigger now. Probably not going to make it. These 10-25 guys leave. We're going to get ripped. All right. Well, now 10-25. I'm starting to get out. I'm down to the last couple of hundred now. 10:30 now will be my out on the right of his left, and that'll be in a couple of ticks, and we'll be done. Now, if it doesn't break over $10.30, we'll stay short the last couple of lots, but I'm pretty sure we're going to get out right here. And there she blows. And we're done. All right, cool. So we just got the worst print ever because it just spiked immediately down to 10-11 after that. See that? That's an algorithm. That was a stop hunting program right there. You witnessed it. See how they went for the 10:30? They got the 10:30 print and then it drops. That's a program. We just been fucked. See? So if you had some more shares, and that's why I say you try not to get out of the rest at anything at all at one price. See how they just screwed us? That's a stop hunting program. You just witnessed the manipulation of the market. It said, all right, look at these schmucks. They want to get out at $10.30. Let's go to 1031. No, you know what? Let's make for good measure. Let's go to 1038, get them all out of the way, and then drop it. It's hilarious. But I don't care because it happens all the time. All right. Moving on, right? Got a couple of $100 out of that one, right? You guys, SOUN, ripping again. All my other stocks just absolutely tearing it up, right? KIT, PRZO. Don't forget about KIT, our new best buddy, KITT. You got 239 with some size there. 239 showing some size. That might be where you're looking to buy it again if you haven't bought it already. $238, $241. There you go. Kit ripping. Here you go. 238, 241. You need 243. 43 is the trading. 44 is the trading. 45 is the trading. You want to get to 49 now, obviously. 49. Holy shit, fuck! Oh! Buy as much as you can. I just sold all my... Oh! Dave, you suck, Dave. You're probably wondering who Dave is now. Oh, fucking Dave. Dave, I had 8,000 shares. I just accidentally sold it all at 243. See, that's 7 cents, man. Don't sell it all. By the way, Qubits is red. SOUN just had a freaking massive rollover. So keep an eye on these quantum stocks. They are giving it up now. But right now, Kit, if you bought the Kit, I'm a moron, and I accidentally sold every one of my shares at 243. Why 243? 43 is my lucky number. I usually sell something around those prices. I didn't mean to sell my whole shitload. But if you bought it, now you sell 253. That's where I was supposed to sell it for $1,000 profit on my 10,000 shares, but I'm a moron. All right. And if you reshorted Qubits, more importantly, if you bought the Kit and this is your first winning trade, sell some right now. The $2 stock just went up 30 cents. Sell some right here at 258. Don't come near me, lady. Don't come near me. My wife's here. My wife's home. Get out of here. We're doing things in here, lady. Beat it. We're selling Kit at 262. Sold. By the way, PRZO is at $3 now, y'all. Yeah. By the way, look to RR for a short. Remember, money comes out of one, goes into the other one. RR was Kit's little brother. Don't forget about Serve. Go take a look at all those stocks. Lunar just rolled over. Sound just rolled over. Nice divergence in the force here. But I'm loving the Kit, people. It's a brand new name. I sent this out into the ether last night. Here we go. Here we go. And I accidentally sold my whole shitload of it. Of course it's going to $5 now. I should just buy it all back right now. But if you bought it, there you go, peeps. There you go. Came in with a plan. Anybody short QMCO? Because if you did, you're having a much better day than I am. That Qubits was a tough trade. I mean, we got paid, but shit. That QMCO was the beast. All right, so look at all my stocks. They're all getting red here. Look at Mob for a possible short if it goes red. Can you short the Mob? You can't even short this stock. It's unshortable, right? Let me see. 45.58. Can you short the Mob? No, they won't let you short the Mob. All right, but more importantly, I'm not short the Qs, and they're getting trashed. So, again, I'm looking at that as a buy at some point today, but obviously I'm right now more concerned with why do I keep hitting the wrong button after 30 years of doing this? But, hey, that Kit was all right. All right? You know, took 1/8 of a point a little bit too soon. And by the way, look what Qubits is doing, right? Kind of got screwed out of the last lot, but, you know, again, it's chopped back twice. Now, also, my friends, there's some of us don't even trade the open, right? So, again, pre-market into the open, it's a whole different beast. Then you get 15 minutes into the day, right? 15 minutes into the day, it's a brand new day because stocks have now formed new ranges, and there's new posture, and there's new VWAP. So you could just sit back and wait for the next one, and it'll probably be one of these trades. And a lot of times, and this is why when I make these videos on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, sometimes I'm not even done making the video and I'm on the other side of the trade, which seems like I'm trying to pull a scam or something. Hey, the guy just said he loved the stock and now he's talking about being short. Yeah, that's trading. Just like the Qs. They were a short. I ain't shorting them. because I know at some point today they're going to go ripping higher in all your faces and crush your souls, because that's what the market does. It never goes down. So when you see it going down like that, okay, cool. You can have your time. Go ahead, you have your moment. And again, I'm a bear. I feel for them. Right now they're saying, oh man, I knew that was the high of the market. Oh, we're going to crush everybody. Sure, yeah. But stay focused, friends. Rigatoni going red, RGTI. Forget the Qs for a second. Stick with the quantum stocks because we're on the right side. A couple of shorts are working. So RGTI right now. RGTI, another one. That one you can short, right? So if you didn't catch the first move on RGTI, here you go, right? Chopping around, resolving itself to the downside. Qs are still a short. Again, I'm not going to deny they're not going up, but I'm just saying if you are shorting, be cautious. I'm going to nibble a little bit on this rigatoni short if it goes to 1643. But you know what? I might not have to wait. I don't like the fact that QMCO just rallied 10 points. You know what? I'm not shorting the rigatoni. Got to be very cautious when you're shorting stocks. There's nothing worse, really. All right, there's the 43. Let's see if it gets over it. But I like to watch these tickers because if one stock's doing something in the sector, you know, generally they're all coming along for the ride. But today you're seeing a little divergence. Qbits was a good choice for a short. And QMCO was a good choice up until about 2 minutes ago. Wow, that is something. Wait a minute. Did that just rally 10 points? Yeah. All right. Well, this is a good time to talk about that. There it is. There's the faux show, bro. So if you're shorting stocks and they break down under a new level and then they come right back, that's your first warning sign. Then they break back over the VWAP. There's no way you could be short anymore. That's the trade that you want to be on the other side of. So that's why I'm saying you could be short for 4 minutes and be a champ. And then you got to realize, hey, this thing just faux showed. I'm not going to be part of the bro. You cover and possibly go long because VWAP is your master and you're buying 72.77 and the stock pops 5 points like rigatoni. Holy shit. How about that choice? See, the QMCO trade told me don't short rigatoni. Maybe even go long. And in 2 seconds, I'm changing sides. Sick. Right? And that's why, look, we're only 11 minutes into the day. The long trader who said, all right, give me a reason to buy, just got it. As every stock just broke back above VWAP. And now you're seeing the dip and rip. So that's why pre-market and then even 9:29 a.m. to 9:31 is a whole different beast. Then you got 9:45 to about 11:45, which is the sweet spot of trading because you get through the jiggling and the fake outs and the shakeouts, and then you're in the real moves like this rigatoni. Shit. Man, I was thinking about going short. And then I saw the other one going up on the ticker. I was like, all right, I ain't getting short. Right? Look how quickly I made that decision. And what a decision it was. And now you're on the other side of the trade. It's awesome. Sick, in fact. Look at the market ripping, right? So where's the money coming out of today? The money's coming out of the Qs and it's going right back into quantum now. I mean, shit, I thought they were going to be a decent short. And now that they all ripped, now I could go back to thinking I could short them again. But here's some other ones. The PRZO, still love this stock. This is drones. A lot of people don't know about this one, still own it. A lot of people are going to know about it when it breaks over $4. If it ever breaks $4.15, the whole world's going to know about this stock. And that's when you sell it, when they start talking about it. So we're in these undiscovered gems, and now everyone's talking about them. That's why I'm getting a little bit bearish. When I was buying rigatoni at 92 cents, I was feeling pretty awesome. Now it's $17. I'm like, all right, enough is enough, but they don't want to go down. Stock was 92 cents when we bought it. This is maybe a month ago. So a lot of these stocks are up from the pink sheets, and they will go eventually back to the pink sheets and never to be heard from again. Most of these stocks are completely worthless, but they're up thousands and thousands of percent right now and going higher. So really hard to get in their way. Hey, got paid on that kit trade. Wow, what a sell. Now you're loving that you sold above 250. So sick. A lot of divergence today, so they're not all going together. So kit is robotics, PRZO is drones, mob is drones, UMAC is drones. And by the way, UMAC, if you're a Trump fan, Junior's on the board of directors. Just a tidbit of information if you didn't know. PRZO, we're in from $1.88, now at $3, right? Who wouldn't want to sell here, right? Most normal people would be really happy with $1.88 entry on and now your stock's at $3. Normally, from where my perspective of the market, you make 12.5% or 20% in a year. You were actually a great trader and / investor. Now, if you're not doing 100% on a day, you're a loser, right? But you got to stay focused. You got to remember what you're in. You know, if anyone's in PRZO from $1.88, which was 2 days ago, right? You got a stock that's nearly up 100%. So what do you do here? You got to sell some at $3. Well, you just said it was going to probably go to 343. I know, and it probably will. But what if it goes to 0 tomorrow? That's why you sell some here at $3. That's how you stay in the biz. If you sell to a point where you now have a free trade, then the last lot of your stock or option is free. And then you could hang on for as long as you want. Goes to 0, at least you've locked into some profit. Or usually it does well for you because that's the lot you don't care about, otherwise known as the FU lot. How about that freaking sell on kit? Wow. Thing just plummeted right back to $2. You know what? Now we got to look at it to buy it again. Hold on a second. Now, kit's doing what normally happens on pump and dumps. They dump and they die. So if your stock, there you go. We got paid. I regretted selling it, but then it went up another, 30 cents. It got to where it wanted to go, those pre-market highs, right? And that's where the sellers were waiting for you. And then that's why if you're in a stock like this and you're making money and you're loving it, don't forget, most of these are pump and dumps. So when are they going to get dumped? When they break back below the blue line. So you don't fight the blue line ever. You submit to the blue line. Oh, blue line says we got to get out of this. Get out. Don't question the blue line. The blue line is our master. It's not me. As much as I pretend that I control the market, the blue line controls the market, and the orange line is equally as important. Not as important. Actually, it's not as important as the 1 minute. That's today's VWAP. This is prior day VWAP. But what is important about right now is if you weren't able to short the stock because it's not shortable, but the day where you become that good, where you're buying VWAP breaks, selling into the move, getting stopped out, and then joining the other side because it's joinable, because it's winnable. You might as well play the fade. You know it's a pump and dump. You got the pump and you play the dump. So here's one of those moments where you're like, wait a minute, I thought you said you liked the stock. I did an hour ago and yesterday, and now it's getting dumped. And where's the money coming back into? You got it. The Qs. I know somebody bought the Qs already, right? Somebody bought the Qs already, right? You didn't think we were going to go down all day, did you? We never go down all day. And when we do, that's the day you actually lose some money. But the day the Qs go down from 9:30 to 4 o'clock is the day I quit the business, because I don't think I've ever seen a day where the market's gone down from 9:30 to 4 o'clock without at least a two or three tradable rallies. And here come all my stocks. Here's the lunar, people. Let's go. Back to the orange line, back above the blue sky breakout. $20. Let's go. Rigatoni's at the high of the day now. Qubits is at the high of the day now. Are you out of your fucking minds? Anybody trying to stay short in this market, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. It's insane. It's insane. By the way, ASTS. Remember that one woke up yesterday. Here it comes, breaking 25. Hold on a second. Here comes the lunar. Here come all my space stocks. Do you understand that I was short rigatoni for about 2 seconds at $16.35? It's up $2 now. Anyway, ASTS. See, now here's an important moment. It just flirted with 25. It didn't break. If it hits 25 and doesn't break again, that's good, because the third time, usually it breaks and you buy it. Keep an eye on that ASTS for a triple 25 break. See how it got rejected? That's perfect. All right, so now you sit here, stalk it a little bit. Keep an eye on it. So anyway, some more names. RCAT, UAVS, UMAC, PRZO, Xena. These all of these junky, crazy little stocks are just ripping, right? So your job, once you get to understand the market mechanics of what we do, and we just trade VWAP and range breaks. So just pick a stock, right? So you liked Xena this morning. All right, cool. Breaks the blue line. You're a buyer. You got paid. Wait, hang on. ASTS. Don't forget about her. Don't forget about her. So again, trying to talk and trade at the same time, virtually impossible, but I've been trying to do it for 25 years now. So the blue line, right? When you pick your stocks, and again, my stocks are better than anybody's stocks right now. I broke this industry, and I'll be on the floor of the stock exchange on January 15th to take my bow on Yahoo Finance, because I was the first one to talk about the rocket space robots. And if you're in ASTS, I just bought some. There you go. 2501. Let's see if we can get paid quickly on this one, or it makes us jiggle around for a little while. ASTS broke the 25. I bought a little bit, and now I bought a little bit more, and didn't really go anywhere. All right, so now let's address that, because now I bought it, right? 25, it broke, didn't go anywhere. Now I'm already pissed off, right? But I'm not going to sell it. Got to let it breathe a little bit. So where's breathing room? Let's get rid of these red lines. Bang, bang. Where am I going to let it breathe to? I don't know. Where did it break from? Pretty much VWAP. I guess I got to let it go there. It's 30 cents. If I really want to be tight, I could go there. But that's too tight. So $25 stock, generally I'm going 30, 25 to 30. So there's the 30-cent risk. I'm in. So now I stay in the stock unless it breaks 24.69. Who? Holy crap. RR is it up another 50 cents. I thought that went negative, that one. Jeez. By the way, the list of stocks now is just stupid. It really is. QMCO is up 19 points. Stock was $1.80 when we started trading this one. I mean, it's just insane. You never know which ones are going to be the ones that go, to 100. That's why everyone's buying every one of these stocks. What in the hell? Everything has options that expire today. It's Friday. Hey, I know it might not sound like it, right? But this is these quantum stocks going up is awesome because I was wrong. And I quickly identified that I was wrong about these trades and I'm not in them. Short, obviously. Took me about 90 seconds to realize I was wrong. Now, ASTS, no, I just bought a couple of hundred because, again, I'd rather buy. Usually I wait when I miss a candle like that. I usually wait for the retrace, but 25 was a triple top break, so I nibbled. I'm not overly concerned, 60 bucks out the window. If it breaks, I could revisit. By the way, the kit reentry, dude, nice. See? All right, so ASTS, the stop's in. We know what we're doing here. So let's go look at some other chart, right? Here you go. Fake out, shake out, breakout. Right? Just when it looked like this thing was over, right? Remember, that's why it's hard to jump around from stock to stock to stock. You generally want to stay focused on 3 names, right? So if I would have stayed focused on kit, got paid, got out beautifully, and then it sets up with a pre-market low break, and then it comes right back. So that's your fake out, shake out moment. Breaks the low, comes right back. Oh. So the better you get at this, you'll say, oh, right there. Or then it breaks back over the multis. You say, oh. And then it breaks over the 1 minute. And you're like, ooh. But now it's already made that's pretty much a 20% move already. Speaking of 20% moves, you see where Qubits is since we covered, right? Pat yourself on the back every once in a while. Say, good job. Because most of the time you're just aggravated as a trader. Hey, holy crap. Remember when Qubits was flirting with $4.80 on last Tuesday? So anyway, if you just bought the kit, right? Let's go back to this trade. And I still got the ASTS, by the way. I didn't get stopped out. Boom. Look, right? Man, I really wish I would have bought this at 195. Well, now's your chance. Did you do it? So that's what VWAP reminds you. Hey, you wanted to buy it at these prices. All right, now it's down there. All right, now it's back above prior day VWAP. Are you excited? You should be. How about QSI? Oh, wait. Here's the other one from earlier this morning, QSI, right? Same exact chart, right? Breaks the lows, comes right back, breaks VWAP, and starts to rip. So now you say, all right, I'm late, but wait, because you got above the VWAP. And that's when good things start to happen. But a big portion of what you were going to make already happened. So you give it a beat. Very proud of the person that bought the kit back. Nice job. Second trade was better than the first one because you got a better price. I bought at 228, sold 233, 243, and 250. And this was a better trade. All right, wait, hang on. Watch this QSI for a second, right? See, they just kind of like wicked it That was them trying to get some people out. They just built the offers up, big offers, right? You want to see them stack them up. Usually that's all buyers, like I saw in qubits. That's why I got the hell out. So this 350, there you go. Stack them up, buy them, right? So now you want to see it hold that 350 bid for about a minute or two, and you should get another lift off. And there you go. You see the big offers. When the big offers are on, when they start stacking the offers, they're pretending that there's a lot of sellers here and you already have upward momentum. That's a buyer. These are buyers. They're going to buy all that shit. So if you just bought this thing at 348, it's one of those trades where you're generally buying 3,000 shares. Any stock under $10, you're usually buying some size. So now you just got another day's pay on this one. There you go, Dave. Dave bought 8,000 shares at 348. Now he dumps it and has a nice day. QSI, right? That was on the list from this morning. Plus, when you are a member here, we send an email every day kind of giving you a heads up of what we're going to be looking at. But by 9:30 or every day, you're pretty much certain what we're looking at because it's the same 30 stocks every day now. And then come earnings season, there'll be earnings reports to be talking about. And then every once in a while, we find a new one because I have the best scanner. Have you guys seen Habibi? HYBI? You haven't spoke about that one yet. Oh my God! What's that? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Don't go near it. Don't go near it. Whatever it is, don't go near it. But look at Wimmy, right? Here's another one ripping all over the place. Don't forget about CES. So I got a scanner that scans for high volume, big percentage gainers. That's how I find all these stocks pretty much before everybody. It's not that complicated. The only thing that you should be concerned about right now is why is the market going down? Ooh. Seriously. Uh-oh. No sound. Yeah, we got sound all day. Shit, I thought for a second I was off mic the whole time. All right. Well, you know what? Staying focused on these little piece of shit stocks, as I call them, pretty good. I'm thinking I'm going to grow my nutsack and short something. I think I'm going to try qubits again. Hang on a second. QBTS. Well, why? Because it just did this and then popped, and now it's going to roll. I'm short. So now I'm short again. Did we get out of ASTS? Where'd it go? Oh, yeah, there it is. I'm short a little bit. I'm short the qubits right here. And I already don't like it. But now I can put a tight stop on for the 12 cents. All right. So far, so good on the qubit short. Now I'm looking for it to retrace to 1051. I'm already bidding into it right here at 1065. Done. 65 covered some. Now at 51, I'll cover some more, but I'm not going to cover the whole thing because I'm hoping for a full-blown rollover catastrophe now, which would be awesome. All right, I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Stops are in. I just covered some at 62, and I'll get out of the rest if I have to at 11:11. Which as soon as I lift one butt cheek off my freaking chair, I'm already saying, hey, I guess I'm getting out. Well, it didn't last. Hey, by the way, this is the chop that I thought we were going to see yesterday. So if we escape alive, that's good. Wow, I couldn't even get a chance to get up. Well, qubits are about to looking like it's going to stop me out anyway. That's why you take something off the table when you get it. A lot of chop today. No joke. These are big chops. Turns out Kit was the best trader trading of the day, right? That was nice. All right, I'm still on the Q bits short, and I'm looking for other ones. So if Q bits is going down, let's go Q Bert. This one shortable? No, but you can get a borrow on it. All right, look, if they all start to spread, go back to check on QMCO. If you guys are crazy enough to short this thing, you just had a 52. It's an all-time high blow off top, possible rollover through VWAP right now as the market's kind of cratering. I'm a fan, and now I'm not actually getting up out of the desk because my cousin just shorted UMAC. What are you doing? Oh, UMAC, full-blown reversal. Nice. All right, QMCO. I just put a little bit on because this stock is fucking dangerous. Oh, no, wait. Didn't get it. Thought I got it. I don't have QMCO short. Thought I got it. Hang on a second. Why didn't I get that? Hang on. So, what the fuck just happened? No, that one's not shortable either. I guess I'm just sticking with the qubits. It's working. All right, all hell's breaking loose, people. It's 10:05 in December, and the Qs aren't ripping, but I'm short qubits right now with some fucking gusto. Let's go. There you go, qubits. There you go. Just covered a big chunk of it. See, go back to the winner. You're feeling the winner. Took me 2 seconds to make a decision. Now I'm crushing it on qubits short. Let's go. Just covered 62 and 50, 43. Covered a little bit there. Now I don't cover any more unless it breaks over the candle that just formed right there. So now I'm going to get coffee. So now I'm sitting pretty. Yeah. Ooh, I'd like to short some Lunar. Where is it? Oh, what a rollover. All these stocks are rolling over, man. This could get freaking jiggy today. But man, that qubits just smacked me right in the face. Every time I try to get out of this desk, it spikes. Maybe I should just sit here. I want another cup of coffee, damn it. All right, well, that was a beautiful trade. I don't know if anybody just jumped in this. Dude. Another 3,000 shares. That one was a lot better than the first one. Oh, then again, the first one it wasn't bad, but that one got paid immediately. It feels a lot better when you get the instant gratification. All right, so now you see how it's just oh, and what the fuck me? Give me a chance to even say something. All right, well, now that it's spiked to that price, did you just see that stop hunting moment right there? I didn't even get a chance to put my stop in. That's hilarious. You see the double top and the double bottom right here? See that candle right there? That's 1075. That's my new stop. You see how it went? Other people put their stops at 1075. That's why it went. That's why it spiked above it. No doubt. But I'm leaving it at 1075. I don't mind getting out at 1075. All right. 1075 is the end of this trade. Hopefully you guys join me on the qubit short again. So not bad. 2 winning trades on Kit, 2 winning trades on a qubits, and a 60-cent loss on a couple of hundred shares of ASTS. And now I'm going to get my coffee. I'll be right back. And I am still thinking about buying the Qs. So again, them dropping 9 points, I don't want to get too sexually graphic with you, but I'm getting kind of excited. And not that I'm short, because again, I obviously didn't want to short the Qs, and today wasn't even a good day. But I'm looking to buy there's going to be a dip buy, and I'm going to be there for it. Just wait. But Dave's trading the puts. Look out. What's happening? Can I just stay short something? All right. Now what? It won't let me stay short. Man. But man, you're seeing why you put bids in and offers, right? You seeing what I'm saying here? You seeing what I'm saying, people? If you're not nimble, today's the kind of day where you get fucked. Seriously. But revisit the qubit short and you got paid again. All right. If anybody got short QMCO, not bad either. Hopefully it drops, another 8 points for you. So anybody, what you guys looking at? Where are my new friends? You guys got any stocks that you're interested in? I'll show you how to VWAP them. Today's kind of a choppy, dangerous day. Yesterday was a little bit straightforward. You had 2 hours of unadulterated screaming buys on the quantum stocks. It was just no stopping anything yesterday. Well, if you can't figure that one out, you probably shouldn't be trading. Right? I don't know what to tell you on the Tesla. Short. This thing hasn't broke trend yet. It's getting slammed. Yeah, the closest stop is that last rollover. You better be short. And by the way, is anybody still short qubits? We're getting the whole sector starting to give way right now. Come on. Right? Qubits short. There you go. QMCO just broke 77.50. You should be getting 75 on that. The acceleration now is beginning, right? Remember, momentum on the way up gets met with momentum on the way down. It gets ugly. These stocks, remember, are worthless, people. Qubits, rigatoni was 92 cents. You're telling me this thing can't pull back to $8 today? Sure it can. There's going to be a day where the day of reckoning is upon us. And when does the day of reckoning begin? Blow off tops, VWAP breaks. Let's go. Crush all these stocks.
We would just long these stocks, Daddy.
And this is a great time to remind you. You could like something at 8:45 and crush it at 9:45 like we're doing right now. Come on, qubit short. Let's go, right? Rigatoni short. Crush them all. I use multiple time frame VWAP. So right now we're looking for all these stocks to give it all back. This is the Jerry Orbach trade. Everything's got a funny name with me. So right now that qubits, right? Qubits, the orange line, let me get rid of the red lines. The red lines were just pivot points from today. So now when it rolled back over, I said to myself, hey, I could short it right here with a limited risk because it breaks back over your classic head and shoulder, head, shoulders. Here's the VWAP. So I short right here, anticipation of the VWAP break. We got it, got paid, put a stop at the top of the shoulder. Now we're just hoping to see it roll over, but damn, this goddamn thing is resilient. But usually when you get momentum through the blue, you go back to prior day VWAP. This one's really not cooperating so much, but it's a winning trade. I'm not going to blow it. So now I put my stop at the VWAP. If I'm wrong, I'm getting out of what I got left. But if it doesn't get over the blue line, I hold with an anticipation of it falling all the way back down to 9.56. So for 25 cents a risk, I'm looking to make another $1 on the way down. So I got to stay short this stock right now until it proves me right or wrong. I will short UVXY inevitably some point today. But again, let the bears have their moment. They're still in the moment right now. Let them have their moment. Right? Trust me, I know exactly when they'll overstay their welcome, and we're going to crush them. We're going to crush UVXY, but hey, listen, root for it to go to $25. Maybe the Qs will go back down another 9 points from here. I don't care. The higher UVXY goes, the better, so we could short it in 2025. But right now, it's still, I'm just milking this one trade. I don't know if anybody's short any of these other names. They're all rolling over. So this next leg down better be the one, or we're just going to be in store for some more chop. But quantum stocks, right? So I was right, then I was wrong, and now I'm right, right? And it's all before 10:14, people. It's only 10:14 in the morning. You see how much is going on? There's a world of activity. And if you don't know how to if you don't understand market mechanics, all this is just bewildering psychopathic bullshit to you, which it sort of is anyway. But you could be long, then short, then long, and then now short again. And that is a professional trader. And now you're hoping that it breaks down and you get paid some more. And you see how it held the big fat whole number area? That's algorithmic trading. So now you can lower your stop to 1032. See, I like to put stops at where stocks break down from, because if they get back above those levels, I know chances are it's going to keep going. But right now, I don't got to worry about that because this thing's plummeting. Let's go. Now we're turning this into a real trade. Who got short at 1078 with me again with a 3-cent risk? Let's go. And now that it's under a big fat whole number, now it's about your risk tolerance. Because once you get under a whole number, sometimes I'll put 10 as my closest stop. And you're going to get stopped out. But you just won the trade. It's okay to get out. You see how it hit the bottom of the level and then the green candle comes? Because when stocks revisit to where they come from, things happen. So you anticipate that happening. You lower your stop. So now that you're short this stock and it's working, you're down to, let's say, the last 30% of it. You're hoping for it to fully blow down and rip everybody's hearts out. But if it doesn't, you get out. So right now, still short, waiting for a bigger payday. But if that bigger payday doesn't come, you get out. Just like ASTS, right? I knew I chased it. That's why I only bought a little bit, right? I should have just hit the button twice. Look, there's where we got stopped out. There's where it is now. You see, that's why I love this game, because you could be long a trade, making money. All right, it ran out of steam at 25. We got a little bit excited. And then 8 minutes later, we said, all right, we're wrong. Let's get the fuck out and join the winning team and crush everybody's hearts. And their eyeballs are popping out of their skulls as you're shorting the stock that you were just telling people that you liked. That's why I keep talking all day, because you got to understand this is trading, right? You were just long qubits and now you're crushing everybody's fucking head. Let's go to the orange line. Woo! Now you cover some right there. Now that is a winning trade. That's $1.20 on a $10 stock. You just annihilated it. And you were just long. Kill them all. And remember, this is coming from the guy that was telling you to buy everything 3 weeks ago. Now kill them all. Destroy these people for staying too long in a pump and dump bullshit smoke and mirrors market. Now, again, I'm not talking about the Qs. I've already missed this trade. But short the shit out of every one of these quantum stocks. Look where QMCO is now, down 12 points. They're all worthless until they're not. Look where PRZO is now. Now you're loving that you sold some at $3. Let's go. Right? Now you went from thinking this thing's going to $4 to saying, holy shit, it's going to $0. What happened? I don't know, but you don't fight the blue line. All right, we're almost done with qubits. You know why? Because now you're a maniac. See, now you got what you came for. You got blue line or orange line. You're a winner. You don't turn this one into a loser now. You covered down there. You were hoping for more, and now you lower your stop to where you can't lose, which is $10.04. So now you stay short unless it rips your freaking head off and they come for you. Otherwise, you stay short now and you look at 2 days worth of VWAP and you say, hey, maybe this thing falls to 921. And if it breaks 921, where could it go? It could go to 875. So why am I covering? I'm not. I've covered most of it, and now you can't hurt me, right? That's how you stay a winning trade. By the way, I am still thinking about buying the Qs, but now I got to wait for a very specific moment. The UVXY going up, right, tells you that you cannot be buying stocks right now, right? When you see this on UVXY is Nancy Pelosi telling you that she's shorting the S&P 500 and dumping her portfolios. So if Nancy's going out, you just follow Nancy. She's the greatest trader there is, right? Don't buy anything yet. But when you have a blow off top on UVXY, the market starts to stabilize, the Qs will turn around, and probably I would be looking to buy above 519.45 right here. I look for spots where they broke down from, where they tried to get over. Now they're flirting again. I don't know if this is going to be the low point, but I know if it starts to rally from here, when UVXY starts to fall, that's when I get involved in a long trade. Holy shit, people. I really didn't think this was going to be such an exciting day. I love when the market goes down. You know why? Because Monday and Tuesday are going to be awesome. And if you are short the Qs, good for you. I just didn't want to do it. I wasn't planning on shorting the Qs. My brain wasn't ready to short the Qs, but that doesn't mean you're not crushing every one of these other stocks. SOUN, right? Blow off top reversal, Lunar, blow off top reversal. And these are stocks that we own. These are our swing trades. Nothing better than shorting a stock you own, like my cousin, crushing UMAC right now, annihilating this trade. Right? 1 minute, right? He's got to the 1 day. Here's the 1 minute, 1 day. You got to the one. See how it went to the blue to the orange? That's the rigging of the market. Breaks the orange, you got to stay short. So then he looks at the second day VWAP. Look how it got to the 2 day. So he's still short. Then it bounces. He's not afraid because he's already taken money. Blue lines is out, right? And 3 days worth of VWAP. Look where you're going. So once you have my chart, you know where the stocks are going. And then it's just about adjusting the trade. And every once in a while, they get to the price and then they bounce and they become a long. So look at this freaking trade by my cousin Richie. Awesome. You got the 1 minute to the multi-day, breaks the one. Look at this beautiful trade. Look at that thing. Why am I not in this one? Gets to the 2, and then right here, you're at the 3. So now you cover here, you put your stop at the 2, and then you milk the trade like I'm trying to do with this QBTS, right? No reason to get out, right? I got out of enough. Now, if they force me to cover the rest, I will, but I'm hoping for 921 and then more. This one's not really cooperating as much, but you still got to stay in it until they get you out of it. You ready to buy the Qs? So am I. You want to give it a shot now? Probably. Hang on a second. Let's do this together. So I'm looking 520 calls, probably. If you can't afford to buy the Qs, normally I start by buying shares. I can afford to buy 300 stocks, 300 shares. So now I'm in. I bought the Qs. I didn't buy the options. So what did I just do? I just bought 300 shares of QQQ at 519.33, 34, 35. Right? Already making money. So now I'm already making money on this trade, where if you buy the options, you're buying the 519s. Let's see what the 519s just did. See that, kids? See that, kids? I told you I'd be buying the Qs at some point, and now I'm up $300 just on this trade. Come on. There you go. Who's the greatest? I told you I'd be buying the Qs. I told you just to wait for me. There you go. There's $1. That's $1. Did you buy the 519s? Let's see. If you got the 519s at that moment of truth where I just gave it to you, they were at $2 and they just went to $2.60. 30% trade right there for you. Anyway, just took some money off that Q trade, and now we're probably just going to get stopped out. But if we do, who cares? I got 100 shares left. Immediately spikes to 520. Now, why did I do that? Because of a range break. That's not even VWAP. The VWAP's telling me that we can get up there. I start to buy down here when you come over prices where you broke down from. So break down, I buy it on the way back up. You don't buy stocks when they're going down. You buy them when they're going back up. It's a lot easier. Trust me. And sometimes, again, right now, I was feeling pretty freaking lovely at 529, 33, 34, 35, and 40. Got almost $1 out of it, right? Sold. And now I'm nervous, or nervous as I can be when I don't really give a shit. I'm not really that nervous, but I would be if I didn't know what I was doing. See that candle right there? That's where you're going to probably wind up getting out. And you went from being, hey, I think I just got the sickest trade ever, to getting out of the rest, right? So if your risk tolerance is limited, you just probably just got the hell out of the rest. Or you're down to that last lot and you're saying, all right, let's see what we can do here. And you're going to use the low of the day. This comes back to risk tolerance now, right? Because you're just trading. This is just trying to pick a bottom. The bottom picked itself. You joined in, and now you're hoping that it doesn't roll over and die. But when you sell into the move, right, and now you got the last lot, you can let it breathe a little bit more. Trading. And now you're out. No joke. I just sold it, right? A little disappointed, but who cares? I'm not taking losses. My stop was right at break even on the last 100 shares, and there they went. Bye-bye. Now I could think about doing it again. Or maybe I just got screwed like I usually do on my last lot. But still in the Q bits short. And if anybody did short rigatoni, I think that just hit new lows. Yeah. So again, it's not the greatest short, but you're making money. Just make sure you don't fall in love with any of these shorts. All right? Because shorting is short-lived. And you're going to die. By the way, if anybody did short Lunar, if anybody shorted Lunar and made money, gift card. I'm proud of you. I'll be sending out my gift cards probably Monday. And if anybody wants any CBD oils, I'm flush with them. So we'll play some Kenny Glick trivia, or we'll play some stock market trivia by the end of the day. But for now, enter for a $10 iTunes card. Give me the closing price of the QQQ today at 4 o'clock. Go. Just type it in. I'll look at it later. QQQ closing price. Right now they're $519.22. I need the closing price for 4 p.m. and I will send you a $10 gift card from iTunes. And remember, if you had a family member that has won a contest in the last 30 to 60 days, you are null and void from this contest. What? Hey, I like that guess. That's my guess. That's my guess, actually. I'm thinking right smack dab in the middle of this. Yeah, a little bit of a comeback later. Oh, no bid close. Oh, shit. Scary. I know why you said 522.40, 50. And by the way, I think I might buy the Qs immediately back right in the next 5 or 6 minutes. If we hover above this right here and we start to lift, I'm going to get involved. Except for UVXY is telling me not so fast. You know, I need UVXY to plummet again that'll trigger the buyers. And then if you're over that last spike, that's when you start looking for the VWAP reversion. Well, all right. We're already starting to get a little boring, right? But boring is all right. Still short this qubits. Just holding on, you know, just wanted to do a little, try to make a little bit more money. It looks like it kind of got where it wanted to go, 2 days worth of VWAP. So now I lower the stop. I'm going to, no, you know what? I'll leave it at there. I'm leaving it at 974. So above 974, this trade's over. Otherwise, I'm sticking around. Rigatoni's still a short, you know, it's in limbo. If I'm going to buy it, I want to see it breaking back above the 1650 area, because then you'll probably get 1650 back to the VWAP. Right now, it's still it's very subtle, but it's still in a downtrend. Very subtle. I would not want to be buying it yet, especially because if you're short, it looks like, you know, you want to start rolling over. You haven't even got to prior day VWAP. So this stock's still susceptible to some more selling down to 1506. So going back to what I was saying before, right? I didn't want to short the Qs today, right? But I didn't go long up until it showed me, hey, here's a chance. Here's your chance to do it with a little risk reward in your favor. I took a long trade. It worked. The last lot turned out to be getting out with a small actual loss for like a couple of pennies, but it was all right. Just remember, we're in active trading. We're actively trading. So that's why I'm actively talking. And you'll notice I don't stop talking because I want to make sure everybody's on the right page with us. You know, stocks that we liked at 8:30 all became shorts, and then they became longs, and then they became shorts again. And we've been on the right side of them. You know, we had to quickly adjust. Qubits short was working. Then we had to get out. I didn't go long, but then I got short again on the roll. So right now, with UVXY hitting, you know, flirting with highs, you really shouldn't be a fan of buying anything. And you got to take it under advisement that you generally don't see selling on this day in history. This is a peculiar day. Peculiar? And if you can name what movie that's from, $10 gift card. Go. First one. Don't look it up. Oh my freaking God. Oh my God. My God. This is actually happening. I can't believe we're getting such a big sell-off today. I really don't actually believe it, but it's happening. And by the way, what I just said is how you survive 30 years in this business. Right? Man, I can't believe this is happening. But it is. Well, do something about it, right? Because man, that QQQ long trade worked, right? It was good for 2.5 minutes, but it worked. There's no denying. Peculiar. Meanwhile, my stock's not going down anymore, you bastard, right? The whole market collapses. My stock's staging a comeback now.
I suspect her.
Well, maybe you can tell us why you suspect her.
Well, I can only speculate as to the reasons why.
Have you ever speculated, Mr. Harding, that perhaps you are impatient with your wife because she doesn't meet your mental requirements?
Perhaps, but you see, the only thing I can really speculate on, Nurse Ratched, is the very existence of my life, with or without my wife, in terms of the human relationships, the juxtaposition of one person to another, the form and the content.
Artie, why don't you knock off the bullshit and get to the point?
This is the point. This is the point, Tabor. It's not bullshit. I'm not just talking about my wife. I'm talking about my life. I can't seem to get that through to you. I'm not just talking about one person. I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about form.
I'm talking about content.
I'm talking about
Interrelationships.
I'm talking about God, the devil, hell, heaven. Do you understand? Finally!
Yeah, Artie, you're so fucking dumb, I can't believe it.
Oh.
Oh.
It makes me feel very peculiar when you throw in something like that.
Why?
What does that mean?
Peculiar, Artie.
Peculiar.
Peculiar. I want to tell you guys something.
That's my life right there. You guys don't know that movie? Peculiar. I'm feeling pretty peculiar about this. All right. Can we start buying stocks again? You ready? UVXY just had a little blow off top moment. By the way, still short the rigatoni. Still short the qubits. Nothing's changed, right? Again, trading sometimes gets boring. No reason to cover. Still, chopping around down there. Just holding on for those last, 20, 30 cents. Maybe get another 50 out of it. All right, so now the Qs, you see what they're forming right now? This could be the beginning of a faux show, butt cracked, and ready to go. So if you're thinking about nibbling, now you nibble, right? So you nibble out of this turn, and if we're wrong, it's not going to be a disaster because we're buying low, right? Isn't that what trading's all about? Buying low, selling high? All right, there's your qubits. You waited long enough. All right, so now that pays for this QQQ trade if we're wrong. So I'm nibbling right here at 15.18, 518.85. I don't know why I just sounded like Malikowska right there, and I'm already not liking that. All right, so now I'm down $50 already in 2 seconds. RGTI, right? Still, it's still drifting down, but qubits just got where we were looking for it to go, right? 2-day VWAP, bang, cash, right? Now you covered a little bit more, you lower your stop. I'm still holding on for 877, but now I lower the stop to 956, and now I don't give a shit about this trade anymore. If it makes it to 877, great, but now I lock it up. I got paid some more, and now I'm back to my concern that I bought the Qs and they're not going to go up. So let's go. All right, and I can't lose because I'm not good. There you go. Bang, cash, right? We're in the Qs, 88.88, right? Just popped. Could have taken my profit right there, but obviously I'm looking to make more than 30 cents on a $500 stock. So now I'm looking for it to retrace to the 599.43. We get 43, we get 520, and then we get ourselves, a little VWAP reversion. Hopefully that's where we go. But this market's nasty right now. UVXY up 14% on a Friday in December. That's scary because you just don't see this too often. So when you see shit that doesn't normally happen, you got to take it under hard advisement. Like something's different today. The market's broken because usually we just go up today. and we're having some trouble. But that doesn't mean you can't nibble on a QQQ long down here with me. Work before. Try it again, right? Doesn't feel as good as it did before, but it's not working. And rigatoni new lows. Come on. So very difficult day to trade options on because you're not getting enough follow through. So let's say you're buying a 519 call now. The person that bought some stock at 518.85, you're making a little money now. You bought the 519 calls, you need a bigger move, right? So I love trading stock first, but let's say you're buying the 519s, you just got them at 172, and now you're just sitting there hoping for the best. Very difficult to trade options on a choppy day. Virtually impossible. But right now, let's see if we nailed it. Right now, we're feeling all right. The QQQ entry long isn't bad. Just hasn't started to, we haven't got that candle to shove it down there you go. There's the candle to shove it down the short's throats. Come on. Come on. 2 more candles. They're going to start covering. And then it'll dawn on them that they're shorting the market during Christmas. What's wrong with you people? Sacrilegious bastards. Market's not allowed to go down. And by the way, we're about to get out of Qubit short anyway. You believe this shit? Unbelievable. Can I just stay short the whole freaking day? When's that going to happen? Oh, right. Never. All right. The QQQ doesn't feel so hot right now, right? But we'll give it a little breathing room. About to get out of the qubits, and I'm done. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me that they still came for my stock. Ah, they heard me. All right, he put his stop at 951. Let's go get him. Thanks. That's exactly what that happened. Look, they went and got me. I don't know why the market revolves around me personally, but it certainly does. Doesn't it feel that way? I say 951. All right, 951 it is. Bang. Next wick goes and gets my shares. Ah, hilarious. More importantly, let's stay live. We're long the queues, and now you're feeling a lot better. There's the rip your face off candle that I was anticipating. All right, you fuckers, let's go. Let's go, fuckers. Let's go, fucker. There you go. There's the green candle I was waiting for. You thought the market was safe to stay short all day on December 27th. Are you insane? Look at UVXY now. You're all dead. I'll be careful next time. You'll be dead. What movie? If you don't know that, just get the hell out of my chat room. Shit, I'm sure I'll be more careful next time. You'll be dead. Guy says he needs passage to the Alderon system. Alderon system. Is it a fast ship? Fast ship. Fast enough for you, old man. God damn it. What the hell happened there? We were supposed to rip up 2.5 points. But if you've just bought the stock, or now if you bought the options, you made some money on that trade, right? You see how my timing is impeccable because I'm the best that's ever been. He's the best around. We're all going to get laid. By the way, if you're not watching Cobra Kai, we can't be friends either. All right. You made the scary pullback. Ooh, scary pullback. We survived. This is it now. UVXY just fell $1, people. What's that tell you? Nancy Pelosi's covering shorts, right? So we buy. Now, if we could stay above 520 on this next move, we got a good chance to get another 2 points out of it. Or we go lazy and that's it. Maybe that's it. I had a pretty good day, right? A couple of qubits short. Caught the long trade twice. One small loss on ASTS. Little kit trade 2 times, right? Day trading. You go 7 for 8, you're a hero. And remember, track records are bullshit also, my friend, because I've seen traders go 7 for 8 and lost money because the one loss was a doozy. So when you hear people talking about win-loss ratios and track records, they're all bullshit. It's the bottom line after an extended period of time, whether or not you're a good trader or not a good trader. Because I've gone 1 for 16, which doesn't sound like a great track record, and I've had a good day because my one trade was a monster. And I've gone 5 for 6, and that 6th trade was a freaking disaster, and I've gotten hammered. But right now you're long the Qs, and you're thinking, damn, did we just pick the low of the entire day? Yeah, we did. And now we're going to ram it down their fucking throats. Let's go.
You're quite aggressive.
Yeah. Am I? Not really. So if you don't know the movie, it was Cuckoo's Nest. Come on, people. I'm not just talking about my life, my wife. I'm talking about my life. I'm talking about form. I'm talking about content. You haven't seen Cuckoo's Nest? And the other movie was Star Wars. Come on, people. You'll be dead. Fast enough for you, old man. It's 2 characters talking there. All right, I lost all of you now, right? You guys don't know movie trivia? Come on. All right, we got a false breakout, which is even more ominous because it broke that last peak and now is about to screw us. And if it is, this might be my last trade of the day because that's very disappointing. We might just go bearish chop now. And that's what looks like it's about to happen here. And listen, I was anticipating this to be a slow day after 12 o'clock because between 12 and 2, I'm just going to do some chart reviews. I'm going to talk about the Andy Dufresnes and the Faux Show Bros and get you a little bit more acquainted with what we're going to be doing in 2025. 2 weeks into 2025, earnings season begins again. And you got to know what a 1-minute multi-day VWAP reversal is. Hey, Q's hanging in there. If we just stay in this upper range, you see where the red line is? We got to stay above this spot right here. And then if we could build a base now, it takes 15, 20 minutes or even an hour. Once we break over that, these last 2 tops of those candles, we should get another leg up. Hopefully this is it right now so we don't have to think too much. I think everything's recorded, man, somewhere. You just got to get the file and then and then edit it yourself. Hey, by the way, remember when you asked if we're going to short UVXY? Yeah. I mean, inevitably, it's always a short. I didn't short it this time. But when it started to fall, I bought the Qs instead, which is the other side of the plan. Now we just need if we don't get a lift off from here, we might just go sideways. And then we'll just talk about other things. Like the January effect and the rest of the Christmas rally or whatever. I'll be right back. All right. So here we are. We're on the cusp of either making more money or being really, really bored. Okay. So we're trying to form an uptrend right now, but it's very unstable. But UVXY is telling us that we're right because UVXY had the blow off top. UVXY is now trending down. That usually means there's going to be more buyers coming into the market. And, you'd rather be long than short now. See how it turns? And now we're long the Qs, and we're just waiting to see if we get paid some more. Covered all our qubits and qberts and rigatoni. I don't know if you short the rigatoni, but let me go take a look at that one for you. Because if qubits was a cover, rigatoni probably was also. Yeah, coming out of the bottom range. Yeah, I'd be done with it at 1650. So if you were looking for that reason to buy, remember I drew the line there for you at 1650? There it is. 1650 just got you basically 17. I like money. Yeah, not every trade is going to be a 17,000% return on a $2 stock. A lot of this is a lot of day trading is what we're doing today, grinding it out. Right. But now the QQQ trade. And now here, so if you were sitting here waiting for a reason to buy rigatoni, there it was, 1650. So you didn't pick a bottom, but when it makes the turn, usually you get more to the upside when it comes out of these bottom ranges. And there you had the VWAP retracement. So QSI, right? QSI, bang, same chart setup, right? See where the red line is? I drew the red line there for you guys that were thinking about maybe possibly taking it for a long, because when stocks break down below where they broke down from and they come back above it, you get a move up. So the same exact trade from before, double bottom break, breaks down, comes back, you're a buyer and you got paid. Double bottom, double top, same exact area, breaks down, but this time you got a better chance at it at 290. But if you establish the buy over here and then it sets up over here, why not do it again at 310 and you got paid again? Very nice. Very nice. And you're still long the Qs right now. Let's go. Look where Qubits is now, right? Covered some at $9.25, right? Remember that? Now you're feeling lovely about that cover, right? Remember to say good job to yourself every once in a while or you'll lose your mind, right? We got paid. We milked this trade for as much as it was going to give us. We got paid. You know, now you feel bad for covering some at 10:30, right? 10:30, 10:05, 9:58. Come on, right? We even got down to 9:20. Come on. At 9:20, we're thinking maybe it goes down to 8:78, but then we put tight stops on and we're out. Well done, Holmes. Well done. And now if the Qs can pay us 2 points, I'm going to say this is a perfect day, right? One loss, small loss on a ASTS, and that's it. By the way, that stock, it still kind of sucks. I don't know. It looked like it woke up, and then today it was kind of a fail. I have no idea what that one's going to do. It's been looking like it wants to die, and it just never goes down. So I figured it would be a buy. But look at all these stocks ripping now, right? Come on, peeps. So sick. You stick to the same symbol, you get 3 trades on it every day. Look where Qubits is now. $10. Look at this thing. It's awesome. Okay. So now if you got the Qs long and you want to tighten it up, you know, now you're in these big whole number, half number areas. I would use 520. I hopefully we don't have to worry about it. I think we just nailed this turn. So now it's just a waiting game. Oh, look at my partner. You're in my head. I was going to say, Kit's back to where you wish you would have bought it twice. So now let's think about it, right? You're flirting with the faux show area, right? This is one of those trades where if you're buying it down here, right? Even if you're wrong, what are you going to lose? You're going to lose a dime. That's it. Because you know, if it breaks a low of the day, you're out. That's what we call a hard stop. You're wrong about picking a bottom. So if you're sniffing around and you're buying it right here at 94, 95 with solid, you know, if it breaks that low of the day, you're just punching out. So you have unlimited potential for a 10-cent entry. And look, it's already starting to work. Good job. How about that Qubits, huh? See, instead of me talking about covering and going long, I should have covered and went long. It's up $1. I mean, this is the greatest stock to trade in the world. 70 million shares on a $10 stock that's ripping up and down every day. You can't beat this thing. That's what day traders love. Volume, liquidity, accuracy. Stock is great. And if Kit breaks the $2 spot again, hopefully we get a quick quarter out of it again. That'd be nice. Just remember, in Soviet Russia, trade find you. Big size on the offer at $2. Let's see if they gobble this guy up. So far, so good. What'd you buy? 194. Oh, peculiar. Hey, so today is doing what I thought yesterday would be like. Actually, I thought yesterday and today would be kind of like what we're seeing now. I thought we'd have a little more bullishness on the Qs, but today they decided to sell them off. But we had enough activity to participate in, right? Got paid. I mean, some of these stocks are still in play right now. Obviously, if you just bought the kit, you're back in this one. Very nice. You're looking for that 202. 202 goes bid. You're looking for 215. Q's long ain't looking so hot right now, but you got a little money in it. If you want to tighten that stop up, like I said, 520. Usually I don't like stocks when they break back above a big fat number like that. I don't like seeing them break back below that number, so I put a stop at 520. I don't want to. I thought we were on our way to getting that VWAP retracement right now or before. It's another thing to talk about when you're disappointed, right? That disappointment causes people to be paralyzed, right? Not us. When we're disappointed, we say, bait it, and we cut you and we get rid of you, right? That's what separates us from the rest of the traders in the world. We're not afraid of disappointment. We're not afraid of loss. We just address it and trade it accordingly, right? So if the Qs break down, you dump them. That's it. Your trade goes against you, you get out. Then you try to either join the winning team or wait for a better setup somewhere else. And right now, you're still in the same trade because it hasn't done anything yet to force our hand. Q's long. And in about 1 second, it'll be over. And I might short qubits again, as a matter of fact, because it just had a little blow off top action. Hold on a second. Let me show you what I just saw. QBTS, right? Now, obviously, I'm biased to the short side. You see what it just did? VWAP retrace. This is what we call kiss back, right? Kisses it gives it a little how's your father, little reach around, right? But couldn't get over it. You can't get over VWAP and it starts to fall. You short it immediately and you use the VWAP as your out. Now, again, I just missed it. But if I was watching it, and I'm out of the Qs now, by the way, they're done. So this is why if you sit here and watch one symbol all day, the trade's set up for you. So let's say you were looking to short the qubits again. Oh, cool. Oh, look, it just hit the VWAP once, twice, 3 times. Couldn't break it. Starts to sell off. Short it. Now you got risk defined. All right, I am out of everything right now. No qubits short or long. We're out of the Qs completely now at 520. And I'm going to go nuke my coffee and come back and we'll see. I want to introduce you to my pal Solid. You want to come on and say hi to everybody now? Because at 12 o'clock, I wanted to do like makeshift class. If the market's crashing, we might put it on pause. Or Chris shows up. Kenny invited me last week. I said, I don't do seminars. But then he said it was a symposium. Ooh, I've never been involved in a symposium before. So I said, crazy, I'm in. Kenny, what do I do? Hey, what's up? Oh, you know what? Gentlemen, ladies, his leg. Gentlemen, ladies, gentlemen, his leg. Nobody knows that movie. I'll give you one hint. Cuba Gooding Jr. I just realized we're streaming on the YouTube in a couple of places.
Hey,
there
what's
I am.
up?
Sorry. I just realized. Hi, Annie Dufresne. Oh yeah, well, Annie Dufresne is a pattern that I've been using for the last 8 or 9 years. Actually, it's more than that. I've been doing this for 30 years. I didn't really call it the Andy Dufresne up until about 5 or 6 years ago. But it's really just a chart pattern. Chop, chop. Oh, man. Sorry, I've been talking this whole time without having the volume on. Yeah, I shouldn't be smoking weed at 53 years old, I guess, right? Sorry about that. Do you hear me now? Yeah, you should hear me. I'll go back and tell the story. Yeah, hold on. You guys should be able to hear me in a second. Baba Booey. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So somebody was asking what Andy Dufresne looks like. The reason I call it the Andy Dufresne is usually it's a really, really shitty stock. Get it? Andy Dufresne was climbing, or not climbing, shifting his way through a tunnel of grossness, this sewer tunnel underneath Shawshank's prison to escape on his way to, what was this island? Sewataneo, something like that, right? My friend Andy. So when I find a stock that has been wallowing through the muck for quite some time, kind of like what AMD is, and I was explaining, I've been trading long enough to remember AMD was the king of the world. You know, back in the day, it was called Wintel. I'm talking about 1994 when I really started getting involved in actively managing trading and all that stuff. Wintel was what it was about. It was Windows and Intel. You know, before the Mag 7 or the, what the hell did we call it before the Mag 7? The, oh my God, I can't even remember now. What was it before the Mag 7? The Curious 8? The, what the hell are we calling those group of stocks? I forgot already. Man, my brain doesn't work. Come on, Bob named it. Bob from Aztec Trading named it something. Nobody knows. Fang. Thank you. My God. You know what? I never would have remembered that. So anyway, there's been sayings forever, right? So Wintel was back in the day. Wintel was Windows and Intel, and it was great. Chips were used to be chip stocks were secular and seasonal. They really didn't do much. You had seasonality in the chip sector. You know, the summer would be strong, and then it was a different type of market. IBM was the king, but back in the day, AMD used to be great. Krusty, CRUS, used to be really great stock. I mean, it has reemerged to be great stock, but a lot of these stocks were left for dead. Cirrus Logic, nobody even heard of Lam Research back in the day. A company called SanDisk was awesome. And if you really want to go back, there were stocks, like iOmega and DoubleClick when the internet started. Anyway, I've been around. When stocks go dormant and they come out of dormancy. So in AMD's case, I started using vwap around 2012 exclusively. And I started looking at longer dated VWAPs. And I started noticing when you're coming out of the muck of awfulness, and right around here is where I started saying, hey, you guys remember AMD? The thing's been dead from 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. And now it's underneath a long dated, this is an extended, and at the time was a 12, 15 year, maybe no, it was probably at the time a 10-year VWAP. And you still see it. We started buying AMD right here. And the funny part, we actually started buying it before, because if you guys know anything about trading, and I'm sure you do, JDSU, I love you. CMGI, let's go, baby. So if you know a lot about trading, and I'm sure most of us do, stocks that go under $5 are usually going to zero, right? 5, usually drift down to 250. Once they go under 250, they're done, right? 250 is the death of a stock usually. 250, you're drifting down to zero or down to $1, and you're getting delisted, or you're going down to the bulletin boards or the pink sheets, right? But when they come back in that rare, again, that's what this trade's all about. You're finding something that doesn't happen too often. That's why the Andy Dufresne is so awesome. And that's why these last 18 months have been ridiculous, because every freaking stock I have found has come out of the Andy Dufresne. That's why we're in this extravaganza market right now, where it's like you could pick any stock coming out of this pattern and they're ripping. And they're not just doubling and tripling, they're going up 10, 20 fold. So this was an extended yearly Andy Dufresne. But the reason that if you once you learn VWAP and the chart patterns, if it's a year or a day or 2 years or 10 years, it's always the same chart. Once they come out of this bottoming pattern, think of Andy Dufresne coming out of that pipe and then sitting there in the rain. And what does he do? He runs for his life. So they come out of the pipe and then they run for freedom. And they never look back. Look what happened to AMD. It ran for freedom and never looked back. Stock went from our entry price of $225 to $225. Now, again, only my father was still in this move the whole time because he's a long-term investor. But I'll tell you the story about AMD. And I'll show you the video later. Here I am, Kenny Glick, lowly day trader, had some sort of fame because I was on the TV for a while, but still just a measly old day trader. And right around here, I'm saying, hey, AMD's doing that thing that I love. You see that candle right there? That was me and my firm buying the stock. And we bought hundreds and hundreds of thousands of shares of it. And it went from 286, got up to 4. And right around that same time, Goldman Sachs says, no, Kenny Glick's wrong. Not only do you want to sell into this move, you want to short the stock. Goldman Sachs, friends. Goldman Sachs. Yes, that Goldman Sachs. Coming after me and my firm. Goldman Sachs goes out there and puts a sell recommendation, the elusive sell recommendation, because generally firms don't like putting sell recommendations on stocks because then those companies don't want to be friends with those brokerages and they won't do business with them. So the sell recommendation is very rare. By the way, if you're in the kit, come on. If you're in the kit, hang on. Let me just want to make sure you guys are in some of these live trades with us still. Just bought this back with my pal Solid coming out of the bottoming formation, right? 194. Where are we going? Where did we say we were going to go? Back to the orange line. How you doing? Days pay while we're sitting here talking about Andy Dufresne's and QQQ trades, right? Let's go back to that AMD. Sorry, I shouldn't have got off the chart. But if you're in the kit, you can sell some here, 207, right? 207, 208. As you approach the orange line, you just don't sell at all. All right, go back to that max available chart. We're in the kit, baby. We're in it. Mickey. Yep. Solid jello with the entry. Yes. All right, so here, let's go back to weekly. You'll get a good shot of this thing again. So Goldman Sachs, and I got a great video when Goldman Sachs was downgrading the stock to a sell. That made me want to buy more. Because if Goldman Sachs is recommending you to short a $4 stock, that could only mean one thing. He's either trying to buy more by scaring people out of it, or even more devious, he's got a client that's caught on the wrong side of my firm buying it. He calls his friend at Goldman Sachs and says, oh, shit, I'm short 3 million shares of this AMD, bro. Do me a favor. Downgrade the stock. I'm going to short more today. And you downgrade it tomorrow so I can get the hell out of this stock. And then they meet at Stone Street for some guacamole and some martinis and maybe some margaritas. The guy that was short hands the Goldman Sachs guy $100,000 in cash. He says, done. And the next day they downgrade the stock. They downgraded the stock to a sell. So we laughed and we said, okay, good. We'll buy more. Thanks, Goldman Sachs. And then it started its liftoff. And then the old school way of trading, stocks go back above 250. Where do they go? They go to 5. And if they break 5, they go to 750. And all that was sitting here at this multiple time frame VWAP. And I was like, ooh, we can get through that 5. That's even more significant because we're coming out of a massive downtrend. And the Andy Dufresne was born. And then I started finding other monsters like Rambus. Remember Rambus? Now we're going old school. You mentioned JDSU. I'll throw Rambus at you. So Rambus, Andy Dufresne for quite some time, right? Under the orange line. Look at this nastiness. Sitting here between $4 and 15, more or less between, $9. So this was, let's talk about 2011 to 2020. So a 9-year Andy Dufresne, I'm in, and I'm still in, by the way. Still in the stock from the Andy Dufresne. Still thinking Rambus can get up to about $85, hopefully next year. Still in the name. But that's how it was born. These long extended awfulnesses, if that's a word. Yes, now you're talking Palantir. That's why I'm still in it. Palantir. Now, I blew this one because I got a little nervous, but because the internet convinced me that this company wasn't awesome, and I, some reason, got convinced that I was wrong, but I wound up buying it back. But yes, my friend, Andy Dufresne right here, left for dead for an extended period of time, and then we have the Andy Dufresne meets the Kardashian bottom. Well, that's usually, again, when you have some of these stocks lately, the 250 gets you 5 gets you 750. That's usually over days and weeks and months. Now, what's ridiculous about this market is that you're seeing that every day. You're seeing stocks that are breaking 250, going to 5, getting to 15, going to 1750. And the reason those levels still work today is that when options were first created, first of all, if you don't know, brief history, I was an options principal. I actually took a test for this. Remember those tests? I took a test to learn about options. I was not, what was it, the 24 or something like that? I don't even remember the numbers. I had a 7, a 63, a 24. I don't know. We just kept taking tests so we could feel special. Waste of time and money. But when options were first created, they only made calls. First of all, there were no such thing as puts. They didn't even want anybody betting against the market. And most of them were monthly options expirations, very illiquid. They were built in 2.5 point increments. So 5s, 750s, and 10s and 1250s. And when you got into the 20s, sometimes they went in 5 point increments, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Once you got over $50, sometimes these options were going in 10. And then when you got over 80, sometimes they were, 12 and a half, but they were always 2.5, 5 involved since the dawn of options. So as the market has evolved, and I believe 1987, if you haven't seen this show, let me give you a free preview of something. There's a show called Black Monday. It's a dark comedy, and everybody who's a trader should watch the show. And if you haven't, it's called Black Monday. Don Cheadle. The show is dark and twisted and sick. Black Monday. I forgot where it's on. Black Monday. But I'm going to give you something if you guys are not afraid of some dildo ads popping up in your face. Oh, get it? Dildo ad popping up. Yeah. By the way, the Qs are rallying again. And hang on, let me show you this. There's a website called lookmovie.com. I know I just went off on a tangent, but I want to show you this thing. So here, off on a different subject completely. Lookmovie2.to, basically everything you could want to watch on the face of the planet for free. So here, Black Monday, when you have some time tonight, watch this show because they say something, it's very subtle, but in this show, they talk about obviously the crash of 87. And one of the traders created an algorithm that they started to experiment with. And that experiment went haywire and caused the crash of 87. That's their theory. I believe it. And I believe since 87, the market's been changing algorithmically. More and more computers have taken over. High frequency trading, right? If you've been trading long enough, if you obviously know CMGI and JDSU, you remember fractions. The powers that be told us that they were changing from fractions to decimals so mom and pop could buy their 100 shares of Microsoft a little bit closer to the bid. That's bullshit. They didn't change the market from fractions to decimals to save my parents 200 shares of Microsoft from 73 and an eighth to 73.02. It's bullshit. They did it to be able to program more algorithms and high frequency trading so they can get in at better prices in between these millipennies. That's why they did it. So as we progressed into the world of quantum trading, and quants, right? Price has now become all that matters because everything that we do here, 80% of trading is already pre-programmed. In fact, a lot of what happens on the day is already programmed the day before, if not the week before. And by the way, come on, hang on a second now. If you're in the Qs long, hello, if you rebought them, now you're right back to that same exact trade. The 588.85 got you back to the 520.50. Anyway, I don't want to distract you from my story here. I wasn't going to tell stories for at least a half an hour, but that's why these prices, going back to options and going back to quants and all the algorithmic stuff, all the stuff that I've witnessed over the last 30 years now even makes even more sense. These half-point whole number increments, the 250 get you 5, 5 get you 750. It's all based on the old computer styling. So when you have these blue sky breakouts, like on an SOUN, and you start seeing stocks, hey, if it breaks 10, you're going to 1250, and then it gets there. And then it breaks 1250, you're going to 15. So when you're on a blue sky breakout, you start to see those prices come into play. For instance, like this Credo stock, we had an IPO, right? Dead IPO for a while. We had some fun with it. Then it got crushed, and then Andy Dufresne comes out of the Andy Dufresne into a blue sky breakout. 2750 gets you 30, 30 gets you 50. And once you get into the 50s, this is where it gets crazy. Once a stock goes from 1750 to 20, The 20s usually get you to the easily into the 30s. $30 stocks tend to go to 50. If they get into the 50s, they go to 80. And that's why we held this credo all the way to basically 80. Palantir, 80. Reddit Mafia. Now, this one was even the most amazing Andy Dufresne of the year. No one's even talking about it. Reddit, which, again, some of us are still long, not me, and I'm sad about it because I love the idea. When an IPO pops, drops, more or less Andy Dufresne for about 2 years, everybody forgot about it. You don't have to be the bottom picker of Andy Dufresne, but you got to understand, look, Andy Dufresne, for about 6 months, you came out of it, buy it. But in this case, we just wound up buying it as it came out of the bottom pattern and broke new highs, because stocks that break into the 80s go to 120. 80 gets you 120, 120 gets you 180, 180 gets you 250. And if anybody still owns Reddit, don't sell it. The stock's going to $250. I don't care what you think. And if you are long the queues right now, this fourth time's a charm, right? Now you're getting it, right? The more the market tries to sell off, the better the next move will be. And there you finally got the retracement. So I said earlier, there's no chance in hell I'm shorting the queues today, because I just don't want to short the queues in December, right? There was a chance to short them today, obviously. I'd rather be trying to play the faux show bros. You missed the easy short, go get the longs. There's always a long trade. But now you're seeing faux show bro. The market tries to get you out. It's a bucking bronco. Get off my back, and then I'm leaving without you. So the more times you see that setup, here, for instance, like qubits, right? You missed the long trade. All right, cool. Wait for it to set up again. Faux show bro. Breaks down, holds prior day VWAP, so you're really not scared. So if you're watching it like you should be, because again, how do you trade? Watch the same stock all day and go back and check it, right? I've only traded qubits, QQQ, KIT, ASTS, right? So I go back and I check. Okay, what's it doing? By the way, UVXY is at 20 now. So I go back and check. Okay, KIT. Oh, look, it's setting up. Faux show. Let me buy it before it bros. Faux show. When a stock breaks back below where it came from and it comes right back, buy it. Because that tells you, all right, now I can identify my risk. The risk was the 184. I can buy the stock with 8 cents of risk for a possible retrace to the orange line, and you got paid. And now you sell majority of it here. You raise your stop to the pullback area, which would be 203. It hangs above 203. And the next logical thing that happens is it reacquires prior day VWAP and goes back to the 1 minute. And the more you see all this stuff play out, the better you get at it. And then you realize every day is the same freaking day. And then you realize, wait a second, not only is it the same day, I'm trading the same stocks every day. And then you realize that this is very redundant and monotonous. But if you're living a redundant and monotonous day that's profitable, that's good. If you come in every day and you're doing shit that's not working, then you're classically insane. This is the opposite of insanity, but you will go insane. Just remember Bill Murray, right? Hey, didn't I just live this day again yesterday? Wait a second, didn't I just live this same day 2 days in a row? So first he went from being bewildered to thinking that he was a god, and inevitably he wanted to kill himself because it's the same day every day. And you can't escape. But luckily we come here, we hang out with friends every day, and it's a good day. We live the same day over and over again. And then, we try not to go insane. So going back to those prices, 250 get you 5 get you 750. That's just, you'll start seeing that that's mostly swing trading and investing. But it's also for these day trades now with these stocks that are blue sky breaking out and $3 stocks that are getting back over 5, you're starting to see those prices coming back into play. Like, the Q-Berts and the Q-Bits. And, some of these stocks were 92 cents. Rigatoni, this was 92 cents when we started buying it, coming out of the Andy Dufresne. Hello. 36 cents And when this started to, sorry, this was $1. This was the one was $1.75 coming out of the pattern. So Andy Dufresne meets the Kardashian bottom. And then once this broke 350, we were like, man, this could actually go back to test its old friend at 1125. At 1125, we thought this was the most amazing thing ever. And now it's up another 100% from there. So it's just incredible what some of these names are doing. And that's why I just kept going back to the same pattern. So Rigatoni, check this one out. This is Mob. You'll start noticing they're all the same chart. Here, there's one. Stitch Fix came out, but that one got hammered right back down. It finally, Andy Dufresne came out. We got paid. We thought about holding on to some, but then it just reverted and went back down into the Andy Dufresne. Who the hell runs back into the sewer? This stock's a loser. Usually you run for freedom. So if you pop and you roll back over and die, you leave it back down there in the sewer. Let's see if it ever comes out of there. Just awful. But yeah, Palantir, another great example of one that we bought coming out of that pattern. Not only have I not used ChatGPT for chart reading, I'm proud to say I've never used ChatGPT ever for anything. I don't even know what ChatGPT is. I heard a lot of people talking about it. I don't know what it is. You know what? And I made it this far. I don't want to know what it is. I never drew a picture on AI. I heard that's pretty cool. I've never done it. So I'm like a weird curmudgeon when it comes to the new shit. I wait till it's like played out and then I'll start investigating. No, I've never used ChatGPT ever. I don't even know what it is. I think the closest I've come to AI is when I what did I do the other day? I was typing something on something and it said, would you like to improve your grammar? And I said, yes. And it improved my grammar on the text. I think that's as much as I've gone AI. But hey, wait, let me just tell you something about these QQQ long right now and UVXY short. All right. So UVXY short, and I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit here, but UVXY, when it starts to plummet, now we know that the market might be good for the day. And not only, and when I'm saying good for the day, like we might grind up and now rally to the point where we start joking around about when is the market going green. I bet nobody in here is thinking the Qs are going to be green by the end of the day, except for me. Because if we break over this blue line, the shorts are going to start covering. We're going to get back to the 522.16. You break through there and you start breaking through the 930 area. And then the orange line's telling us we can get there. All hell can break loose. And the shorts are going to say, my God, we just never stay down. Right. That's why I stopped shorting the Qs most of the time. And I'm not denying it. It was a nice trade. Yeah, one of these days I'll investigate it, right? I heard this AI shit's taken over. Hey, man, every stock I bought in the last 3 months was AI related. But we're getting a kind of a, relatively boring day, which is good. So I'm going to take a break and I'll be back in a half an hour. If you guys some charts, give me some charts you want me to look at. We'll talk more about Andy Dufresne. And of course, the 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal, the trade that has basically saved my life. Yeah, Christopher Walken lives inside me. He's like my Quado. He can come out anytime. Kenny, it's crazy. Let me out. All right, so if you guys are sticking around, we're going to be here all day. So I'm going to get some breakfast, have a nice leisurely cup of coffee. My partner's around. He's even more geeked out about VWAP than I am. He discovered it basically when I really started. I mean, I knew about VWAP, obviously. I never really thought of it as a the only trading vehicle, the only indicator I would ever use. And here we are. But circa 2012, our Brian Shannon was using it exclusively. This guy, Zach Hurwitz, Zach was was a member of our room. And he just started to see how I was plotting highs and lows of candles. And he said, hey, you're plotting VWAP and multiple timeframes of VWAP almost by inertly. He's like, why don't you just use VWAP? And I was like, who the hell gives a shit about VWAP? He's like, you do, apparently. And then I just started experimenting from 2012, from 2012 to basically somewhere in the middle of 2013. In the midst of that, I was also getting my ass kicked shorting the Qs like a moron. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to use VWAP because first thing I noticed was stocks don't like to stay down if they break back over the VWAP. And as a shorter, that's very important to me. And then I started experimenting with what trade worked the best. The best trade I have ever found is a stock that's either in the news, which is why it's an earnings report, earnings day, gap down, VWAP reversion, and a VWAP break. That's the trade I talk about on the internet that hasn't failed once in about 2 years. So it's very specific setup, right? So if it's stock, and again, I'll show it to you in a little bit. Let me go get some coffee and some oatmeal, and I'll be back. And if you want to join in for 20 minutes right now, say hello to you got some new friends on the internet. You got some new friends in the chat room. We're broadcasting across all time and space right now. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. But right now, I'm flat, and I'm staying that way until further notice.
Good morning, VWAPians. Good morning. Something about VWAP, range breaks, multiple time frames. We do it all in here. Hold on a second. I can't see what you guys are seeing over there. Yeah, load up. A happy new year to you too. Let me see if I can find the YouTube extravaganza. So if we've got questions over there, I can see. There we go. What's up, YouTube? All right. Broadcasting across the universe. Dismiss that. How do I mute that? There we go. Now I don't hear a backslap. All right. What's happening? All right. So, as Kenny is drilled in your head, we trade VWAP. Why do we trade VWAP? And one of the primary reasons we focus on VWAP is because it is the institutional money line. And what we mean by that is the algorithms are programmed to recognize a high density of price action supported by volume, and that is VWAP, volume weighted average price. So when you can recognize where the ongoing trend is relative to all of the volume and all of the price action, it gives you a much more definitive line where you can observe fair market value, or just as importantly, price discovery. So if you understand that, hey, where is the fair market value price of this instrument right now. And like we're looking at the Qs right now. So my chart happens, the green line on my chart, this big thick green line here happens to be my VWAP. My blue line is the hourly VWAP, and we'll talk about that for a second. And then this orange line up here, this is the multi-day. Somebody asked just recently, hey, well, what's the multi-day all about? Well, the multi-day represents a day over day representation of fair market value. So when we understand that the intraday VWAP gives us the interpretation of where fair market value is on this session, the multi-day allows us to go back and say, well, okay, if we understand where fair market value is on this session, what about on a day over day basis? And when we go back, and what the multi-day does is it's a continuation of where fair market value was observed yesterday or a prior day or a multitude of days. So if we look back here, um, coming out of yesterday, this green line here, this is the VWAP. This is where the VWAP closed yesterday. And now the VWAP, or excuse me, the multi-day just picks up that mantle and just continues it on. It continues the aggregation. So when VWAP is calculating all of the price action of volume throughout the day, you come up and it's resolved with a significant price. And then when we start the new day, the new session, VWAP just continues taking on today's current information and contributing that to the day over day VWAP. That's where we get our, um, you know, additional observation of where VWAP was, and then on an ongoing basis, where that day over day exposure is. Now we could take that out to a multitude of days, as I said, and we could go and say, all right, let's put a line on here for a second, just so we can see where that's at. We'll draw a line right here where the current multi-day is, which is right here, roughly 525.93. Now, if we wanted to go and say, all right, well, what's 2 days worth of VWAP? So we want to go back 2 days in history, find out where the VWAP closed, and then aggregate all of those days of VWAP information with today's current price action information, and then that will give us a 2 day observation. So if we just change our charts to a 2 day 1 minute, because we're always really focused on the intraday 1 minute kind of time frames, you'll see now that the multi-day has actually moved up a little bit. So, if we're going to recover, it's one thing to find recovery on the day, meaning, all right, so on the day we've been kind of choppy, but we're still under fair market value, right? Price discovery is here. And what we're doing here is we're coming up with the price action and we're asking the market, hey, market, do we have buyers now at or above fair market value price? And if the answer is yes, then we'll start trending above the VWAP. The accumulation will start, and because buyers are willing to pay at or above where fair market value is observed. So then if we break that, then we're looking to go up here and test. Well, okay, since we have strength on a day over day basis, what about on a day over day basis? So if we're breaking today's intraday strength, and then we're going to see if we can reclaim day over day support or resistance in this case. So that's where you're going to be looking for it. Hey, if we're good here, let's see if we've got strength day over day. And if we have strength day over day, then we'll maybe venture to a prior day. And then if that breaks, let's put another line right there where that 2 day is. And then we go out to a 3 day, and we can see, all right, well, the 3 day is actually lower. So when you go out to like a multiple or a longer term chart, you can see, all right, over the last couple of days, we were slightly higher, but we go back further than that, then that VWAP signature is obviously lower. So when we see that, all right, so we're floating in that range. So we've got to conquer that 3 day as well, because we're all the way down here. We got to conquer that 3 day and then the 2 day and the 1 day back and all of that. And then we can start to say, hey, relative to that big down push we had the other day, where are we at relative to that? And we could look back, 4 days, and we would see that the VWAP is still, I'm sorry, the multi-day is still above where we're trading at, right? And then we can understand that, hey, these are some of the levels that we need to conquer. Just like on the way down this morning, look where the market came down to and pivoted right off that 4-day VWAP. And then it bounced. And then it asked the question, hey, do we have enough strength to get back above the 3-day, which was way up here at the time? And when it bounced off of the 4-day and it rallied back and didn't get back through the 3, it wasn't going through the 2 or the 1. So we can understand that we can remain short. So a lot of times what you'll see is this multi-day is going to be a place where we gravitate to and check for a longer term time frame representation of support, a historical reference to where support is. And that's where you're going to see some of these things pivot. And when you see them pivot, you have to say, all right, well, if it's going to hold here, we're going to expect it to rally back. And if it can't get through the VWAP and then breaks back through that, then we have to go searching for a much lower recognition of support. And in some cases, that's going to be a little further out. So what we haven't done is check where the 5-day is. So if we look where the 5-day is right now, look where we kind of broke after we broke the 4, we got down to the 5, we chopped around, couldn't get back above it. Then we started breaking down some more. Then we found some auxiliary areas of support, and now we're on a bit of an uptrend. But you see what it did here, even though it broke below the 5, it tried to get back through the intraday. Now that we're below the intraday and we can't maintain a bid above the 5-day, then we need to start looking at it longer term time frames. And that's where you can use your multi-day to just start searching for where that next area of support might be if it doesn't hold this trend. So we can break that down and we can just start, usually you break through um, the 1 through 5, then you start looking for the 10. Well, the 10's way up here. So we have to go back even further. So let's go and see where the 15-day is. Recalculating. Look at this thing just calculating all over the place. All right, that's still way up here. So over the last couple of days, now we're kind of getting the impression that, hey, while we just came off of all-time highs and then we had a pullback and then we're trying to rally back, we're still below a lot of sentiment, right? 5 days, 10 days, 15 days worth of VWAP. So we keep searching. So we keep going back out even further. Let's try 20 days and see where that resolves itself. So what this is doing is this is taking all of the price action and volume over the last 20 days, resolving it to give us another price target area. And look, this is where it also chopped around this morning. This is the 20-day now. All right, so we're obviously below that. We got to keep searching. All right, so we can keep out. Let's go 30 days back. See where the VWAP is relative to 30 days. And as it's recalculating, we can see the market's coming down to the lows of the day here. And we'll get to where this should bounce here in a second. All right, there you go. That's going to be our new definitive target if we break the lows of the session so far. Why? Well, we had a sell-off. We tried to come back to fair market value. The market asked a question: are there any buyers willing to pay at or above fair market value on the session? No, obviously, because it got rejected there. Now that it's rolling back and it's going to break this, VWAP has to go down and ask, where is that next area of resolve? If there's an absence of buyers here and we're below the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20, and then, oh, wait, we have a 30 down here. Well, if we break this low range, then we already know there's an absence of buyers here because this thing kept selling off. But if it fails here now, we've declared there are an absence of buyers and we have to go search and test that next dominant area of support. I know a lot of this might be new and it might sound overcomplicated, but it's really not. It's really just about observing, if I do not have buyers, where is the next or last place buyers were credibly there to step in? And that's what you're going to be able to realize when you start to be able to read the VWAP. And the way that we look at it is we're trying to interpret sentiment. Are there buyers? If yes, then we go long. If there are no buyers, then we're looking to go short. Or if we are short, we understand that when things start to break down, they're going to come into your standard nominal places that you would expect a reactionary event to occur at. In this case, when it got rejected, the sentiment got rejected up here. It's coming down to ask these people or these price ranges, hey, you guys bought it down here last time. Are you still feeling confident that you want to stay the course? And if the price action gets back down here and asks that question and it's a negative, then the market only has one choice. It has to go find the last place the buyers were willing to step in. So if VWAP on a historical basis, or what we call the multi-day or multiple periodicity VWAP, that's giving us a representation of, hey, this is where the buyers had stepped in, or at least we understand here is where the dominant ongoing trend support is recognized. And then, of course, if we break that, then we'll go searching for other lower levels. All right, let me jump in here. Man, I can go off about VWAP. You just have to I have to keep myself in my lane because, like Kenny had said, I'm a super geek at this stuff. I have studied VWAP inside and out, upside down, sideways, up markets, down markets, sideways markets, chop markets. And it's allowed me to start really coming to that conclusion of what VWAP represents. And at the core of it, it is the recognition of where fair market value can be observed over multiple time frames. Now you can also, in the near term, isolate VWAP to what we call hot events or hot dates or hot points. That could be an earnings report, which is our bread and butter, primarily because we're looking for stocks that have high volatility, high volume, and you usually find those relative to a news event. What's the best reoccurring constant news event out there? That's earnings reports. Earnings reports come out, there's new metrics, there's new guidance. The new CEO is saying, this is our next project. Here's where we've been. This is what's in the pipeline. And then all the analysts go crazy over it and they start talking about it and they putting out price targets and recommendations, and then CNBC starts talking about it and everybody gets hyped and excited about it. And but the one clear cut thing about it is you can cut through all of the noise on whether stocks are good or not. And EBITDA doesn't matter, fiscal responsibility, what the CEO did, what he said or she, or whatever the case might be. The analysts could all come out and say this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. The one thing that will always remain true is the VWAP representation. Institutional money. That's what we try to follow. Not just the observation of where fair market value is, but it also allows us to understand what VWAP represents relative to what the institutions are doing. You and I and the 300 people in the chat rooms, we're all talking and becoming friends here, have no impact whatsoever on the disposition of a stock. The only ones that do are the institutions. So when we can recognize a price action, let's just assume, the Qs reported last. I know they didn't, but let's just look at this chart. They came out and said, oh my God, the Qs, the SPY, the whole general market's going to be rallying. It's that time of year. It's the ho-ho season. It's the Santa Claus rally. All of the analysts are pointing to new all-time highs before the end of the year. And you got to be involved. You got to be involved. This is going to be the best breakout stock of the century. Okay, you have all of the media talking about it, all of the other news agencies out there talking, all of the stock talk channels out there are talking about it, saying it's the greatest thing ever. The analysts are just begging you, don't miss the boat. Okay, fine. We'll take that under consideration, but why is it trading under VWAP? Why is it below 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days? Why is it under 20, 30 days worth of VWAP? Why? Explain to me. You're so excited about this product, but the price action is telling me it's below where the institutions believe this to be an actual product they want to get behind. Does that start to resonate with you a little bit? If you start to understand how the mechanics of the price action relate to what the institutions are doing, then you can start to follow their little breadcrumb trails. We're never going to be able to pick exact tops and bottoms. We're never going to know when some out of the blue news event's going to change the disposition of a stock. Now, there's like 2% of the time that you can't, really put 100% faith in, oh, it's breaking VWAP here. That must mean the institutions are behind it. Sometimes you have a very subtle event, a very, an intraday out of the blue news event, or even on a macro level. We just had the Fed come out, a week and a half ago now, dropped a bomb on the market. And how did the market react? That on an intraday basis is what I'm referring to. You have no recourse at that moment until the news gets digested, whether it's over a day or two or the next 8 minutes. And then once that news is slightly digested, it's amazing how price action will always start to come back and manage itself relative to these VWAP levels. Now, building a trade around VWAP is it's kind of counterintuitive a little bit, because a lot of times you see things that are approaching VWAP and you say, well, all right, well, Mr. Smart Guy, you said VWAP is the money line and I have something that's about to break over the VWAP. Well, you have to understand also that the algorithms are designed primarily to resolve themselves at VWAP. If you take anything away from what we talk about here relative to VWAP, let's just put it into context. If VWAP represents fair market value, consider this. In the absence of buying or selling pressure, price action will always revert back to VWAP for fair market value price discovery or price evaluation. So when you have a stock that's been selling off all day, it finds a bottom and then it migrates back to VWAP. You've essentially kind of conquered the day. The algorithms were set to sell it off, and then they put a shift in, and then you got it back and tried to resolve itself back to where for the morning there was a commitment of sellers in any of these little profit taking events, which is technically buying, but they're still classified as short selling covering events until you break over a near term catalyst that gives you the signal that says, hey, I'm credibly putting in a bottom. And now that I feel like that bottom's in, I'm looking for the reversion trade back to VWAP just to find out if the buyers are going to show up. So the reversion trade back to VWAP is very important to be able to understand that, hey, yeah, we might be coming off a bottom, but are we breaking VWAP or are we just reverting back to it, asking that simple question? Are there buyers at or above fair market value? And if the answer is yes, then it'll start reclaiming these higher levels. You'll start seeing the buyers come in willing to buy it at or above these fair market value levels. If there's an absence of that, then you're just going to roll over and retest where you came from. And it generally happens over and over and over. You're going to see the same exact kind of ebb and flow trend patterns occur relative to VWAP over and over and over. And when you study it long enough, and you're going to start to see the same type of happenings. Oh, it just hit VWAP. Okay, well, all right. Well, you know what? Smart money, smart monkeys like me, we see these events and we go, all right, we just came off the bottom. We just got back to VWAP. I'm kind of betting the algorithms were programmed to find that bottom, and they're going to take it back to fair market value. And when they do, those algos that bought it off the bottom, they're going to be taking profits there. So when you see something revert back to VWAP and you say, all right, I've seen this show before. I usually know how it ends. It's going to go back to VWAP. it's or break VWAP and then it's going to pull back. And I just bought it at VWAP because it broke, and then it's going to pull back. It'll stop me out, and then it'll come back later and break and then leave without me. If that's what you see normally happening, go into every single trade relative to a VWAP break with that same expectation, right? You're seeing something approach. I mean, if you didn't get involved earlier, right, and then you rode this up here, what would you be doing? If you bought the dip down here earlier and you got this thing to make its way back to VWAP, wouldn't you be selling some there to take profits? That's the disciplined approach to trading. So when you got something that ran back here and you said, all right, you're probably going to get a little profit taking. And if it becomes a shallow cut and holds and then comes back and breaks the little range that it formed at VWAP and then breaks out, then I've got a better idea of, hey, it just tried to die once. Now it broke out. I'm feeling better about the entry. And as that thing pulled back, it established where that stop needs to be that you're looking for your VWAP break. In this case, the Qs ran up to VWAP and they didn't even break it. And then they started to roll back over, taking out a couple of near-term tops. You're like, all right, well, I'm glad I didn't get involved yet. And oh, thank God I didn't. Holy crap, we are going back and testing the lows. So this is where you want to be able to read the context of what VWAP's representing and telling you about what the price action is currently doing. You never want to get in. You can get lucky and you can buy the dip and you can say, oh, technically I see a double bottom here. Let me give that a shot. And I'm going to use the bottom of, that most recent low as my stop. Now we did do that trade earlier and we took profits as soon as it, it started, hey, it's at least we found something off the bottom. All right, we're going to take some off up here, just because we got kind of to that nominal high that it tried to break earlier and then didn't and rolled. And if we were lucky enough to get up to it and start breaking the top of that range again, anybody that was a bag holder right here, when the stock finally came back and got them whole again, they're like, just get me out of it. Just get me out. Thank God I got lucky. I just went out. And that a lot of times, just that little absence of commitment is shown to the market, and then others decide to jump as well. And that's why you start getting these pullbacks. Now, in the near term, what I have found, and this goes a little deeper, is I'm starting now to recognize that because we're a VWAP traders or volume weighted average players, more volume, more better. I focus primarily on high volume events of the session. Usually the opening print, the first candle of the day is usually all that pent up energy. It gives you a lot of volume and it kind of builds out your ranges and creates a whole nother VWAP structure. And what I do is I start to look for those high volume events that come in and then basically anchor a VWAP to those high volume events. And then I have a trending viewpoint of what all of that new volume is intended for. If I see a high volume event come in, it starts building me a VWAP signature. And if I'm not maintaining a bid above that VWAP signature, I'm able to recognize all of that volume that just came in here is designated for selling pressure. If it was the other case, all that volume that came in would have been supporting this move up near VWAP, holding the bid above it, and then we would have broke the intra-session VWAP. In this case right now with the Qs, if we're looking for any type of recovery, at a bare minimum, the only place you want to start looking for a long trade at this point is above 520 on the Qs. And like I said earlier, we're going to go down and retest the support on the day. But guess what we have? If we break this low threshold, which we just did, more than likely, we're going to come down here and test this 517.80. We should get a little bounce off of that. And if that fails, we're going to come down to this realm down here at 516.75 and potentially have to come down on a macro perspective basis, check this 30-day VWAP. So if we don't start to rally off of this low pivot, which we just pivoted a little bit, but that's normal, right? That's reactionary event trading. You see where something's coming to, oh, it got there. All right, I expect a little bit of a bounce. Let's see how it performs off of that bounce. Does it break a prior range above it? Or does it just chop around and start to come back and fall again? If this falls here, we're looking for this thing to come to 516.40. All right. So we kind of talked about the mechanics of VWAP a little bit. And let's look at a couple of charts. You guys want to throw something out that you want to look at? And I'll give you my 2 cents on where it's been, where your immediate areas of support and resistance, and where it could potentially go. Long, short, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Al C. Yeah, look, when this volume zone gets created here, this is giving you the dynamics. Here's here's that high volume candle, and from that high volume candle, there's a VWAP signature, which is right here, and that's where it begins building its VWAP structure from. Now it also builds a high VWAP signature and a low VWAP signature. And then you have your linear representation of where that top and bottom of that candle are. So here's the linear representation of where the VWAP signature was, and then here's the low of it. Normally what you see is you see a new high volume event, things will test the highs, they'll come test this low blue level, maybe chop around a little below it, but then stay inside of this blue range. That's when you know your consolidation's kind of intact, and then you're looking for it to maintain a positive bid above here. And then your confirmation you're breaking that either side of this channel is here or here. In this case, we tried to rally, got set these highs. It could not hold a bid. It tried once to hold, it rallied, it tried twice, sort of rallied, and then it gave up the ghost. So along here, this was telling us, hey, this probably isn't going to continue. And then absolutely, we've got to punch out of this. All right, let's take an idea from the YouTube chat room. What do we got here? SoFi, ENVX, NVO. You guys are all like in the same kind of zone with some of the names. All right, let's just top down real quick. It doesn't take me long. SOFI. I don't know if I can paste charts into the YouTube chat room or not. I like doing that in our chat room. Whoops, let me get this thing back on a normal time frame here. There we go. All right, so SoFi, right? Immediately on your session, here's your areas of concern. You just came down and tested the low range here. If this fails, here's where you're going. Primarily, the way this just recalculated, you're below your VWAP, so you don't have intraday strength. You're below your hourly VWAP, which is a representation of the where the VWAP has been over the last hour, not where VWAP was an hour ago, but on an ongoing trend over the last, hour, this is the VWAP signature. So you have your intraday VWAP, your multi-day, which we talked about, your day over day structure, and then this is your hourly structure. Now, currently with SoFi, this had a high volume event that just occurred right about here at 11:49. That new high volume event created a new VWAP structure anchored to that high volume event. And you can see initially it sold off. It came down to its first area of support, rallied off of it, but now it's trying to stay above that VWAP signature. And you can see how it stayed above, and then it broke below it, tried to rally above it one more time. But look, it's starting to break this little threshold right here. And this is where that optimum threshold was built. It's way below that now. And you can see how it's trying to break back into this channel, but it can't do it. 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 Can't do it. Can't do it. And then right here is telling you, hey, relative to all of that that volume that came in, this is the VWAP structure and it can't stay above it. So what you're looking at here is you're asking that the same question that you would at any VWAP. Relative to this VWAP at fair market value, relative to this volume influx, are there buyers at or above? relative to all of that volume that came in. What are those volume? What is that volume intended for at this point? Is it buying pressure volume, or is it just chop consolidated potential selling pressure volume? Not being able to get back above these thresholds and getting back into the recovery zone, SoFi for the moment is still declared bearish. So if you're short, you have absolutely no reason to consider covering until it probably breaks back over this. And you're looking at 1590 as a stop if you're short. Or if you're looking for recovery, you're looking for this thing to get back above 1590, make a little run up here to 1592, have a pullback, test the sovereignty of this channel, and then break back above 1592. But the way this is poised right now, you've got you've got one little threshold right here. You can see it's kind of chopping around right across here. If this can't hold, you're going to test 83, and more than likely you're going to come back down here and test 81. Now, what you'll be looking for here is it's happening as we speak. So if you get a candle that closes below right here, 1584, the next candle that closes below 1584 is more than likely going to send you on a mission searching for buyers. All right, what's the other one you got here? ENVX. Oh, by the way, with SoFi in the big picture, we can come out here to the macro range. Let me dump some of these old school drawings I got on here and find out where you're trading around right now. SoFi towards the end of the year here, we're in a very positive uptrend. So on a macro level, you see this level here? That was your objective for the year, just to getting in here to this 1591. You see why 1590, 1591, 15, what was it, 87 something was so significant? Now, that's why you're chopping there right now, because you're back at this macro level here. So it's very important on the day. If you're committed to the long side on this thing, you need SoFi to close above 1591 today. Now, where this is trading off of right now is down here on a prior day's VWAP signature. And then if this starts to fail, look where it wants to go, back down to here, 1557. So if this can't hold a bit up here, you're just going to start, and you already broke through this day's VWAP, you're just going to come down here. By the way, these macro levels here, these daily candles, right? Each one of these candles has a representation of VWAP on it. These little blue dashes here represent where fair market value is on each candle going forward. So when you break one range here and you break below a historically referenced VWAP signature like that, or the next one down is going to be down here, that's how you can start building your roadmap for recovery, what your expectations are for breakouts, and understand why the chop is chopping in an intraday, uh, inside of your intraday candle. So you can see we really couldn't get back above yesterday's dominant VWAP signature, which was up here. It's pretty much where the day started, right? But these levels here that we have from the macro picture, they're going to give us some insight as to why and where we're chopping around on an intraday basis. So we come back in here to intraday now and look where your chop zones are. Look where you chopped all morning, right across that 1647. Look where you broke down to the 1616 area. You rallied off of it, got rejected at the VWAP, and then you broke down to where? The 1606 area. You had a little chop. You couldn't get back through it. And now you broke down to these realms. And you're kind of holding that 1586. But look where it rallied back to, that 1606 from the historical perspective. And then when that got rejected, it went down here to 1591. Then when it rallied back, it couldn't even get back above that 1606 again. And now it's chopping around, testing these lows. So SoFi, so far, no long. And right, what did I just describe for you a minute ago about how if it broke right here, it was going to come down to this range. So when you broke the bottom of that, you put in a closing candle relative to this low formation here, you'd have to come down to search for where the buyers were last. Now, for the moment, you had this push through, so anybody who was short is slightly covering a little bit. But if it doesn't, get back above this range, which it just tried, you see that right across there? It just came right back to there. Nobody was home. Now it's going to have to check here at 1581. And at 1581, it's going to break through that a little bit, chop for a minute. And if nobody's home, it's going to come down here to 1578. And when that fails, it's going to 1573. And then ultimately, you're looking at reverting back down to a macro level of 1570. All right, let's take a real quick look at where the cues are, and then we'll come back and look at some more of your charts. All right, so what SoFi just did, the cues just did as well, right? We were looking at this dominant range across here, right? Right about here. So actually, this started a little higher up here. You got through your sentiment was failing. You're below your VWAP, you're below your hourly, you're below the anchored VWAP to the high volume event. There's just an absence of committed buyers. And if there's an absence of committed buyers, every time something breaks down and tries to rally back, nobody's home. It has to check that next lower support. Nobody's home. Okay. If nobody's home there and we break that near term range, where are we going next? The next dominant range, 517.81. We're almost there and we're going to hit it. And then we're going to bounce, right? Watch. Going to hit this range and we're going to bounce. We're going to bounce briefly and we're going to find out, hey, all right, we just hit a very dominant area here. Let's cover some if we're short because smart money's covering every time they hit a dominant level. And you're going to see a little bounce. And if it can't recover back above this most recent pivot zone, it's going to come back and say, hey, there was nobody up there. So, and you guys weren't really committed. I guess we're going to have to come down here. So once the Qs break this 517.81, we're going to 516.76, unless this breaks here and takes out the top of this near term dominant range, which it doesn't look like it wants to do. Now, one thing I'll tell you about the Qs right now on the day, it's on an algorithmic. There's an algorithm running on this. It's a cell program, right? And this cell program started here. And what we just got on this was a significant low volume event that just occurred right here at 1219. Now that occurred, we're looking for a little bit of a blow off here. And then, well, what I mean by a low volume event is that when you have a high volume event, it's telling you, well, what this new price action's setting up to do. When you have a very significant low volume event, I mean, it's not super low, but a low relative to what the average volume has been for a considerable amount of time, it's kind of letting you understand that, hey, they might be throwing a new algorithm at it, or this algorithm was programmed to do this. And now that it got done, there's no volume. Means there's no buying, no selling. There's no mission. Mission's accomplished. And when you start to see an event like that, this is where you have to say, all right, well, this might continue, but I just kind of witnessed the beginning and end of an algorithmic move. And I hit a dominant level simultaneously. And look, we got to bounce. So when you're able to put all of those stars together and realize, what the algorithms technically do, how they perform, how they become reactive at very specific levels derived from VWAP, man, you've got an ace in the hole for navigating the chop like a master. And that's what we try to lay down in here and teach you guys. All right, give me another chart. I'm stoked. I'm on my third can of Red Bull now. I'm ready to go. Give me a pick, man. Give me a pick. Hey, well, while we're sitting here watching the Q Chopper, I want to see. We were talking about KIT earlier, KITT, and this is doing some interesting things. This just had a news event. I think somebody posted that the CEO is reacquiring the stock. That's what gave it its pop last night. But one of the things, this is one of those names that, as Kenny was pointing out, is the Andy Dufresne setup. This is where you've got a stock that's been consistently beat up for a long period of time. So here's a 5-year observation of KITT, right? It's going to zero. It's going to zero. It's going to zero. But then it does an interesting thing. It starts to find a little bit of support. So it kind of put in a low and it starts to kind of rally off of it. And then it starts to break a threshold relative to that low, right? So where this popped up, it started to pull back. But then once it started breaking back above some of these dominant ranges, look what you got. You've got a little upside surprise. Why was this all of a sudden slowly being accumulated? It was on its way to zero, right? The next place for Kit to go is like negative 72 cents. I know it's a joke. You get it when you hang around us longer. But look what this did. This started consolidating. It was 5-year lows. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you had 3 consistent days where this thing is starting to firm up. And then look what you get. You almost like an algorithmic reason for it to set up and go. Combined, hey, the algorithm sees some buying pressure, quiet buying. They start getting active on it. Then the CEO comes out and says he's buying back shares or whatever the noise was. It doesn't matter. It broke over a low threshold VWAP signature. And in this case, it was somewhere around a buck and a quarter. Actually, it was like 117, I think he said yesterday, somewhere around there. He's hey, keep an eye on this. And then when it was starting to work and taking out that upper threshold around 122 yesterday, it's like, look, this thing, it's being bought. It double dipped. It came as breaking a relative range above that dip. And now it's getting above 135. Then you're just looking for this thing to at least start migrating back to where some of those pivot points from history are telling you it can go to. And looking back, it broke the top of this bottoming formation range right here. We call this the ass crack breakout, where you've got a left cheek, top of the crack up here, and your right cheek, and then you're breaking the top of the crack. You're looking for this thing to go to 147. And then when that breaks, you're looking for it to go to 172. When that breaks, you're looking for it to go to, 2.25. And then when that breaks, you're looking for it to go up to the next, set of levels. And it was around 250, 265, and then this thing ultimately went to $3 last night. And it sort of filled that little gap right there. You can see how it got to the 2, and then it was like, all right, we broke that. We didn't quite make enough to get it to go up to this next higher pivot zone, which is in the 4s. But for now, we're going to keep an eye on it because this thing is just, it had such a rally last night. Profit takers were coming in tonight. All these bag holders were going, oh my God, my dreams have come true. It finally rallied to $2, $3. I got to sell some here. And that's what's happening today. But if this thing holds 203 today, and preferably starts getting back over its session VWAP level, this looks like it could be setting up for a continuation to go back and check 3. And then if it takes 3, then we've got some of these upper macro levels for this to go back and investigate. So keep an eye on the KITT. All right, what do you got here? Let's see what you got in the chat. Oh yeah, the qubits. Qubit. Take a look at what this has been doing on the macro vision here. Let's see. Save drawing. Let me save this. What is it? QBTS. All right. Let's come in here and clear these old drawings off. We'll start from scratch. All right. So on a macro level, the qubits did the same thing. This is a stock that's been considerably beat up for a while. I don't think it has 5 years worth of data on it, but this, I believe, was the IPO, right? Somewhere around here. Am I looking at the right time frame here? 5 years or greater. Yeah. So you have an all-time high sitting here, or whatever that price is there. Yeah, 13, 22, 23. But this thing had been considerably down for a while, right? But then they started coming off of this chop over the last year, right? If I'm not mistaken, this is probably where Kenny started barking about this thing, breaking over, chopping around the last few days. Hey, look, this thing's breaking over 137. And then, oh, we're getting to 158. Oh, it's breaking 158. We're going to 178. Oh, we're breaking 240, 250. Stocks that break 250 are generally on a move. Stocks that break 250 or a dominant low range, you're looking for this thing to start migrating up into your fives. Then you're going to break five, and you're going to go to 750. You're going to break 750. Then you're going to go to 10. You break 10, you're going to 12, then 1250, then 15. Then this thing will be $300 by the end of the year. Now, some of that's tongue in cheek, but what's really occurring here is this thing rallied over the last few days, and then it had this massive pullback, but it held. And then right before that massive pullback, we had a huge influx of volume here on the qubits on the 18th. We had that sell off that was pretty much market driven sell off, but then we came back, right? And we got back above our dominant VWAP signature range up here. You're holding the multi-day over this longer time frame, so you're bullish on a macro picture. But in the near term chop here, look where we're chopping around at. Let's just put a hiatus on that 1320 for now. Coming out to your macro chart, where this thing's been trading over the last few days, you can see, hey, here's that VWAP signature from that high volume event. We tried to sell off, but now we're back above it. We've been holding above it for 3 days now. And now here's the 4th day. All we did was we tried to break the top of this range up here. And anything that's on the precipice of breaking out, yeah, it breaks out. Oh, you got some profit takers because it just broke that high, that most recent high here. So you got people that were probably bag holders here that are like, oh, thank God it finally got me whole again. Get me out. And that's what today's all about with qubits, right? So what you can do is say, all right, well, if I understand that I've got a dominant issue there, I got a dominant issue there, and here's the VWAP relative to that dominant issue. And then if I'm going to really break out and be a new uptrend, then I need to break over 1050 and stay and close above 1050. If I close above 1050 today, then I'm looking at this potentially going higher. And all of these watermarks here are telling us where the stock's going to go to next. And, where the algorithms are going to say, hey, this is where we're going to take it up a little bit, take some profits. And then you start to experience, that walk up to your next set of dominant levels. Qubits is poised. The market has declared, the market has configured for the short term that its real intentions are to make it up here to about 2250. Is that going to happen today, tomorrow, by January 1st, whatever? Who knows? But that's what the market's intentions are now. If we've checked the bottom of support and we break the top of 1050. If we break 1050, we're going to start trying to address these upper channels. If we get that 1050 break over the next couple of days, we're looking for this thing to go to 15. That's going to be up in this profit taking zone here. All the while, if QBTS does not hold a bid above $8 here in the near future, it's probably going to have to test these lower levels. And you're not going to want to be a part of that, because these things that rally out of nowhere on hype, which this is a quantum stock. I think you've all heard Kenny explain the quantum tulip mania fad going on right now. Once that fad's over with, these things can dip very, very violently. So you have to be on point with these, but at the same time, you have to understand that stocks that put in new highs are meant to have a day of a pullback. And if they don't really break down below the next nearest threshold below it, in this case, 932, which it hit and then came right back, it stays above 932, we're good. If it breaks 950, we're really good, because that means it's on its way to, the buyers are going to really step back in and start chasing this. But if we break 8, then we have problems. And then you don't want to let it go back and kill you. So when we see those macro environments set up, it kind of helps us define where what we're looking to do and where we're holding support and where recovery is really going to be observed. You can see this morning's pre-market tried to break that 1050 a couple of times. It pulled back and held the prior day's close, and then it got back above the VWAP, and it rallied up to where? The intra-session profit-taking zone, and then sold off. Now that it's been chopping around all day, look what it's been doing though. It came down to the multi-day, chopped around and held, then it got back out of it. Now you just dipped into it one more time. So it's almost like, hey, I know we might die, but you guys want to buy it here? And for the moment, qubits, they showed up. Now it's a different story if they can break and go green again here and get back above the VWAP. If we can get back above the VWAP, then we understand that the buyers are truly intact. If we fail, it's stay below here and we break that 932 on the day, then we're going to have to wait for some other catalyst to help support this thesis going forward. All right, what do you got here? You still looking at the WIMI, or are you talking about Windows, Intel, something, whatever, something, QCOM? All right, let's see what the Qs are doing here. What are you guys over here in TV land doing? Oh my, is that really just happened? Oh yeah, we had the Qs rally up here a little bit. Now this is starting to get interesting because this just came up to where on the Qs. Check this out. Here's that VWAP signature from that volume event, this or gold line right here. Look where we just got up to. Once again, it came up, knocked on the door. Hey, can I come up there and play? No, get back down in your hole. And that's what it's doing. But I really want to come up there and play. Well, you go down there and make sure you got buyers. If you got buyers down here and you come back and you break here, okay, then we'll let you play. And this time we're going to let you go back to VWAP, but not until you go down here and find and make sure the buyers are intact. Oh, did you hear it? Corey. Oh, I know Corey heard it. Yeah. Rejectified. Now we had another one of those volume events. It was at 1219, right when this thing pivoted. So they're finding there's an absence of volume that it's periodically showing up in here, and usually that's when they're like, all right, we just don't have buyers or sellers at the moment. It's just kind of in flux. Let's gear up and put a new algorithm to work. So we're about to find out. This is probably going to come down here, and if this breaks this support, they're going to throw another algo at this. They're going to throw a bunch of volume at it, and we're going to be able to see if this new volume influx is going to be meant to save the day or become more selling. MYSZ. 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 Why do I guess I don't, was this on one of my lists? I don't know. I don't believe this had earnings or anything, right? Hell no. Who would have earnings at Christmas time? Let's see. They had everything was shared. They got halted earlier this morning. All right. Well, when you see a stock like this, unless there's like a takeover event, usually you'll see a stock gap up. And if it's like takeover news, that stock will gap up and then just start trading very tightly sideways. But when you get a stock like this that was at $4 last night and it opens up this morning at 9, if you were in it at $4 last night, what would you be doing? You'd be taking profits, wouldn't you? Yeah, you would. And if you weren't, then, oh, it's breaking, oh, it's going to go back to $11 in the pre-market. No. 90% of the time, stocks that are gapped up are going to at least sell off a little bit. And if we look at to where they sold off, they were pretty consistent on where they were selling off too. Now with this MYSZ, let's see where this thing's been in a macro sense. All right. This had a high volume event happen to it about a week ago, right? On the 20th. So this thing kind of set the bar moving forward where all of your future support and resistance are going to be recognized. So where this thing's poised to do now is kind of like what I was describing a minute ago. You set the bars here, you broke above this range, you were under it for a while. Now today you came out, you broke above this range, you just barely got up to this 950 area, but then you reverted back under it. And right now you're testing the VWAP of that high volume event right there, right there. That's where you want to go. And if this thing closes above 790 today, you get this thing back above 790, then you're looking for this thing to start moving up to these upper channels. That's not what I'm calling for here, but we're talking about building a roadmap so we understand how to navigate it if we're involved, what to do when we hit some of these exits off the freeway, and how to manage the trade. So coming in and plotting a couple of ranges above or below wherever your current candle is going to give you some definition about the price action that's unfolding relative to your idea here. So now when we got this roadmap built, we know this 794 and 765 area was very significant. And then why 576 was important that it bounced off of. And now getting back above that 765 is going to be your ultimate goal. Knowing that if this continues to sell off, you're really not going to want to be staying involved with this thing if it breaks 622. And on the macro scene, yeah. So let's go look at this now, intersession, see what we got. See, this is where we were trading across yesterday, staying above that 391 area. Look where it pulled back to, and look where it's been chopping around at, the 622 range. But you had your dip, you had your consolidation at upper ranges. Now you're just in the moment breaking above this consolidation node above the hourly. Your sentiment's in check over the last hour, and you're breaking a range. This is looking to move up here to 709. You're going to hit 690 here. You're going to have a little chop fest. Then you're going to try to hit the upper side of this at 728, resolve it at 709, and then it's going to pick a direction from there. So what I would see this doing now, that it's finding a bottom and it's trying to break this range. You just broke this little range. You're doing a little price check on aisle 12 right now. If this comes back immediately off of this pullback and breaks out, you're looking for this thing to find its way up into here. Check these ranges, something like this. And then you're looking for the potential of what it's going to do after it comes up here and does a shake and bake around 708. So let's see if this pullback holds and comes right back. If this pullback holds and comes right back, this is what you're going to see happen. It's going to try to rally, get up to the top of these ranges. You've got so many of these little pivot points that it has to kind of dominate going forward. So let's see if we get the credible price check on aisle 12. Oh, it's breaking out. It's leaving without me. And then it pulls back, stops you out, and then decides to go. That happens to everybody. Um, hey, girl trader, thanks for asking. Um, solidjello.com. There. I said it. I said it. I want y'all to be a part of Hit the Bid. You know, you guys don't worry about what come understand the VWAP. What I've done and what I've built with my indicators here is basically took Mr. Rain Man, aka the Warlock, aka the One, aka Kenny Glick, and I've been with him. It's close to 20 years. I don't remember exactly when I you know fell into his crew, but what I've done is took everything that he was doing in his head and mathematically reproduced it. Now, my levels aren't always going to be on point with what he's doing because he uses this magic warlock Rain Man mystery fuzzy math, but it works. He knows, he sees the market through a magic lens. And I'm not even joking about that. That's what really brought me into the fold. When I first got started, like everybody else, I was watching CNBC and going, "Oh, Kramer, buy, buy, buy!" So, get all excited about trading. But when it came down to understanding the dynamics around how and why trades work and what you're really looking at, I started to, you know, take the concepts on how to build ranges and then, you know, why you come in and look at a specific consolidation range and being able to see where the dominance of that range is. And then I was like, all right, well, I can program this. So I programmed it. So now I just create VWAP math that represents the high um, dominant levels of support and resistance, the way that the market algorithms basically what I've done is reverse engineer what the market algorithms are programmed to do. So we can visually explore where their potentials are, right? None of this is, and there's nothing out there that's ever going to say, hey, the QQQ is going to be at 528.14 today at 4 o'clock. No. But what it does allow you to visualize is where the reactionary events are and whether you're building ranges the old school way by saying, hey, I got a couple of top candles here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's my top. Here's the top of this range, and really where it tried to rally and then failed about right there. I just build these ranges out programmatically. So they're always there on a fly. I just it doesn't matter. You can come into any chart at random. Like for instance, let's look at Tesla for a moment. Right. I can come in here. I get my sentiment observation. All right, we're below the multi-day, we're below the VWAP, we're below the hourly, and in the middle of this current chop, I'm looking for some definition on what the algo's intentions are. Is this going to be bullish intentions or bearish intentions? And with these ranges here, I can very clearly isolate. Here's what I have to be concerned with on an ongoing basis right now. So I can come in very quickly to any stock and say right there and there. Let me see how this is going to perform when they hit interact with these dominant levels. And I know that if I break that level there, more importantly, I'm able to visualize that not only is a wick or a candle breaking that level, but is the value of that candle breaking that dominant range? And if so, then I understand that there's a hole in the boat and it's about to sink. And being able to take VWAP from all of its periodicities, macro, yearly observations of where VWAP support is, all the way down to candle VWAP, and say, all right, well, here's fair market value of this candle. Is the fair market value of this candle greater or less than this candle? If it's less than this candle, then I understand that we're going to be searching for a new lower value of support, which will be there or there. And then knowing that this is the bottom of the consolidation range, if a future candle here, if a future candle's um, price discovery value is less than the dominant price discovery value of this consolidation area, then I know we're actually breaking down, and it's not just some erroneous wick poking its little nasty head down where it shouldn't. All right. So one of our other, once you start being able to understand the chop, you're sitting in a situation like this with Tesla. Is it going to start finally firming up and breaking out? Is it going to break down? I don't know. What's it doing? It's just chopping around. And when you're able to come in and just quickly isolate, all right, here's my boundaries. This is what I'm going to be looking for. You can do a couple of things. Once you've got your boundaries set up, then you start looking at the macro world around you and saying, all right, if I think Tesla is going to come back here, I don't know why I would, but if that's kind of what I'm feeling, it's kind of holding the support for the moment. If it breaks the top of this range, it might make a run for VWAP. What's the rest of the market doing right now? Are the Qs rallying? Ultimately, the thrust of the market, is that supporting my thesis here on Tesla? What's UVXY doing right now? Is UVXY trying to rally and rolling over, telling me that, hey, there's an absence of fear in the market, which might generate some active comfort or lack of fear in buying the market, and the Qs are going to start to rally. And if the Qs start rallying, we're starting to observe that all ships are rising. And will that all ships rising event help the thesis on my Tesla idea right here? But look what we're doing right here. You see how we just hit that top range. We're going to hit it again. Now watch. Oh, it's about to break out. Is it? Well, we'll find out. Just like when this rolled over, we didn't really come down here. We didn't really put in a new lower value price discovery on this most recent low here. Now at the high side here, we're doing the same thing. If we're going to break the top of this little range right here, is a future price discovery right here higher than this little area right there? We wicked through it and we came back. We wicked through it and we came back. Now watch, if we get this to follow through, which would be nice just for educational purposes here. If we get a candle and its price discovery value breaks right here, we're going to break that and we're going to go right up here to 430, 420. Let's make that a little yellow traffic cone color here, just so we know what we're looking at there. There it is, right? Oh, it's leaving without us. It's leaving without us, right? 433.45, right? See how it's just still chopping right here? But if we get price discovery of this candle, which we got 30 seconds left on, if it breaks right here, it's going to trigger an algorithm to search for a higher level. Doesn't mean it's going to follow through with the breakout, but it's going to try to break this next upper dominant range. Come on, do it. Do it for the people. Do it for the people. Oh, there we go. See, we just had a little breakout. Now it's going to try, because you just kind of said, all right, I got a value that's greater than the range break value. Let's see if we can hold it. Oh, see how it's retracing here? Come on, get back above it, close above it. That's what we want to see, a close above that dominant range right there at 433.45. Let's make that a different color. It's mixing up with one of those other colors I got there. Let's make it dark orange. There we go. Oh, rejectified again.
What up, homie?
What's up, homie?
So yeah, we're getting that slow, boring day that I was thinking that yesterday was going to be, but I guess it's today. But that doesn't mean the rest of the day can't get something going, because now you got what the Kardashian bottom on the Qs. So again, you're kind of Andy Dufresneing the Qs right now. As a matter of fact, you see how we haven't rallied the entire day. The top of the VWAP now is below the bottom. Sorry, the VWAP now, the 1 minute VWAP at 420.86 is below, as we like to call it, the ass crack high at 2150. So if there's going to be any chance of a rally, and again, you're still in the process of, finding that 518 has been a nice entry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different times for small paydays. We've just been accustomed to one of these trades inevitably breaking VWAP. But what's interesting about the Q setup, you haven't broke VWAP the entire day. That's important, because if we do finally get it later and we get back above the 521.50, that's when it could kick in and all that waiting could pay off. Or it's just one of those boring sideways afternoons, but the trade is already set up for us. Keeps holding this 518, the shorts are going to get inevitably going to want to cover. But then more importantly, the VWAP break is more or less the right shoulder of this little pattern that formed. You see it? He's showing it to you. We got rejected at his, mine's the blue, his is the green, coming down to those left of 518. So that's your bottom range. So now the right shoulder is 520.86. You get over there, you should make a run for the border to 521.50, and that would be big. You break over a 521.50 area, that will trigger some buying. And if you look at the candle from way back at 9:46 this morning, where we pivoted off, and then we broke down from there, that's the 522.20 area. That would be the major accomplishment. So if we can get through those three areas, then we could have liftoff to orange line, which is another 4 points away. That's your prior day VWAP. And we have been accustomed to getting that trade. So down here, if you guys are buying something, I am not buying. I could be wrong about this one, but now that we're in the afternoon phase, we got our decent trade. I shorted qubits again. I got paid and wound up still getting stopped out. This bastard's kind of resilient. Kit paid off again. Nice entry at 194, 207, and 212 sold. Not a bad trade. So now I got a couple of $100 bills. What's up, my man? I got a couple of $100 bills to throw on the Qs long. So I'm looking at probably, as it a lotto play, because I'm not feeling it right now. I mean, there's no reason to think this market's about to rally, but that's when it rallies. So if UVXY starts to go back under that 20.5, and you see UVXY flirting with the low 20s, VWAP break on the Qs. So now, I don't normally speculate. I'm more of a reactionary trader, so I'd rather buy. I usually buy the Qs if they break VWAP later in the day. But now I'm looking at some of these prices. They're still a little bit pricey. So a 520 is 90. The 521 is 55. If we sit around underneath the VWAP for another hour or so, these are today's options. They expire at the end of the day. They're going to start disintegrating very, very rapidly. So if we can get the 520s, under, 35, then I'm interested. So I'm still stalking the Qs for a long. And I got to tell you, this qubits, all this meat, and I shorted it 3 times now. I've escaped alive 3 times. And considering how difficult the trade has been, what's it telling you? These stocks don't want to die. And if they don't want to die, they generally turned out to be buys. So the whole list of those stocks I gave you, qubits and qbert and all the quantum stocks, they really don't want to go down. I mean, they've pulled back. I mean, if anybody was able to short QMCO, that was a really nice one. You just couldn't get a short off on it. And you see how it still hasn't even retraced a prior day VWAP? All this selling, thing got to 90, now it's back to 70. He's still green, and they still haven't even retraced a prior day VWAP. That's still bullish. It's incredible. It's been a nice short, but overall, it's still in this bullish environment. But good job, man. Welcome back to the party. So yeah, this is my buddy Salad. So him and we basically discovered this stuff. Somebody brought it to us. I was briefly telling you the story about how we discovered this. Considering I was trading for 20 years before VWAP has changed the way I look at the market, I was always skeptical. I was always a little jaded and cynical. Plus, I was a market maker, and I know there's shenanigans going on. All that manipulation and rigging is real. Now we see it algorithmically. We actually see prices that are, they have a misprint in the pre-market, and then suddenly the stock goes to that price. A lot of this stuff, when you start staring at screens as much as we do, and now we only look at VWAP and very specific price and only just chart pattern recognition, you start to see all the glitches in the matrix, and they're real. A couple of days ago, the Q's printed 4 points out of the money, and we were like, hey, what's that? And I was like, take it under advisement. If UVXY starts to go up, we're going to fall to that price. And we did. We went right to the exact price, which was incredible.
Here come the Qs.
So, but yeah, back to the story. I mean, I've been trading my whole life. I've never seen anything that works this well, not just for giving you, a good idea to buy a stock. It also reminds you that when you're wrong, again, I came in looking for a reason to buy the Qs today, and the market told me, shut up, you're wrong. And I was like, okay, market, I will listen. Once it broke VWAP in the pre-market, and then it flirted with trying to get above it at 8:55 this morning, I was like, oh, that's something different. Because usually by 8, usually we make the turn, we break the VWAP, and the bull market's back. Today was different. But now it's starting to shape up as, again, I haven't done any QQQ shorting today. I've done long twice. And now I'm probably feeling a little left out on this move right now. That 518 has been a pretty good buy. So now you see how it's coming, finally getting over that little range. We're talking from 1151 where it broke down to right now. You're kind of coming out of that bottom range. So now if this can get something going, the next area is usually the retrace fully back to the VWAP. And then if you break it, next thing you know, you start rallying. And then you factor in the time of the day. A lot of times between 12 and 2, you're going to get the meandering around. So I don't mind. I mean, if you're long the Qs, I don't want to root against you, but, I wouldn't have minded if it would have not started making this move right now, because I was waiting to buy something a little bit cheaper. But I'm glad you guys are all hanging out, seeing what we do. This is basically the same. Again, I kind of shaped this day out to be some sort of class. Every day is a class. This is like an ongoing VWAP symposium every day. Every day is the same exact day. We go over the charts. We show you why these things work out. And then more importantly, address when we're wrong. It's not if, it's when. When you're wrong, how do you adjust? Like ASTS, right? My only loss for today, right? Tight stop, got out. Look where it is now. Sold the stock at $24.72. Look where it is now, $23. See, you don't want to take a small loss and turn it into a massive gain. I'm sorry, you don't want to take a small loss and turn it into a larger gain. That's how most traders ruin days, weeks, if not blow up. So when you're trading just price, like for instance, that ASTS, not only was it a good out on my bad entry when I bought it at 25, that trade became my favorite trade to the opposite side. So that became, if you're looking at the chart, I don't know if you see it. Let me show you my chart for a second. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
Yeah, let me just throw my chart up on the screen for a second. So, and this is why I talk a lot, because I want to make sure that people don't think there's some sort of shenanigans going on. Because, if you heard me this morning, we could love something between 8:30 and 9:15, and then we're on the other side of that trade, laughing our asses off of how we're crushing people who didn't sell it. But if you're one of those people, like, wait a second, you just told me you love the stock, and now you're shorting it and you're laughing at me? Yeah, that's trading. So I don't want to laugh at you, but ASTS shorts were laughing at me, right? So I'm buying the stock because a little twinge of fear of missing out. I started buying, $24.95, and then it broke 25. I bought more at 25. I said, all right, if I'm wrong here because I feel like I chased, I'll just dump it. that became the 1 minute multi-day VWAP reversal. That's the trade that I talk about, how it never fails. So when you get through today's VWAP and then you break prior day VWAP and you're breaking the low of the day, 99 times out of 100, you're going to follow through to the other side. So think of it. Why would you want to be on the other side of the trade that works every time? You don't. So best thing to do is cut your loss off and then join the winning team. And that's what this is all about. You know, again, you will be wrong. You will have losses as a trader. No one's flawless. And if anybody says they are, those are the people you don't trust. But adjusting your mindset and understanding that it's okay to lose, get your ego out of the trade, get your emotion out of the trade, and then you just let the charts speak for themselves. And it's fantastic because it's so basic too. We keep it really simple. I mean, I keep it more simple than Solid. Solid took my chart and expanded upon it, and now he's a walking, talking algorithm himself. Absolutely fantastic. I sit here and listen to him talk. The combination of me, him, and just understanding price. And it's actually good to be jaded and cynical and skeptical and all that stuff. Keeps you focused. Like all these stocks that I'm in these call spreads on some of these stocks at $5 and $7. They're at $20. This is unheard of. So as a shorter, you know, and a closet bear, because right now it's really not good to be bearish anything, I'm really having a hard time not shorting all these stocks at you know, because they just refuse to go down. And look at qubits. You know, I almost lost on it that last one, but my limit is if I get the rollover. So here's where I shorted it before. It got back to the VWAP, starts to roll over. I don't know it's not going to break here, but when it starts to roll, I could short it again at 995 using the VWAP as my out. So again, again, it's nice to think you know what's going to happen. I still don't know. It feels right because it's sold off, retraced to the VWAP, can't break it. I'm feeling, all right, that's telling me the shorters are still in control here. You know what? I'm going to give it a shot. 994, 990, and I'm going to use the VWAP as my out because if I'm wrong, it's going to break the VWAP and rip in my face. But if I'm right, it's probably going to retrace to the prior day VWAP. And right there, that little measly 30 cents, that ain't bad. You know, again, if you do this 2 or 3 times a day and you're making $600, $800 every day, a year goes by and you're like, wait a second, I just made $140,000 just sitting on my ass, just looking at charts. That ain't bad. And then if you take it up to making, $1,000 a day, you're suddenly doing $250,000 a year. And, for my nephew here, sitting here next to me in high school, this kid could make $100 a day. He's going to be thrilled. Take it up to 250. Next thing you know, you're making 60 grand a year. He's not even out of high school. VWAP is the way. I think one of my favorite parts about it is knowing that the VWAP is more powerful than we are. Knowing it, that is the market. And all those cliches about the market. You don't want to fight the market. The market always knows. And VWAP is the market. My name's Kenny Glick, and I approve this message. So were you guys in the middle? I didn't mean to cut you off. Still there?
You know me. I just talk and talk and talk.
Oh, yeah. We do a good job. And then 6 hours go by, and then we haven't stopped talking. Yeah. I hardly even eat or get up anymore. But here, somebody was saying one person lost on the lunar, one person made on the lunar. If you came in, again, this is also VWAP's good for bias confirmation as well. So let's say you're the one who said, all right, Kenny's loving this lunar trade. All right, I'm going to wait for a reason to buy it. You get a dip in the morning, like the first 15 minutes, it comes back to the prior day VWAP, comes back above it. You already start thinking, all right, they just washed the sellers out. Oh, and you get back to the VWAP. This is what I think Solidly likes to call it the shuffle. I call it the jiggle. You're jiggling along. No one knows who's going to be right or wrong. But again, when you buy something, you establish your risk. Stops would be here in the low of the day. And then you did get liftoff.
But in this case, once again, you had to sell into that move, get stopped out, and the winning side became the shorter. So yeah, I mean, this is a good example of a day where you had to be active. You know, what was the day? Tuesday before the holiday, we had the market opened up low, went green, and just went up all day. That's a fantastic day when those happen. They're very rare. We were ready for it too. We stayed long all day because there was really no break of trend. This is what you normally see. You do see lots of this. This is an average day. You know, you'll see pop and drop, pop and drop. Inevitably, they do pick a side and start to trend. Not today. But I'm still a fan of the QQQ long opposed to the short. So a little bit more chop. You had a little moment there where it looked like it was going to go for it, and you got rejected at the half, I believe, right? Let me see. Was that exactly the half? Close to it. Was it
2037, 38.
38? What you're starting to see, you're starting to see the little tiny subtle bullish pattern forming right here. Little uptrend right there. Next move gets above that spot. You probably can get the full retrace. Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick a side right now, obviously I'd rather be long than short the Qs. And then if UVXY starts to plummet in the next 15, 20 minutes, back under, close to the low 20s, you probably will have another couple of candles. But you see the difference today. If you guys, it's not like we're talking to people that never traded before. You could feel today's a little different than your normal day, right? The stock, you could start to feel the market. It's heavy, right? And it should be. We've had the most amazing 18-month run probably in history, right? 18 months of just bullishness and everything ripping, and stocks are up thousands of percent. You're due for a couple of consolidating days. And those consolidation days, man, they chop the shit out of you. Prior day VWAP is just a code now. And to put it in perspective, when we first started using it, the code, our pal was selling it on the internet for $3,000 just for the code. They're out there now for like $80, $120. Once you join our merry family, I give you my code. The only thing we don't give you is Solid's creations. He's worked too hard on that his whole life. But I will give you, this is more or less a data grab of prior day VWAP. I use Thinkorswim because they have the most data feeds. And like I said, since 2012 that I've been using this exclusively, there's no doubt that the market's rigged to VWAP and prior day VWAP. And when you start seeing it more often, how it goes from one price to the next, and that's where you find new activity, you will too be convinced that the market is rigged. And sometimes, again, you'll get to the point where you're like me, I'm starting to think this stuff's pre-programmed months in advance, like every day, because things are going to these certain levels, and I'm like, wow. And then you start using extended periods of VWAP, and it really is incredible to watch. And that's why after doing this for so long, we're pretty damn excited every morning. I mean, that's why I haven't worked a day in my life. And now I have the honor of showing this to people, and I appreciate anybody who shows up and is interested in this stuff on a daily basis. That's what keeps my motivation up. Plus, I'm fascinated still to this day about the market mechanics and how all this works so awesomely. And then come January, I think 11th or 12th, when the earnings season starts, the party starts all over again. And because earnings reports are the best stocks to trade, because VWAP works its best when there's more volume, and there's never more volume on a stock than when they're in the news, and the biggest news event of any stock is on earnings day. So it's a great combination of, get familiar with the setups and all this stuff in the next couple of weeks, and then earnings season starts to pick up when the banks come out, and you will be absolutely flabbergasted if this can. And I don't have any reason to think it's not going to continue to work as well as it has. We're inevitably going to get some losers. Last year, we didn't have any losers on that specific setup. So for instance, what I'm talking about, let's just take into consideration. I want to get a drink after this, but I'll be right back. Let's take into consideration this is JP Morgan. And JP Morgan gets slammed. They have bad numbers or whatever it was. Good numbers, bad numbers. It's kind of indifferent once the stock does what it wants. So let's say they reported good numbers, the stock's up in the pre-market, and they decide to sell the news. We've all seen it happen. The stock gets slammed. when you have an earnings report stock that's under the VWAP throughout the entire day, and let's say this thing does break, just assuming this is, hypothetically JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, whatever it is, and you break the VWAP, and then if VWAP, again, like I said, it's a very specific trade. Earnings report under the VWAP predominantly. It doesn't, again, it doesn't have to be all day, but let's say, 2 or 3 hours worth of it under the VWAP, then it breaks and you get over the prior day VWAP. Every time we found one that did that setup on an earnings report, every time the stock continued to go in that direction. So if it was gapped up, broke the blue, went through the orange, 100% of the time they went further down to the point where you'd make a profitable trade. And when they were under the VWAP and under the orange line, if they broke over blue and went over orange on an earnings report, 100% of the time the stock would go up. It's unbelievable. I know that streak's going to be broke, but so far, not one has failed. And that's incredible to say. And again, it's a very, very specific trade. Has to be an earnings report, has to be under the VWAP, has to break back over both of them. But when they show up, you better be in those trades because those are the trades that work. And those are the days where you could be 0 for 9 and an earnings report comes along and breaks through the 1 minute in the multi-day, and you're involved. That's how you take a losing day and turn it into a winning day. And when you start to see how great these trades work, it'll dawn on you and say, hey, maybe I just take these trades and don't do anything else. Yes. It's more or less where I was at up until these quantum freaking craze. I was only trading earnings reversals. I would trade the Qs on reversals and earnings reports. But as every trader knows, shiny thing goes walking by. Hey, what's that? And next thing you know, you're like a squirrel chasing the shiny object. We all do it. But these shiny objects have been freaking awesome. I mean, I got us involved in some of these stocks. Oh, I'm just sick over it. I still can't believe I'm in a 5-7 call spread on a stock that's at $20 now. Because I was like, oh man, I could lay out 60 cents to make $2. That's great. I'm in a 5-7 rigatoni call spread. It's just hard to believe where some of these stocks are right now. They all came out of the Andy Dufresne, and I was like, hey, let's just do this one. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. And we put some crazy targets on them, and they're above all the targets. So it's just a bizarre market right now. And, my bearishness is just raging. I just have to, put my straitjacket on during this time. But when they start to sell off, and they really sell off, they'll start breaking down under prior VWAPs, and they won't be some of these stocks that will never come back. I guarantee it. And I don't know when this QMCO is going to give it up, but I'll be there for it. I mean, this was $1.95 the other day. So, it's even less because this is a split adjusted one. This stock is basically a penny stock. And it just rallied. We were joking around because we said, hey, look, it crashed from, $95. Maybe it'll go back to $95. We were only kidding. I know I was. I never thought I'd see this thing at $90. But when they have these, when something has a reverse stock split, what basically happens is they take the liquidity out of the stock. So if there's 10 million shares out there, now there's only 1 million. And if everybody wants some, I want some too. What song? Everybody wants some. If everybody wants some, then you're going to get ridiculous moves like that. So these split adjusted stocks, as much as when you see a reverse stock split, it's usually the death of the stock. Now it's a gold mine because they just take the liquidity out. And then if massive demand comes, you have these crazy moves. Again, not all reverse stock splits are any good. Like usually they're terrible. Like Mullen, if you guys know about Mullen, it's the UVXY of electric car companies. All they do is reverse stock it, and it goes down. Reverse it, goes down. Reverse it, goes down. Every once in a while, the lack of liquidity meets the new demand, and you get these crazy squeezes. And that's why we've been trading stocks like Mob, if you know about this one, PRZO, and all these stocks. Look, you see how they're all more or less the same looking charts. Here's RR. This is even more ridiculous. We just got out of this one yesterday. Just ridiculous. These are all the Andy Dufresnes I was talking about. They're all coming out of pennies and running into dollars and 2 and 3. And, again, I like to rhyme everything. If it doesn't want to die, it remains a buy. So I thought a couple of these would be left for dead when they rolled over. What was it? Rigatoni, for instance, 2 Mondays ago. I'm short with my life savings. I'm like, all right, that's the end of this name. We're going to kill it. And then you see that? That's the trailing 1 month VWAP. I'm annihilating this thing that day, right? Giggling my ass off, ready to hold it short overnight. This thing's going back to $1. I'm going to crush all these people. Tomorrow, I'm ready to short it again. Holds, and the next day it gaps, and I would have been destroyed. Destroyed. It's up 100%. Here I'm putting my kids through college on this short, and the next day I'm screaming for the exits. My take on the inauguration, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the new president, but I'm not a fan of any politician really anymore. I've lost faith, but I have faith that our man is going to keep this market going, because the last thing Trump wants is to be embarrassed by a stock market going down when he spent 4 years talking about how the only reason it goes up is because of him. I remain bullish, even though I'm a bear, but I got very specific levels on the Qs that I'm going to be hammering people. If we break under recent lows, I'm going to put my bear suit back on and start annihilating people. But within 2 weeks, I'm not going to be overly concerned about where the market's going. I'm going to be concerned about the banks, and then tech earnings, and then all earnings all day. Because the earnings reversals will work regardless of what the overall market's doing. Yes, it does help. Let's say if Goldman Sachs is gapped down 18 points, breaks VWAP, and the market's already ripping, the Goldman Sachs breaking the VWAP would probably be a better trade. But you'll start to see that these earnings reversals and these VWAP plays, they transcend all market environments. That's what's so great about them. And you can just stay specific with these earnings reports and kill it. And that's why, again, all these quantum names, they're sort of like earnings reports every day because they have such huge volume. That's when you know the game is over. When Qubits goes back to trading, you're doing 120 million shares a day on this stock. It's at 95 million now. There'll be a point where the volume dries up, the stock starts to drift. Then it's coming to an end. The volume has to go away first. And you're still getting massive volume on all these names. But this is a very nice slow day. And I hope you appreciate my man Solid doing his thing. We're here all the time. Solid comes on when he's free. More or less, I go from 8:30 to about 12. We take an hour break. Solid comes on, does a bit of an hour, and then we take a break, and then usually wander back into the room for the close, 3 to 4. I like watching the close. I don't trade the close as much as I used to. I'm more of a pre-market. My favorite time to trade 9:45 to about 12. But I tell you, man, one thing's for sure. People who thought these zero-date options were bad for the market, they obviously are looking at it differently than we are. The way I look at zero-date options, now you get to trade a $500 stock for $1. What's better than that? Not everybody can buy 400 shares of a $500 stock and make the dollar. So you have to buy the options. And by the way, the Qs are doing a good job at, staying above this range. You see where it broke back above and now you're holding. If you stay above here and now you get over here, the next thing is the VWAP. So again, I didn't buy anything, but here's the 520 calls. Sorry, 520s. Yeah, obviously I'm not getting these for 50 cents anytime soon. They're $1. Let's see, 521s. Same thing, yeah. I like to speculate on. If I'm going to do a speculative trade, I'll look at, I want to do them unless at like 20 cents or less. 35 is the most I'll pay. But right now, right, just speaking for 1:24 p.m. on December 27th, I got no problem not doing anything for the rest of the day, right? The market's kind of like they're shutting it off. This is what this is what you expect. So when you get what you expect, you shouldn't be disappointed. We made some money. It wasn't a fantastic day, but it wasn't a bad day. One loss, 30 cents on 200 shares. That was my one loss, ASTS. Hit the qubits a couple of times, a couple of kitty cats. And by the way, the kit, right, for all the selling in the market, this bad boy's hanging in there, right? I'm not in it anymore, but very nice. Anything you see in the chart is the volume bars, the subtle volume bars. Yeah, that's Thinkorswim. The only thing the only thing that you have to get from us is the code to build multiple time frame VWAP. And once we jump you in and you get the VWAP tattoo, I'll send you my code. Oh, you didn't hear that part, right? Yeah, if you want to join our chat room, you have to get a tattoo right on your chest, like you're joining Yellowstone. We're going to brand you with a Spartan helmet or a VWAP stamp. It only hurts for a month. Oh, and good luck trying to get out of our gang. All right. It's like the Qs know I'm not involved right now, but everything's starting to work out. As I was saying, UVXY now you're under the 20.5. Qs are staying above their down little range right there. It's just, like I said, it's a meandering type of boring day. You don't have that oomph. If this was 2 days ago, we'd already be above VWAP and up 5 points. It's a little bit different today. You could feel it. You could smell it. But now I'm looking forward to Monday and Tuesday. I wonder if they're really going to give back this whole move. We're still off the lows from Friday. Friday lows were 505.41. And let me just show you some more rigging before I go get a drink. Let me show you why. And again, if you haven't met Solid, let me introduce you one more time. Solid gave us a target of 539 in the Qs on August 9th. So on August 9th, he said, all right. And by the way, this is a 9-month VWAP you're looking at. Let me show you the yearly VWAP. See how you kind of had some faux shows beneath it. There's the August 9th. I don't know what the fuck happened. Sell-off. They called it the yen carry trade. Yeah, sure. It was some bullshit they invented to screw me on my UVXY short trade and get a lot of people out of the market. My dad buying, of course, because my dad invented buying on dips. But our friend Solid Jello here on August 9th projected that the QQQ would go to 539 when this new rally began. And at 539, he suggested, hey, why don't we sell and go short just in case the Fed screws everybody? And damn. So some of the sickest calls I've seen, and I've been doing this my whole life, Solid Jello, sickest call, 539 top, missed it off by 15 cents, you bastard. But then he calls the 513 low, and I was like, wait a second. If we break 513, where are we going to go? And I said, if you could believe this, 503.31. Let me show you why. So 20 days ago, we had this moment where the market was bugging out. We had some big rips and dips. And see this misprint right here? But that print went to the 503.31. Sorry, it's at 505.31 I'm trying to say. See that one? 505.31. You see that one? 505.31. And you see the one prior to there? I was like, there's something with that price. Because that's where my jadedness and my cynicism and my conspiracy theory about the market being rigged, I was like, and let's not cover at 513. Let's wait to see if it goes back to say hello to his friend over there at 505.31. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Right there. And what were we doing Friday morning? Covering most of what we came in short. And then the 8:30 data came out, and we laughed because nobody gives a shit about economic data in a bull market until they do. And man, they didn't care on Friday. And that was probably the sickest trade I have done in a very long time, covering the lows and more or less sold the highs. Again, you don't get it right too often that perfectly, but here's the here it is on an hourly. You get to see it a little better. Look at this monster move. From the pivot, the Friday jobs data comes out. Nobody cares, breaks over VWAP. I cover the rest, and then I go long at 510.10. We bought the 516s for 80 cents, banging them out at 2, which was terrible because then they went to 5, 7, and 9. But when you don't sell into the move, that's when you don't make any money. That was it was a little disappointing. You know, we were in options at 80 cents and $1.20, selling them at $1.80 and 2. Felt good at the time. Again, only business where you make 100% in your money in 20 minutes and feel like a loser an hour later. And it was something. And then we got the dip and rip. And here we are. So it's been a pretty dramatic move off those lows. So it's not, I'm a little surprised at the weakness today, but we're just right back to that main area, right? Look, you see it now. This is an hourly on a 5-day. And now today's VWAP also coincides with that 5-day. So if we can just get over this price, we got ourselves a panic on our hands on the 4th of July. What movie? Somebody screams Barracuda. You say, huh? What? You scream shark. And you've got yourself a panic on your hands on the 4th of July. Larry, we have to close the beaches. And that's why I'm digging this move. And again, if it doesn't translate into a long trade today, these levels on Monday will be equally as great, because let's say we come in Monday and we're flirting with the 518 again. These prices are still going to be in the algo. Maybe it takes an extra day. There you go. All right, if you didn't know that one. Japanese submarine slammed 2 torpedoes into our side, Chief. Coming back from the island of Dinny and Delay. Just delivered the bomb. Hiroshima bomb. We didn't know. Our bomb mission had been so secret. No distress signal had been sent. "200 men went in the water. Sharks still cruising." I could do that all day. All right, let me go get some drinks. And I'm just going to wait for these cues. So if you're long the cues already, I mean, it's setting up. It's just, you're just waiting for the next leg up, or you're getting stopped out again. But at least you're consolidating in the upper realm. Take it away. Solid if you're still here. You want to jump back on? I'm just going to get some lunch. I really haven't eaten yet.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. He's always here. He never leaves. We're such losers.
Hey, did you hear about that 5,000-pound shark they just saw off of Martha's Vineyard like 2 days ago?
I thought it was bullshit, because Martha's Vineyard was where Jaws was actually, filmed.
That's why they made a big deal out of it.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Yeah,
25 foot.
20-footer, 25, 3 tons of them. Yeah, I love it.
Not 3 barrels.
Not with 3 barrels, you can't. All right, I'll be back in a little while. Take it away, Solid Jello, to the main stage. He likes long walks on the park and to be held after lovemaking. Solid Jello.
Oh, we have fun. Do we not? Hey, I wanted to, I see somebody was paying attention in class here. I was just about to type a message and direct it towards our pal, girl trader in the room. I'll show y'all something cool here. Like I was saying earlier about how I have my setup. It's self adjusts, by the way. It's autopilot. It just goes and finds a high dominant event relative to what's been transpiring, and it basically anchors automatically to that. So where the cues are at right now, we're in a bullish trend, right? Relative to that last volume event, we were chopping around at it. If you look at this, and I'm talking about this little blue and gold channel right here. See how we got up to it? No, not ready. Okay, fine. How about that? No, 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 no. All right. Well, what about now? Well, okay, maybe, but you guys need to come back down here, make sure that the buyers are squared away and ready to, do what they're supposed to do, and then we'll talk. Well, they talked and they had a conversation, and then they broke the top of this channel. They broke out one more time, and look where they pulled right back to. And now you're breaking the top of this dominant range relative to a VWAP strength. And now you're looking for that reversion back to VWAP. But what I wanted to point out was, even though this self-updated and self-anchored to this new volume event, if you went back to, you know, if you went back before it updated in the middle of the day at 11:40 or whatever it was, and if you went back to the initial anchor off of the first high volume event of the day, which was basically 9:30, look at what it's done all morning, all morning, all morning. It's basically tracking the VWAP, but you can see where the consolidation's happening and where you're trying to fight through right now. So remember what I said about how this builds not only a single VWAP, but a channel of it. So you get a VWAP signature, VWAP math off of the VWAP of that candle, but you also get it off of the high and the low. So when this is anchored to that, first candle of the day or highest, not first candle of the day, that would have been the pre-market, but the first candle of the open session, that happens to be the highest volume. And then you have this channel running from the highs, the lows, and the VWAP. And then all along the day, your dominant VWAP, your main VWAP was just like that. That originates from the very first print of the session and then starts your ongoing trend, right? This, I guess 107 was the first signature part of the day there. Actually, no, it was 102 this morning. But back to where we're at right now, coming off of that VWAP from the open, I want you to see what it's doing here. Look how we tried to get up into that realm. We hit the VWAP and said, yeah, we're not really ready yet. And then we reverted back down. Then look what we did. We came up, we hit the bottom of that channel. Not yet. Then we hit it again. No, maybe not yet. Go check. Okay, now we're good. Now we broke this. Now we're flirting with this, and we're getting our full-blown reversion back to VWAP on the Qs. Now, what Kenny had said earlier is when you have a day that is significantly choppy, it hasn't broke over the VWAP of the day. What you're going to see here is anybody who's been remaining committed to the short side, thinking that today's the day the whole market's going to roll over and crumble and die, which we might still do. We got a couple of days left in 2024 to really, make a muck of things. But if we do get a credible break above VWAP, what we're going to see here now is the actual, just like this beginning of the day channel we got built right here, right? Once we get over VWAP, I want to show you where it's going to go as soon as it breaks VWAP and does what I call the VWAP shuffle, where you break above VWAP a little bit, you pull back, check for support, then you break above it, and then maybe you break the top of the range, and then you go. So in addition to this, let me reset this to current settings here. I can take this forward, backwards, upside down into the time machine. And now I've got this re-anchored to that last high volume event. So this is showing us our stability, our recovery, and then while we're maintaining that posture here. But now check this out. I can take my multi-day, and if you notice my multi-day here, it's the same multi-day, same price, but I've also built those upper and lower bands around the multi-day, and that's going to give us the VWAP shuffle ranges to be able to understand when stocks are back at VWAP. So what I can do with that is I can set my chart to today 1 minute, and that's going to build me that shuffle zone around the VWAP itself. Remember how I said VWAP is or the multi-day is a continuation of where VWAP was on the prior session or a prior set of sessions? Well, when you have your charts defaulting to 1 day, 1 minute, you're saying, okay, give me a day in history and then let me see also what's going on today. So when you're on a 1 day, 1 minute chart, you see a little bit of yesterday and you see today. When you're on today, 1 minute, all you're seeing is today's price action. So the very first print of the session, which started at, wait for it, 102. That was the first print of today's session for the Qs. And when it did that, you can see here where it actually built our registrations off the high, the low, and the VWAP of that today's session candle. So now using the multi-day this way, I have the multi-day built to give me that auto channeling around where VWAP is. And that can be very, very helpful when you see something that's, trending around VWAP and you want to find out if it's definitively holding the line or not, or really breaking out, or if it's just a little fake out, shake out, breakout kind of thing. So like what we're seeing with the Qs here right now, see how we kind of got up to the bottom of the channel and said, all right, we're going to come in here and play with the VWAP. Hey, stop playing with my VWAP. Now it's playing with your VWAP, right? Now it's pulled back, right? It did a little VWAP shuffle. Oh, we're getting into this realm. Now it's pulled back. Now it's came back. It broke this little threshold. Now it hit the VWAP. Now what we're going to see is when this does try to follow through, it's got to come up here to the upper channel, and that's going to be 521.03. And then it's going to want to pull back to the VWAP one more time. Might be a shallow cut. And then when it breaks out, goes to here, pulls back and holds VWAP if it does, then comes back the second time it breaks 521.02. There's your qualified, hey, it really looks like the market's in my favor here. And now I can go on the attack, maybe start looking at calls, maybe the 522s. If you're not already in something off of this bottom, anticipating the VWAP break. But remember, when things hit VWAP, the algorithms are programmed to, hey, we got it back to VWAP. We got it back to fair market value. Let's lock some of those gains in. Let's take profits because we're smart VWAPians. And then when you get that credible pullback, now you want to see it pull back here and not break or break out of this range. You're in the VWAP shuffle zone or the jiggle zone right here. So you got your VWAP retest. You're going to say, hey, I need to check a price check on aisle 12 before I go any further. This is where you're dominantly going to see that want to come back and test right here. So if we get the pullback here and it doesn't die and then manifests a break above VWAP, then I can go ahead and get involved in this. I'm going to use that as my stop because wherever this pulls back now after testing VWAP, that's going to be a really good place to declare a stop, because if it can't get over VWAP and officially break out and it rolls back to where it pulled back to, then hey, maybe the market isn't stepping in and wanting to buy the dip in this case. But right around in here, this will be your confirmation of the short squeeze, where if you've got a lot of pent-up energy still to the south side, and the buyers show up, all of those shorts are going to be forced to cover. And if you get that triggered mechanism, then what you're looking for is for this thing to rally up to, survey says, back to your multi-day. And that's going to be up here at 524.80. Why not? I want to see this thing go to, I don't know, I had a level on here earlier. I think it was like 528.14 or something. That's where I think it's going. I think we're going to rally later this afternoon. We caught everybody off guard. This is another thing that broke down. It didn't die all day, and now it's breaking over VWAP. And if we get that credible test, and I think Kenny was pointing out earlier, we're on kind of a macro Kardashian bottom intraday here, where you have the top of the crack on the day right here. Here's your bottoming crack, bottoming left cheek, so to speak. Here's the top of the crack. Here's the bottom of the crack. And now you see where this is leveling up right now. The VWAP is exactly at that pivot point. So this is going to become very, very reactionary. So if we get this break above VWAP, we're looking for this to rally up. It's got to actually conquer the top of this crack right here. So if we do get a VWAP break, you're looking for a bit of follow through to where? To see if that range break's going to be intact. So what you normally see is you'll see this break out a little bit. It'll get up to the top of this range right here. You'll have a small minor pullback that'll hold VWAP. And if it does and comes back and breaks the top of this channel, you're going to have a short squeeze on your hands. Wickety, wickety, wickety. Michael, I don't know if you were here a little while ago, but yeah, Kenny had mentioned earlier that, every day, this is all day long. This isn't just special knowledge dropping because it's the holidays. We talk like this. We share this concepts and this information every single day, all day long. And we do it using live price action to demonstrate, what we're explaining here. By default, we're not a pick service. Hey, you got to be in kit right now. It's not about show up, you get a name, you buy it, and you make money, and blah, 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 blah. It's not about that. It's about explaining how the trades work and what trades work and which names are, poised to work. Why we're looking at those names to begin with. What are the underlying metrics that even makes us want to pay attention to them, and then how to navigate those trades. And then we just show it live, let it unfold, and basically narrate the chop. That's what we do all day long. And along the way, your job, because you're in school, basically, is to ask questions. Hey, why are you looking at this price level? Now that broke VWAP, should I be buying it right here? Well, yes. When we say, hey, it's breaking VWAP, you got to be involved. It's not because some erroneous candle just booked its little nasty head above VWAP. It's, hey, this is breaking VWAP. It's breaking sentiment. And in addition to just physically one candle breaking that sentiment, we want to be able to see the way that the algorithm's unfolding. It's how the price is becoming reactive at these levels, just like right here with the Qs. Right? You just got back into that high density volume zone. So now that you're in here, you're not only asking that question on the day, you're also asking that question relative to what all of this volume was intended for earlier. This volume that came in earlier was obviously intended to be a sell-off volume. And what it did is it got down to its max potential and said, yeah, we're kind of good here. We sold off. We did what we needed to do. All right, we're going to cover. And there wasn't any buyers. So it started to sell off again, but the buyers were intact down here. Now that it's kind of rallying back, the people that were a little anxious about stepping in and buying it are now going, well, shit, it's held several higher lows and man, it feel like it's leaving without me. Now, the majority of traders out there, they don't really understand VWAP yet. I hope a lot of you guys being a part of our tribe are starting to really understand the dynamics of what VWAP represents and then how to navigate the chop around that. And hey, this just got back to VWAP. These people, the algos, whoever, the powers that be, they engineered an algorithm to take it back to VWAP. And when they get it there, they're going to take profits. And look what it did. Look exactly what it did. Now, this should pivot about right here. Let's see if we get the pivot. Look at this. Look, here's the VWAP. Here's the upper channel of the VWAP. Here's the lower channel of the VWAP. Look where it went to. What did I say a few minutes ago? 521.03 or something stupid like that, right? 521.03. It went right there. It had a pullback. It came down here. It's testing 520.53, the bottom of that little VWAP channel. And now it's back looking for an excuse not to sell off again. Now, what this did is got, okay, you got VWAP shuffled. Fake out, shake out, And now you're hoping for the breakout. But what's amazing when you start to visualize the way price action forms at VWAP, it declares everything you need to know about a trade. As long as you're patient and you let it marinate a little bit. Can it get away with you? Can it break VWAP and just go straight up without you? Absolutely. It happens 2% of the time when it comes to VWAP breaks. Those 2% of the time are usually a very significant news event or a market event where nothing matters. Shit's just going straight up. There ain't nothing stopping it. That's in the middle of the day. The other time, for about the first 10, 15 minutes of the day at the open on any stock on any given day, VWAP matters, but that initial pressure that's all built up going into the open of any session, VWAP matters, but what really matters more is those high and low designations from the pre-market and how stocks will go to those ranges, then pull back, then go to the other side of the spectrum. And then after you see the top and the bottom form right after the open, then VWAP becomes important again. That's where something's going to resolve itself to and then make a decision. Who's going to be in control? We already shook the trees at the top. We shook the bushes at the bottom. Now we're right back in the middle at VWAP. Who's going to take control of the stock? And then usually it's, all right, I'm above VWAP, and then I'm breaking a most recent range that it established above VWAP. That is usually your intended direction. The same thing is going on right here now, where we got it back to VWAP. We shook the trees today to the downside all day, all morning. Now we're back at VWAP and we're asking that important question. Do I have buyers that are above VWAP? Well, yeah, maybe, but you better go make sure they're intact. And for the moment they are. Now they're breaking VWAP, they're breaking that range. And now the shorts are freaking out. They're like, oh my God, why is it breaking out? I got to cover. Covering shorts is essentially buying. Now, there's a subtle disposition between, short cover buying and actual buying pressure. And when you see something break above a VWAP signature, depending on the time frame, it's usually you're declaring now this isn't just continued short covering. When I'm breaking a dominant range above a VWAP sentiment indication, aka the VWAP in this case, you're now declaring that the buyers are at least trying to step in and create buying pressure, right? Think of VWAP as equilibrium, right? When there's no volume and there's no buying pressure or selling pressure, and I said this earlier, in the absence of buying or selling pressure, price action will always revert back to VWAP for fair market value price rediscovery. So in this case, this morning, there was selling pressure, right? It was very clear. There was nobody on earth wanted to own the Qs this morning, or they were just taking profits off the last couple of days and they're scared and they heard someone on CNBC say markets in turmoil, whatever the case was. Then it tried to rally back, right? It didn't break over VWAP. It got close, but it didn't break over it. There was no declaration that at least the buyers are giving it a shot. So when it got there and declared there were no buyers available back at fair market value, it rolled over again. And it just barely took out the lows and then came right back, tested it again, and then came right back. And that's where you were starting to say to yourself, listen, this market doesn't want to die. I got to give it a shot. And if it does roll over, I'm just going to play it really tight. I know the lows of the day after double testing this and not breaking really below these thresholds from here and here and that big scary pullback there, and then it came back again. You've got to give it a shot once it kind of firms up and breaks some of these near-term chop zones right through here. The bottom of the day is you're out. I know we both were talking about this earlier this afternoon, 517.86, the lows of the day. If you're going to buy the dip down here or buy calls, you're going to punch out of that if you're down here at 517.86, because if that breaks, then it just has to come down here to 516, and who wants to be in another $2 pullback? But here we are, right? Everything we've talked about has manifested the way that we explained it through the VWAP lens. You got yourself back to VWAP, right? Oh, it's breaking VWAP. Okay. Is it breaking VWAP or is it confirming a breakout? For the moment, It's telling us that it really is confirming a breakout. We got through the VWAP. We got through the high side. We tested the low side. Then we broke the high side of this little range that formed above VWAP. And what did we do? We got up to the next designated target. Now, right here, we just broke the top of this ass crack range. I would be saying, all right, guys, this looks good. But guess what? I hate the rain on your parade, but you're going to have a pullback. Well, what do you mean? It just broke out VWAP and it's breaking the top of the range. It must be ready to rock. Yes. But profit taking, all of these bag holders that were sitting here waiting for that VWAP break earlier, who top ticked it, are sitting here thanking the Lord that they just got whole again. And they're going to want to take some off. So as this rallies up to this next little range right here, you're going to see a small pullback. Now that you're trading like this above VWAP and your range breaks are intact and it's showing you the buyers are back, then you still have to think, all right, I just graduated to the next level. There should be profit taking here, right? And anybody who gets a little pullback is going to panic. But what you're going to start to experience now is something I call the Paula Abdul. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, then 2 steps forward, then 1 step back, then 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And this may not manifest, but if in your trading you get the range break to work and you're on the right side of the trade, every time you graduate up to one of these nominal ranges, you have to be prepared to take some off the table. Profit taking is an essential function of making money day trading. It's almost more essential than obeying your stop. If you declared a stop somewhere and said, okay, if I'm long here, I'm going to be using that at my stop. Great. And you're very disciplined and you obey it. What about the other side? Are you just going to let it run forever? Oh, it broke VWAP. It must mean it's going to $1,000 today. No, you have to be prepared and engineer your trade strategy to say, all right, I got the trade right. It's working in my favor. I got to lock some up there. Cool. Now I can hold the remaining of shares, and then I'm going to let this work until I get to my next dominant target. Then I'm going to take some more off there. Maybe you do it in thirds or fifths or whatever you do, but you want to get to the point where you're consistently taking profits. Oh, but if I took it off, then it went up 3 points without me, and I could have made $20,000 a day instead of $20. That's trading. You're never going to go broke by taking profits. But if you don't sell your whole position at one time, you can always have what we call the FU lot. You skillfully and with discipline took profits as the trade was working in your favor. You saw the proper setup. You got the entry right. You identified where your stop was going to be. You engaged with the trade, and now it's working in your favor. Take some off the top. Then when it starts to work again, take some more off. And then once you basically paid for your stop, now if it pulls back to your entry, you can A, get stopped out flat, or B, because you've already taken profits, if it does pull back to your original stop, you're still going to get stopped out. I'm sorry. If it pulls back to your entry, you're going to get stopped out with a profit. But if it pulls back to your initial stop where that was, you can at least get out flat because you already paid for your stop by taking profits up above where your entry was. Hey, Matthew, what's up? Yeah, I was reading your mind, Matt. I was like, Matthew's going to ask me about why we take profits along the way, and there you go. Now, listen, Kenny, he talks about he's always taking 12-cent profits. Usually, he has mastered his trading thesis where he knows how many shares he needs to buy depending on the price of the stock or what the potential of the next setup breakout move is. So if he understands that, I'll just give my example. If you understand you've got a setup here for, hey, this stock has the ability to move about 50 cents here. I pre-programmed in my mind that I'm always going to be looking at 20-cent range breaks. as my profit taking, then I know how to size my trade. If I'm looking at something that's going to give me a potential 50-cent move, I can say, all right, well, I'm going to size my trade for a 20-cent potential move. Maybe I'll buy 1,500 shares. And as soon as it makes that first 20-cent move, I'm going to take 500 off right there because that's going to lock me in for that $100 bill. And then when it makes that, next 20-cent move, I can take some more off there, lock in that $100 bill. And then if I get the full follow through, then, you know, you're, you're taking profits in such a way that you're buying or preserving your entry. And he's a master at doing that. Right. So when you hear Kenny say, hey, I just bought 300 shares, he's taking that 12-cent uptick on 300 shares. He's not selling the whole position, but he's doing that in such a way where he's taking some profits off the top. So if it does migrate back to his entry, because it started to work, but now it's not working anymore, he can limit the damage around his stop potential. All right, so what do we got going on here now? We broke the top of this little range that we talked about right around, what was this, 521.40 area, right? Now we got up to the next little range, and you can see that it's kind of chopped around a little bit up here. It's trying to decide whether it wants to follow through or not. Now we're sitting here at an interesting level because it's 2 o'clock. The commodities markets is closing right now. Money's shuffling in and out of commodities markets. Is it going to go into bonds? Is it going to filter into equities? We're already on a kind of a positive uptrend that started, pre-gamed going into the 2 o'clock hour. We affectionately call it the 2 o'clock effing, because generally stocks want to sort of pivot around this time. But the reason you have this sort of subtle imbalance to the market that occurs, it's because the commodity market's closing. So as that market starts closing its books for the day, smart money is looking to chase alpha somewhere else. And it's either going to filter into equities or into the bonds. And then bonds start closing at 3 o'clock. So we have a whole nother little shuffle zone. So between 2 and 3, you're going to start to see a market pivoting. Well, I think, Matt, once you structure your trade, you should just go with it through fruition, right? Now, if there's a scenario where you've already taken profits and then you see it pulling back and you're like, this pulled back right where I thought it was going to, and now it looks like it's going to rebound again, maybe you do add back to your position. But if you're already in a winning position, then just let that last lot ride, get the max potential out of it that you can, and then wait for the next better setup. When you start screwing with the metrics of your trade and trying to buy some more pullbacks to get re-engaged with it, you're changing the disposition of your dollar cost averaging. And then you might be very good at math, but then again, you might be changing the whole disposition of the trade where you're going to find yourself, oh man, I just bought more of this and where I was profitable and this pulls back on me dramatically out of the blue. I just crushed all of those gains I just sat through for the last 15, 20 minutes. So it really depends. You know, I wouldn't suggest getting back involved in something unless, you've got a clear cut um, signal that, hey, maybe I sold too earlier. I'm going to buy more on the next pullback. I, I don't know. I would just structure your trade and, follow that thesis. When you change a single variable in that calculus problem, things can go haywire, and on the fly, you're not mentally, um, I don't know. I describe it like this: when you're in a trade, you're technically under the influence. You know, you've got a TUI going on, trading under the influence, because that feeling you get when you get into a trade. Your heart starts racing, your ears start thumping, hands are clammy. You've got adrenaline and dopamine just turning on this cocktail in your brain, and You have a mission and you've got to see through the fog of war and say, all right, this is my mission. I'm going to stay with it. When you start changing a variable while you're inebriated, it's just never ends well. Now, if you're in this trade and you took some profits up here and it pulled back, broke VWAP, and then came back, starts to break out again, and you feel like you want to add to your position, then add to your position. But I would just focus on managing the trade that's in your favor and it's working, and don't mess with it. Let it work. So what have we done here? What have you done for me lately? VWAP. Well, you got your brains break above here. And you're like, all right, cool. We broke out. We're above VWAP. We've kind of asserted that there's some buyers that are willing to step in. Then you just graduated above here. And then this started to break out, but then started to chop a little bit. Now that this chopped a little bit, these people that were bag holders are like, oh man, this, all right, I'm back. I'm up a little bit. Just get me out. That's what this is right here. This little pullback. And now that it pulled back, and if it holds and now breaks the next little dominant range, then we're going to be getting up in here into that profit taking zone. And this is where, if we went straight from a VWAP break and got up into this range up here, this is where you'd be taking profits anyway. So your next designated target to be taking some off the top is going to be 522.46. You're going to get into this realm and it's probably going to go to 2280. But you're going to chop in here before the market decides to make a full-blown decision on whether we're going to really recover it on the day. We're going to get the follow through the top of the range and get that coveted reversion back to the multi-day, which is, guess what? At the top of our dominant range. It's all syncing up. These algorithms that these lines here are so intraday, are so in tune with it's almost weird. I can't really. It's like you have this historical reference of where fair market value is, and then somewhere along the day, a bunch of volume comes in, changes the disposition of price action, and then it remaps itself out, and then it coordinates that specifically where there's a new set of levels and ranges that got built that just perfectly mirror where our not top tick, but our top tier destination is. Once you start to understand that the algos do the same thing over and over and over, and then the way price action breaks from one range and then holds the prior one, and then it breaks that range and it goes to that perfect level and then holds. And once you can start narrating the chop or seeing the chop, narrating the chop, then you're going to start to profit from the chop. And then you're going to tell 10 friends what you saw. And that's all we care about.
Hey, by the way, sold to you 522.17. So now ask me, why did I say we were going to go to 522.17? Somebody asked me, but I told you about 45 minutes ago. As this trade was developing right before our very eyes, as the 518 became a decent entry, hey, I could take some cues here with very low risk. Oh, look, we're holding an upper range. Oh, what do you know about that? And then what did we say? The next phase would be the VWAP retrace. And we could finally get over the VWAP for the first freaking time of the day, which is very rare to not have broke VWAP at least once on the QQQ till 145. But look
Unheard
how
of.
now you broke the VWAP. And if you were not savvy enough to maybe start a position in 518 or 518.50 or even 520, the VWAP was 520.80. And where did you go to? You went to the breakdown price of 522.17. Bang. Because the market goes back to exact prices from where really specific things happen. And if you look, my friends, at the price of the exact candle, the low print, of the candle at 9:45 was my target on this QQQ long, because that's where we broke down from. So when we retrace back towards levels from where we're going, so when you say where we're going next, 522.17. So even if you were late to the party, and that's why I love this trade right now. So if you finally bought the VWAP break, right, and then for 3 minutes you're like, oh, great, we're not going anywhere, and then we started going down. You're not selling it, right? So let me show you what I'm showing you if you didn't see it here. So I drew this chart for you before. So a lot of times, if you're the first one, you're like, all right, great. So I buy the VWAP and it goes, then it goes up. Not exactly. As Solid was meticulously explaining it to you, things happen here. So the bag holders that are going, at least we're getting back to the VWAP, I'm going to start selling some. Plus the algorithms are programmed to do things. You'll have the sellers that want out programming to get to the VWAP. So then you get the jiggling and the shuffle. But if the jiggling, the shuffle doesn't break down, that's all it is. It's a jiggle and a shuffle. And the next move, hopefully, and in this case, it worked perfectly, gets to the prior level of concern where we broke down from way back yaw. And now your trade could be pretty much over. And man, if that's the top of the whole move for the rest of the afternoon, I'd be kind of surprised. But how awesome is it that you just sold some at 522.17, and now you raise your stop to the VWAP, even better, right under the VWAP where they suckered those people out. And lo and behold, that's the half. So now, as Solid was also saying, if you sell on the way up and then raise your stop, now you can't lose, right? Now you can't leave. And that's what the shorts are going, oh man, what have I done to my life? I can't believe I stayed short this long. All right, if it rolls over, I'll start covering. So now the shorts are nervous. The longs are excited. The money gets divided. Now they're broken. It's no joke. It's hard as hell to fight. Don't short it. Freeze. Do. Sorry, I have Tourette's. But you see what this turn's happening right here? Oh, don't you see? Don't you hear him screaming in the distance? No, I thought we could stay short till the close. And if it breaks now, hopefully this gets you to the last rollover area, which was around 520. Yeah, that one's got some noise in there. So let's look at the top of that range, 523.75. And then 523.75 should get you to 524.61. That's a big should, or a big if. A lot of what might have just happened, this could be where you get to, and now we just chop for an hour and a half. But you got paid. Now you're just sitting. Stops raised to the VWAP. Target is the next two levels. And that's how trading is happening. And that's how winning happens. Right? It all starts with a risk reward trade. Hey, I could take this. And then lo and behold, boom. By the way, thank you for the QSI heads up. Somebody was talking about that and you nailed it. I mean, you were talking faux show, bro. Remember when, I don't know who was talking about this around 10:30 this morning. They were like, shouldn't we be buying it now? I'm like, yeah, it looks pretty good. That was at $3.12. You got 414 out of it. You 414? I know 414. And the trade that I was dying to do this morning, look where QMCO is. Oh, you finally got to the orange line. It took a lot longer than normal, but blue line, orange line. If anybody happened to be short this, you do cover here, but you don't cover any more of it because now that you broke down the prior day VWAP, this stock could give back another, 4 or 5 easily. But good job on the Qs. And let's see if it does turn, if we get something more out of it. Well done. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Why, that's some pig. Hey, you know, the UVXY is kind of at a critical level here, 1984, and that is just floating underneath the multi-day on the UVXY. If you're not real familiar with why we use the UVXY, you should ask why. UVXY, a recognition of the VIX, the volatility of the S&P. You know, you have the VIX, and then you have, just like you have the Nasdaq, and then you've got the Qs. Well, you have the VIX, and you have the UVXY. We use that as our fear indicator. So the UVXY is allowing us to understand whether people are betting on the market going down or not. So when you have the UVXY trending down on the session, and at the same time you have the market in a bullish posture, that kind of gives you a little bit of confirmation that, hey, there's an absence of committed fear buying that can turn and manifest into making buyers of the market more comfortable. Then UVXY, it still obeys VWAP because it has price and volume. So there's some, would conjecture be the right way of putting this, about whether, how can you use VWAP with the UVXY? Well, if you have people buying, which is asserting volume at specific prices, then yeah, we can also understand that, hey, this is a reflection of buying puts on the S&P. So this does follow VWAP. It does obey the rules. And when you see a circumstance just like the UVXY is showing here, where it's been selling off, and just like what the Qs did, it's got a high volume event here that manifested to a low side, but now it's kind of breaking out a little bit. But unless this breaks the top of this range, then there's really no commitment that there's fear in the market. So for the moment, we're going to watch this. The Qs in the market are on the precipice of trying to break out. They just hit that high line saying, hey, all right, we got it back to fair market value. We're testing the waters to the upper side. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday during a holiday week. Do I really want to sit here and get involved in the market? This is where you can take that concept and sort of be able to quantify it around, are there buyers, and or if, are there people buying fear protection with the expectation that this market's actually going to do something very negative. And for the moment, we're kind of trying to sort that noise out. And again, it's only quarter after 2. So the bond market is done settled out. And now, you know, they've all, their end of the day, their books, they're closing their books out. Not the bond market, the commodities market. And now that that's done, everything's settling up. Now we're going to be looking for the direction of the market. And the fear index is going to give us some idea of, hey, everything still feels real shaky. I think we're going to buy some insurance. And that's where you'll start to see the UVXY rise. That'll put a little fear in the hearts of the longs, and they'll maybe piker out and settle out. They just got a nice uptick, and now they're revisiting fair market value again. And that's where the Qs are right now. But you have a little absence of commitment to buying fear insurance. So we're going to see if this manifests into something here. And if this continues to break down, then we'll know that any small pullback on the market now is pretty much just kind of a buy the dip event. So we got to watch what the UVXY is doing here. We already had a nice sell off on it that gave us our little rally. And now we're going to find out if the commitment to the upside is intact or not. So keep an eye on your UVXY to help guide you when something looks iffy. Look what the UVXY is doing. Now, when it comes to UVXY, there's a couple of macro levels that kind of on the bigger, broader scope of things are very telling about whether they're going to be holding up at significant areas of support or not. And, being below 2012, there was a level here, and then there was also another one at 1962. But down here, this bottoming threshold around 18 and change, um, that's where the market wants to hold up for now. Usually UVXY will eventually sell off down to like 8, $5, and then at that point they'll do a 40 for 1 reverse split and take it back to 40 bucks, or not 40 to 1, but they'll take it back to 40 bucks. So that's what historically they always do. And then over time, these levels, they all recalculate with whatever current support is. Right now, 18 and change is the support on this. But right up in here, 1984, just, I don't know, it's an Orwellian number. But it's really, for the last couple of days, that was what that number was. And now it's kind of recalculated to be in a slightly higher level. It's more like 2012, but we're below that. So now coming back to that other level that seemed to have some very good significance to it for a while, which is right about here, right? That's really where we're just threatening to stay over, can't stay over. We just broke under it again just now. And on the intraday session, look what we did. We got back up to the multi-day, couldn't get above it. Tried one more time, couldn't get above it. Got rejected. We just broke that. And now we're going to hit that macro, hey, what's up number, right? So we broke that in 1984 or couldn't get through it. And now we're looking for this 1962 to break. And the way this is poised, this is setting us up to take us to 1940, because this threshold breaks right here. That's declaring there's no fear in the market. This will fall. And then at the same time, you got the Qs. What the hell am I doing here? Qs just had its little price check on aisle 12. Looks the same as the UVXY chart, just upside down. Now, they're not technically paired with one another, inverse correlated exactly, but you're seeing the same ebb and flow structure at dominant supports. This held an upper support twice. And now it wants to break that threshold at 522.17, where the UVXY is looking to break that threshold here at 1962. And it just did. So now we're looking to quantify the range break by seeing this candle actually show a price discovery value that triggers the algorithms below 1962 to get that further sell off on the UVXY. And at the same time, we're seeing the Qs try the upper level. And what do we need now for the Qs to actually show us that it really is committed to breaking out? We had that session level from earlier, the 522.17, right? That was that pivot point from this morning, right here at the 945 candle. Was it 945 or 944? 945, right? We got right to that level. So we set the bar there. Now, when we set the bar there, the algo said, hey, we're going to take it back to 522.17, but the actual fair market value price is about 522.01. So we can stealthily see when we're actually going to try to break out, or whether, hey, we just tried, yeah, nobody was there. And we tried again, couldn't quite get it there. Now let's scare the hell out of everybody. This is where you'd be looking for that big, nasty pullback candle thing. Oh, shit. Rally's over. Oh, my God. This is it. Fuck this. I'm out of here. And then it just gets like nasty. And then when it comes right back, that's a candle formation you want to start looking for. That's the what we call the stop hunter program, right? Where everything just looks, oh, my God. But when you get that, oh my Lord, candle happen, and then the next candle comes back and engulfs that nasty downtrend immediately, then you kind of have your sights set on, hey, maybe that was just the big shakeout. Everybody's consolidating, waiting for the next break. Let's stop everybody out, come back, rip in their face. So hopefully we get that. I want to see the market go up. I think everybody else does too. And as long as you got the UVXY committing to that absence of strength, that helps make sense of what you're seeing here. So as long as UVXY stays below now, under that multi-day, it's 10 cents under the multi-day. So roughly 10.95 or 20.95, excuse me. if shit, not 20, 1995, if the UVXY can stay below 1995 and remain committed under 1984, I think we're going to be okay. So here's that big scary candle. Let's see if this works out. Now, keep in mind, the commodities market did close, and one of those contingencies are that money's going to filter out of commodities into bonds or the dollar or into equities. So let's see if we're just going to get our price check on aisle 12 here and see if we get this fake out, shake out, breakout candle to engulf and kind of confirm that, yep, we just stopped everybody out. And let's see if we have the conviction to the upside, and our confirmation of the conviction to the upside will be the UVXY rolling back over. All right. So a watch pot never boils. So let's give the Qs a break here and look at KIT. K-I-T-A. Oh, baby. What did it just do? Chopped around all day. Actually, when you're looking at this posture, look how well it held the multi-day all day, right? You had this little upper channel, couldn't get through it, couldn't get through it. Oh, couldn't get through it, couldn't get through it. Then we got through it back to the VWAP. Now what's KIT doing up here at 220? It's doing the VWAP shuffle. So let's see what the VWAP shuffle tells us. And there we are, right? Oh, we broke the VWAP. Oh, well, we didn't quite get to the high side. We're finding support here. We better hold up here. We don't hold up here and get right back over the VWAP. Maybe Kit Kat's over for the day. But you break VWAP and you break 225, you're going to go back to $3. Well, you're going to get 235 first. There's a big level there, but then you're going to be looking for 299. But why can't it? Right? Let's sucker everybody out. Right about that time, UVXY is pretending that it's going to crush our souls. Let's see what it does right here. The UVXY needs to hit, and you really want to see a rejection right here at 1998. Call it 1999. We'll do the. This will be the Prince chop. Oh, it's leaving without me. Now it's pulling back. Let's see if price discovery gets nullified right here. And the Qs have officially, well, they're still 20 cents above the VWAP, but they're doing their price check on aisle 12. Are you guys good? Brought you back to fair market value. Are you buyers still committed? We'll find out. Because if they're not, this late in the day, there's an absence of committed buyers. The bears are all licking their chops. But the Q's pulling back. This 12 cents now, 15 cents. UVXY's got a little bit more of a pop to it here, up another 10 cents. We'll get this to 2012. If it can get to 2012, if it gets rejected beforehand and starts to roll again and breaks below here, the Qs are going to rip to the highs. Well, the recent range highs. Because you just nullified the breakout. We haven't confirmed it yet, but this is starting to nullify. And that's going to give the bulls the bullish bulls I know. That trifecta is amazing, Eric. Nullify your intentions. You have been served. What's up, YouTube land? You guys still in there hanging around? I see there's a couple hundred of you in there, or 100 of you. What are you looking at? Well, let's take a poll of the market here, shall we? Let's look at a barometric reading of the market. Is there buying or selling pressure in the market currently? So if we have our watch list here, we can see the majority of stocks. And by the way, this watch list here is all of the power players. There are stocks that have good volume. Normally, they have good ATR values. They have a price point that's not, stocks trading in 4-cent ranges all a day. These are the droids for the most part. It's very similar to the way Kenny has his list. He has a lot of his broke down into individual sectors, and he's running a high-low ticker off of all of those. But out of this list, these are all pre-vetted names. Each one of these names are already poised to provide you with a good trading vehicle. So out of a good list of names, however you build your list, doesn't matter. If you've got a good qualified list of names, you can poll them and say, hey, the majority of the market, obviously, it's in the red. The only things that are really green on the day out of our known suspects are the rigatoni. That's still green on the day, which is interesting. QMCO. AMD's actually doing very well right now. Starbucks is kind of holding its own. Boeing, CVX, ConocoPhillips. And then, the names that are still in the red, sketchy. But if we're recognizing a shift in the market, we can see it a lot faster by seeing which stocks on our list are maybe breaking over VWAP right now. So we could sort our list and say, all right, here's all the stocks that are currently at or above VWAP or below. So right around in here, here's a list of stocks that are all trending above VWAP currently. So the list looks a little better. So if you are down on the day and you're breaking above VWAP, you could sit here and watch the disposition of your watch list saying, hey, look, all of the stocks that are above VWAP, it's actually growing. You see the green kind of spreading to the downside here, meaning more stocks from your list are breaking above VWAP currently. That can act as a barometer of the market, being able to say, hey, look, we're really shitty, but some of the underlying stocks that keep the market afloat are starting to show that intra-session designation of strength, being over the VWAP or being over your primary sentiment indicator of the day. Now, we can take that down to a faster read, but you can see the VWAP spreading here. So there's a lot of names that are starting to come back to life. And when you've got the cool kids list here, look at the names that are in this order here of the names that are breaking over VWAP currently. You got Meta, Broadcom, AMD, Microsoft, Taiwan Semiconductor, Google, Amazon, Shopify, Uber, MU, PDD, LRCX, Marvell, Baba, Oracle, JP Morgan, PayPal, Disney, OKLO, NVIDIA, ALAB, and the list goes on and on. SQ, Sound, Hood, Roblox, Apple. So you're starting to see the green spread here. Now you can make that even faster by looking at the names that are approaching the hourly, and you can see they're already, the majority of the list is already starting to show us, hey, here's the list from top to bottom sorted by hourly breaks, and it's already, the majority of them are breaking over the hourly. So if we talk about recovery, what's our first sign of strength? if we're in a down market, what's our first sign of strength? Breaking back over the hourly with the expectation of a reversion, because the hourly helps us identify bottoming and topping formations. So if we're at the bottom of the day and we're breaking over the hourly, we're starting to show that, hey, over the last hour, buyers are stepping in. So we can start to see the breadth of the market by understanding our posture of our dominant stocks. If our dominant stocks are, a lot of them are breaking above VWAP, that's concrete. That a lot of those names, the institutions are supporting the structure of this day relative to those names. The hourly gives us a little faster interpretation of that concept. So if we've got a lot of stocks that are all starting to break over their hourlies, that means that over the last hour or within this last given hour, a lot of stocks are starting to show that dominance, that the buyers are showing up. So in our UVXY, you see how it topped out up here and then it rolled back through our sentiment indications, and now it's testing the lows again for the third time. At the same time, the UVXY started rolling over, and we got the Qs starting to peek its head back up. I was only kidding about selling off, and now I'm back. So now is where you really want to find that commitment. You know, the time of day is real important now. Coming into 3 o'clock, yeah, really want to see it break over that range to get any more confirmation to the upside. But hell, this might be all we get out of the day. We kind of bottomed. The algorithm kicked in, said, yeah, we're not selling off today. We were only kidding, but we're just going to rally this back to fair market value. And that's all you get. So until we get a little further into the day, it's going to be tricky to find, um, you know, if you're looking for that late day lotto, as we call it, lottos, because we're inferring that it is a zero sum game, um, where you're looking at saying, you know what, this is showing some strength. I want to buy some, potentially cheap options that I can start looking for a little end of the day rally into or end of the day sell off. With the way things are firming up on the Qs right now, you're above the VWAP, the hourly, and you've got a positive trend setting up here. The inclination of your indicators are showing you some positive strength. You still are under day under your day under day. You're below day over day recognition of fair market value, but that's where it looks like it wants to go to. So we have just enough time for this to kind of rally, maybe run up here to the multi-day and do a price check up here to find out if there's any buyers committed on a day over day basis. And if we get some kind of like out of the blue range break here, or some catalyst hit the market, and yeah, buyers are back, baby, we could hit that and we could be asking that wonderful, wonderful question, what time Qs go green? And that's going to be around 5:29:60. Is it impossible for that to happen? No. Is it impossible the Qs could roll over now and go down to 5:18 again? Yeah, anything's possible. But day trading is about understanding the chop that you're in, the environment that you're in, the time of day, what your supporting characters that the market is doing to help your thesis, especially if you're trading an index fund like the Qs or the SPYs. We can take the same dynamics, the same conversation, and apply this to the SPY or the Dow or what is it, the XLE, what or not the XLE, the Russell, whatever. Chop, 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 slap chop. You're gonna love my nuts. Hey, what's up, Richard? Good question. What are the ATRs on the A? Well, when this assigns itself to that high volume candle, this builds ranges based off of the VWAP recognition of ATR. So this defines what the ATR values of this high volume event here. and starts drawing them on either side of the VWAP. And that produces these dynamic channels. And for the most part, they're infallible. You get what I found was is you kind of find these max potentials. So you have your initial consolidation range relative to that high volume event, get your VWAP signatures, but then it builds you the upper channel and the lower channel. And then from there, you have these mounting areas of resistance. And what I found is through the first fifth exponential, that's where they want to trend. And then it breaks to a 10th exponential. And then from there, a 15 and a 20th exponential relative to your ATR structure. And that's where, you've got your dominant range here, and then you've got a little, choppy zone. But then you get into the green zone, and the green is just telling you, hey, this is really the max potential off of this to one side or the other. And then when you get to the outer band of the green, just like it did to the outer band of the red, you can see it chopped in this tight red zone here. But when it got to the other side, that's really max potential. When you break that potential and you start getting to the yellow band, that's where the stock is starting to tell you, hey, this is where we're going to create a new trend zone at. And potentially you'll fail that, and you'll start to create a consolidation in a lower registration. Same way as up here, just getting this to work. Going at the end of the day here, we might get a pop into here, and that might be all we get. It's like, oh, it's breaking this range. Oh, here we go, baby. And then it only goes up but so high until new volume comes in and declares where the new ranges are. So real shortly here, usually sometime after 3 o'clock, we get a huge influx of volume. And a lot of that has to do with the brokers that want to close out option positions is right around 315, 325 every day. They want to get all of that stuff summed up before end of before 4 o'clock. So you get a huge influx of volume just because people are closing their positions out going into that last half hour of the day. So pretty soon here, like for example, on the Qs, we're going to see an influx of volume. And it might even occur here with this range break. The market looks like it wants to do something here at that 522.70, 522.17 area. So once we get, we break that dynamic, that'll trigger an algorithm. And you can see how we've been chopping very, very specifically in these ranges. You see this? How we've been chopping along here, the top of it, holding this bottom range. And then when we pulled back, we held the bottom. Essentially, we held the VWAP from that high volume candle here. And what I found is you chop around in these little ranges until you break that upper range. And then you're into the, bigger moves are setting up. And those moves, you can see with the Qs right now, we're chopping in roughly 30-cent ranges. When we break this next top dynamic from 522.10, then we're jumping that 30 and that 30, but then those ranges open up. And the next one is really going from 522.80 up here to 524.60. So it starts to really broaden. We're going from 30-cent ranges, and then the real bigger ranges are up here around they're starting to break into like a $2 range after that. But in this confirmation that we're following through, you get up to about a 7.5% range. Not percent, excuse me, it's not percent. A 7.5 exponential off of your dominant range here. So that gets you up to about right here. And this is where it really declares where it's going to start becoming hyper bullish. So, and then above that, all of your ranges are, in that $2 spectrum. So from here, you're going from, 30 cents, and then from a 30-cent break, you're going to jump about $1. And then from there, it's going to open up, and your potentials will just get wider and wider. That's why I'm kind of excited about us actually breaking the multi-day here, because if we do, the new potentials are going to provide that girthiness for it to actually follow through. And I'd love nothing more than to see the cues go to this macro level of the day here, which is 528.14. But, you know, that's highly speculative. I know where it's trading at right now. This 522.17 needs a break. And if we get through that, we're probably going to settle out around 524.82. And that would just be, 520, what is it? 524.82. Here. So here, 522, what was it? 522.20, something like that. 522.17. Wasn't that our number? Show you something. Yeah. Let me show you something. Remember how we were talking just a minute ago about how important this number right here was? This candle from 945. So remove that. You see that candle? 945. 522. What was the low? 522.17. Right? We go out to the daily. I want to show you where the VWAP signature was. You see that right there? This is the VWAP signature from the market. I believe it was Thursday or Friday. What was it? Friday. That would have been Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, last Friday. Had a huge influx of volume on the market itself, and it created a new VWAP channel. Yesterday's VWAP from that high volume event was right here, right? So if we came in here and got stupid up close and personal and put a line right there at that peak, was I on the money? You're off by a penny, you asshole. No. 522.15, right there. From a historical reference, from a VWAP signature relative to that high volume event, right there. Now back on intraday, where did that level manifest today? This is where Rain Man shines. Remember how he said this was going to be important? Look how that candle was important relative to that historical reference to VWAP. Same price, same candle, same bat time, same bat channel. And why are we so specifically trending at that price right now? We got back to it. We got through it. We pulled back. We broke above it. Now we're holding it. Now we're chopping at it again. Why is that so damn specific? You can't tell me that's coincidence. I could find you hundreds of examples of the shit doing the same thing over and over and over. So now that we hit this a couple of times, and now that we broke over it once, we had our little pullback. A new algo got thrown. It's a low volume. Absence of a lot of volume. That's kind of indicative they're about to throw another massive volume spike at the cues. And that's going to declare whether we're going to trend higher or we're going to have a no big close. So we've got that coming up here. And if you guys follow one of our old friends and did the whole trade the close thing, this is where you'd be looking at something that's in an uptrend, waiting for that new volume to cycle in, set the bar, and then be able to visualize What's the stock doing now? This new volume coming in, is it holding the VWAP or is it breaking below the VWAP relative to all of this volume? This volume spike and this VWAP of the volume spike declares what those volumes intentions are. So right now we're kind of in a holding pattern in the market, even though we're trending up, or we're looking for that declaration now. What are we going to do next? And once we get a real credible break of this 522.17, 522.15 area, remember what I said, we're going to get into here. This profit taking zone here is where they're going to throw a new algorithm at it. And when we get that volume influx, we're going to define whether we're going to make it to the multi-day or this is going to come back and chop around at VWAP going into the close. Because if there's an absence of commitment buying to or selling on a day like today, being that it's sort of a holiday weekend, there might just not be incentivized buyers or sellers. So if that happens to be true, this next round of volume is going to declare whether there's anybody really intact or not. And if not, there's no buyers, no sellers, we'll just graduate back and close at fair market value into the end of the day here. Can you do the same sort of trading with TQQ and SQQ to get more leverage? Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just price and volume. VWAP levels are going to be VWAP levels just relative to whatever the instrument is you're trading, right? So here you go. Same kind of setup here. If we go out to history. Now, the TQQ did not have a most recent high volume event trigger on it, right? But it still does have some dominant reference to where support and resistance can be observed. So we had 82.46 this morning, right down here, right? And if we look back at this prior candle's VWAP, which was the same big candle that we were basing our other thing off of, we had this level roughly right down about right here. That's same price. 82.46. So when you had that pullback this morning, you can see that this is where it held most of the day. Now that little pivot right there, if we wanted to mimic where the Q's finalized, we could have just take the chart and re-anchored it to that same price. So that would be 1, go back 3. No, go back 4. Yeah. So if we adjusted our anchoring to that same posture on that day, here was our level right there at 84.47. And shapoopy, we're right there. That same pullback this morning would have been in the same place. Pretty cool, huh? I see you creeping around there, girl trader. And by the way, let's talk. We got a few minutes before anything really important happens with the Qs, I think. Oh, wait, it did it. We were off talking about something or another. Oh, no, it didn't. I didn't reset put it back on autopilot. I got to put on autopilot or will crash. When you're swing trading or you're managing a portfolio, it's amazing what VWAP can help you understand about your positions. Let's say you've owned something for 3 or 4 days. You could simply just say, hey, I've owned the Qs for 3 or 4 days. Am I still bullish or bearish since my entry point? Well, you can go back and say, all right, well, I bought it 4 days ago. Am I bearish or bullish right now, this minute? What do I need to do? Oh, look, I'm back above my entry point from 4 days ago. I guess I'm good to go, right? Give me an example of something maybe one of y'all are in that you're in a swing position or something. Or in a long position. If you're trying to manage a position, let's just pick something random over here. Oh, no, 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 no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Click. What do we get? Roblox. All right. Let's just go to our time machine for a second and pick a time, a date in history. So let's say we've owned Roblox for roughly 6 months, right? So let's go back to I don't know, May 15th of this year. Let's say we bought Roblox and we haven't looked at it, but we want to manage our portfolio because we thought it was a good idea back in May, and now we've been in it for a while. Should we stay the course? Should we dump it? What do we need to do with it? So we'll set that on the day, and then let's get a day-over-day observation. Our theoretical entry from May 15th on Roblox. Now we could go through each of our portfolio names the same way, just anchor the VWAP back to the day we bought something and see whether the institutions are behind us or not. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm glad I stopped looking at it because these shakeouts would have really pissed me off. But when I bought this on 515, I had a couple of pullbacks, but it held the VWAP every time it pulled back. And wow, look at it now. I have no reason on earth to get out of this thing. Now, if you wanted to know in the short term whether you should get out of something, you could do a couple of things. You can say, all right, well, this has really been doing well, but I want to know early that the trend is starting to, get to roll over. So when it comes to anchoring VWAP, we use our multi-day the same way. So normally what you'll do with anchoring is anchoring it to a hot potential or a pivot point or even the highs, right? So in this case, this recently had a pullback here on 1125 Roblox. So what we can do now is anchor our VWAP to 1125 and see that, hey, since we've been in an uptrend, what if this thing starts to roll over? I want to give heads up instead of giving it all the way back to my entry VWAP. I want to know ahead of time if I'm starting to lose strength. And generally, when you anchor your VWAP to a most recent low pivot point, a dominant low pivot point, that's going to give you the observation of where you might need to start thinking that the institutions are about to give up the ghost on this long thesis. So now we could come in here and say, well, since my entry, my investment back in May, I'm still good. Let's see what I need to turn this off or take profits or decide to punch out of it. So we're going to come find 1125 is our key anchoring time frame. So now we'll take this out to 1125 on the day. And now we have a VWAP signature telling us relative to that last pivot point, hey, it's still bullish, but damn, I really should consider, keeping an eye on it if this now breaks below 56.67. And then absolutely, I don't want to see it be trending below 55.15. That's a very, very effective and efficient way of managing your portfolio. You don't need Edward Jones. You don't need HR giving you 3 options about their bullshit money market fund. If you like those funds, get those names, buy them yourself, and then come spend every Monday morning is your homework. Hey, I'm going to check on my portfolio every Monday morning, and I'm going to make adjustments based off of when I entered a position relative to what it's telling me today, Monday morning. And if relative to your entry point, if your stock is trading below the VWAP relative to your entry point, you need to say, hey, the institutions aren't behind it. I got to punch out of this thing. I thought I was doing good, but yeah, now some of these things are not really, play a ball for me. Then hopefully maybe like on an investment portfolio, you've got some longer term time frames to negotiate. But wouldn't it be nice to know that, hey, I've been holding this, I don't know, theoretical roadblocks here since May, but I have no reason to get out of this. I can stay the course. And even if you have a minor pullback, you could say, all right, well, last pivot point here is telling me that, hey, I need to really think this through, and I might want to decide to start considering a punch out if this breaks 56.71 because it's been pulling back the last few days. You want to find out when this thing is pulled back, but now it's back in recovery mode. Anchor it to the most recent high. So here's our support. Now let's anchor it to the most recent high on 12/16. December 16th. And now we can say, all right, well, since the highs, we're still holding the low side of this, but man, I'd really like to see roadblocks at least close above 59.85 today, or else I'm going to have to really think about this Monday. If I can't start trending back above 59.85, then, maybe it's kind of put in a top. But if it gets back above that anchor point relative to your high, then you can start to say, hey, there's no threat here. We're good. We're not breaking our low support. We still would like to see it start be a little more positive above our VWAP relative to our high, even on any pullback. That's a very, very mindful way of managing your portfolio. What about the Q? So they're at 522.15. What are you going to do about it? Oh, what did it do? It went up to that green line and it pulled back. It did the Paula Abdul. He said he's going to go 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because opposites attract. Mm, mm, mm. That's it. It's the Paula Abdul ass break trigger. She got a cuter butt than the Kardashians, in my opinion. At least 1980s Paula Abdul. She's going to be one of those chicks. She's going to be in an old age home one day. And she's going to jump out of her wheelchair and just start ripping off some like really fancy moves. But look, what time is it? All right, it's 3:00. So we got the bond market closing right now. Let's take a look at the dollar. Dollar sign DXY. Why? Because we like the DXY. The dollar just closed. It kind of limped its way into the close. Nothing extraordinary, a strong close, a weak close, just kind of, like everything else. The dollar just kind of closed chop sideways. So there wasn't a lot of pent up energy for, uh, an influx of volume into. Now, obviously, the DXY doesn't register volume. You could use the UUP for that. Thank you, Pittsburgh Mike, for reminding me about that. But you didn't see a huge influx going into the bonds or, giving or taking away. This relatively closed flat. So money wasn't going into bonds. Now let's see if they were cycling back into something like, the Qs, or not the Qs, but oil, gold, something like that, /CL. Where's oil? Right. So over the last few minutes, oil's actually been selling off. All right. So if money's not rushing into the bonds, it's not supporting the oil. And then where's gold real quick? /GC. Oh, got a little sell off on gold jumping off here. What's going on? Is the market crashing? I don't know. It would be my speculation that, that 3:00 shift, where's the money going to go? Who's going to get the love going into the end of the day? Or are we just giving up the ghost and all going to just chop sideways into the close? Oh, it looks scary, like we're going to break down and die. Well, it just rallied, pulled back to the hourly, almost pulled back to the VWAP, pulled back to the hourly. Now, over the last hour, us buyers are intact. Okay, cool. Let's take it a little higher. All right, we're going to pull back. Well, let's ask the hourly people again. Are you good? Well, you haven't asked us yet because you haven't got here. We'll let you know. More than likely, this is going to, because of the time, we're going to come here and check the hourly again. That's going to be 521.80. Might see a little fluctuation chop around 521.73. That's kind of where this chopped around earlier. And if this doesn't really break 521.73 and then rallies back above the hourly, we're about to see an influx of volume, and that's going to declare the remainder of the day. Knight Rider. Yes, Dan. Singles and doubles add up faster than home runs. Man, I love it when people learn. Lipstick on the pug. I get the joke now. And what's the UVXY doing right now? It's trying to scare the bejesus out of everybody. Look, there's fear coming into the market right here. Is it? Oh, we just sold off. We held support, and now we're back, and oh, it's breaking the hourly here. Oh, yeah, no. Let's see what it does here. This just got back to the VWAP of the high volume from 152 this afternoon. Anybody home? Are there buyers of fear? Contact your fear insurance salesman. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Oh, baby. The buyers are there. They might be tired. The commitment is here on the kit, whatever this is. Nauticus roboticus. Hey, you know another one that I saw? It's not lunar, but it's Luna. I don't know if it's did anything yet. No. It's got a little break on the macro Luna. But lunar, kind of doing the same thing here late in the day. Late day VWAP breaks after being kind of choppy, disgusting all day. Oh, it's breaking the VWAP late in the day. Oh, I've been short and now I don't know what to do. And now Lunar's going to rally to 1890. You're welcome. For the moment, when Lunar broke the VWAP, it triggered volume to jump off. And for the time being, the price action is traveling above the VWAP from that volume event. And you want to see Lunar, LUNR, break 1871 with commitment, then you're good. Otherwise, you're going to get stopped out at 1863. Oh, look at that scary pullback. We're all going to die. Grr. Good question there, John Wick. Um, it's kind of a combination of where the dominance is set up at. So when you had this breakout in a pullback, if you're looking for a new entry, you want to see it pull back. I mean, if let's say you got long, you want to see things break and you want them to pull back, but you want them to shape up at that nearest pullback value. So you got to let them breathe. You can't just say, "Hey, I'm gonna, set my order to buy it right there at that pullback." You want it to, if you're looking for a new entry, it's got to be, you got to take into consideration the time of day, the range breaks it's already beat. And like I said, this just was going to hit the hourly, pull back, and now it's going to try 522 again. All this did was come down here and do a price check on aisle 12. So when you get that initial breakdown under, the ranges are one thing. They're giving you your profit taking targets. They're kind of helping you establish where your stop targets are. But for an entry, hey, I know when something breaks VWAP, it's going to come back first before it follows through. Now with the Qs, it's established that if it's going to roll over and have to go back down to VWAP, it's established where that range break is going to be at. In this case, it's 521.45. So if you were looking to get long again off of any pullback relative to a sentiment indication, that's where you'd say, all right, it pulled back and held. Now I can establish that if I want to re-enter, then that's going to be your stop. You're going to, it's very unintuitive. I mean, for a lot of traders that are comfortable and they start to feel the ebb and flow and they start to get this whole thing about, hey, things are going to go to a level, they're going to pull back first. So in this scenario, you'd be like, hey, maybe I missed this entry when it broke 522.15. And I definitely don't want to be chasing it up here because what if this rallies up only to there again and then rolls over hard? This is where you'd say, all right, I missed it. I know it always pulls back after a range break. Let it pull back, solidify, and then maybe I'll buy it on that next dominant break or, some assertion of where VWAP is. And at least you're saying to yourself, hey, I'm buying it where I want to get involved, not chasing the top tick herd. Uh-oh. This might end up being a bloodbath Becky kind of day. Let's hope not. We still got about 10, 15 minutes before the brokers, the institutions start, closing out their call positions. Any of y'all ever been in a situation where you've got in the money calls into the last hour of the day that all of a sudden you get done, your screen goes ding, you're out, and you're like, well, wait a minute, I didn't put a trade on. Yeah, that was the institutions doing you a favor by punching you out of a position that potentially, if you don't have enough capital to cover, being put the stock or, being exercised, they'll punch you out of it going into the end of the day. So that happens around 325. It starts happening. That's why you start seeing a big influx of volume because the brokers are managing active positions and they have an imbalance they have to start dealing with right around that time. Happens every day, huh, Dan? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. We enjoyed the education. Very much so, sir. Thank you for sharing wisdom and knowledge. And hey, listen, we owe it all to Mr. Kenny Glick, the crazy maniac on YouTube, not wearing a shirt, wearing a funny hat, sharing the wisdom of how this market works. Maybe this is your first time hanging with us and we're a little chaotic and crazy and we say crazy things and can be very expressive. But I think the way we go about this in here, it really kind of sinks those methodologies into your skull. Who on earth have you ever heard on CNBC go, oh, yeah, this is the ass crack bottom? Nobody. But guaranteed after today, you know what an ass crack bottom is. And it makes more sense and it sticks in your brain. It's more colorful, more visual. It excites the neurons to really let that knowledge get deep seated into your melancholy. Now, here's an unauthoritative opinion. What if the Fed comes out with an emergency rate cut for no good reason? I'm thinking QE. Yeah, after the first of the year. They can't call it QE because that's got some bad connotations to it now, but they're going to call it something different. But essentially, it's printer go burr, and this market is going to explode to the upside because we're going to fall into a situation where the market's going to fall on shaky ground and there's going to be a dip. And guess where they're going to turn on the printing presses when we get to that dip? Want to know where that's at? I'll show you right now. Relative to the Qs, this last dip in August. Watch this. QQQ. What was that? August 5th. August 5th. August 5th. The last place they corrected this market. Now, if the market starts to fall apart again and the Qs are down here at 487.40, you need to buy, you need a mortgage, your second mortgage, your third mortgage, your kids' college fund, dump it all, raise cash, and buy the market. Every time the market crashes, it establishes where they understand fair market value to be. That's where they buy the dip every time. Going forward in this market into the first of the year, if the Qs start to roll over and get down, well, as of today, in the next couple of days, weeks, or whatever, it might be slightly higher. We'll figure that out. But as of today, if this market was going to crash, the Fed would step in when the Qs hit 487.61, and that's where you're going to buy the dip. Now hold us to that. Hold me to that. When it gets, if this market gets stupid scary and we start to crash, we'll tell you where they're going to cover the market at. It's going to be VWAP. Now, where the Qs are right now, are we back in recovery mode? Let's put the Qs at the highs of the day or the highs of the year, 1216, right? QQQ, 1216, 1216. Are we bullish or bearish? We were bullish yesterday, but today we're breaking back below the high VWAP signature from the all-time highs. That's not looking very bullish, is it? Going into the weekend. That's really where you want to see this market recover today. 424.48. Oh, I already got a level there. What is that? Mathematical level. It's more important than where I draw a line. 524.82. You'd really like to see the Qs rally up to that going into the close today. Because if we're closing below sentiment today, we already did a retest of support this morning. That's good, but we didn't have any real energy to get us back above that 522.15 and definitely getting it back above the VWAP relative to the all-time high. That's looking a little scary. But Monday, we'll sort all of this shit out. we're either going to break 424.82 or we're going to break the bottom of this range on Monday, 518. Then we'll figure out where our next areas of support are. With the Qs right here, where they rallied up to the top side of the range, they really need to test this bottom side again at 509. I know. You're stupid, Solid. You can't be saying they're going to have another pullback in a bull market. You're obscene. You're wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not right. I'm just telling you what the VWAP's telling us. And when you see this 1,000 times, like I have, sitting up till 3 o'clock in the morning every night for years, programming shit, watching markets unfold, you see the same shit over and over and over and over again.
Hey.
What?
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 If you are in the kit, yeah, I would stay in it because you got late day VWAP break and you just got a massive buy on the offer.
Is it over 232 yet?
Yeah, you're at 231, 230 now. Hey, speaking of VWAP and books, we'll have the author of the only VWAP book that's worth reading. That would be Brian Shannon. He wrote 2 books. I forgot which came first. But we're going to have Brian Shannon on the show within the next couple of weeks. Not only will he sign a book for you, but he'll charge you extra for it. No, he'll sign a book for you. So we'll have him on here a couple of weeks from now. I'm sure he's got copies lying around in his house. But Brian Shannon, he writes books that you can read. But if you really want something to read, I got something fun for you to read. We call it, the brochure. It's a book written by a friend of ours called 20 Mistakes of Every Trader, or the 20 Common Mistakes Made by 1,000 Traders. So what our guy did was he just polled a bunch of traders, called me, and then he wrote some of what I wrote into the book. And it's $4 if you got a Kindle. Here it is if you want to see it on Amazon. If you see my screen, let me show you for a second. Boop. Failed Traders. I have the original manuscript, so if you don't want to pay the $4, just email me. I'll send you a copy of the manuscript. You just got to read it in a PDF form. This is the best book of trading ever written in the history of trading, and I'm not joking. I'm not even kidding around, because everything in that book, it's so easily written, and we've all made every mistake in that book, and just to hear it being articulated and seeing it in print, it's a great read. So if anybody's interested, just email me again, saying, give me that free book, and I'll send you a PDF copy, and I'll save you the $4. But as far as I'm concerned, books on technical trading, I can't even get past the first 3 pages. No matter who it is. I've got a couple. It's tough to read. That's why I really liked the way Shannon would write it. Very specific, articulates it pretty well. Doesn't try to be fancy with his writing. It's good stuff. But I'll have him on here. Maybe it's probably best to read the first one, and then get to the second one. The second one is called Anchored VWAP, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. The first book, I think it's just called Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames. But maybe because we can get a Brian Shannon discount, it's $76 on Amazon, which seems pricey for a book. All right. Anyway, yeah, send me an email. I'll send you a copy of that other one. But you are in the VWAP for Dummies seminar or symposium. We're better than seminars. This is it. You'll start to notice that it really is the same day every day, and we use very specific time frames. I use 1 minute, 1 day. If you want to call it anchored, it's anchored to yesterday. And I found that to be my favorite setup, because generally we travel to and from today's VWAP and yesterday's, and then when you start trending, you start using multiple time frames. And then obviously I showed the Andy Dufresne was monthlies and yearlies, and then you could expand it. But the idea is if you conquer the intraday action, you're just basically expanding it. That's it. And then when you start seeing the bigger trends, like not like today, we're kind of like trapped, you'll start to see how when they start to expand, they go to other VWAPs, prior VWAP. That's why I like when the market crashes and gets slammed, because then all those prior VWAPs become 1 day, 2 day, 3 days. So when we rally back, it's easy to see where we're going to. When you're having blue sky breakouts, like on an SOUN, there's nothing on top. Only solid can predict where we stop, because it's. And by the way, SOUN, I just want to point it out one more time, right? Let's say, again, you're just sitting around watching my stocks, right? Now, that is some excessive chop, right? Freaking awful. But let's say you're just sitting around, all right, you sat here all day, I'm looking for something to do. All right, that SOUN's paid us pretty well over the last 6 months. Let's go take a look at what it's doing. Oh, breaking VWAP. Oh, look, it just held the prior day VWAP, and now it's bouncing off the prior day VWAP. Okay, you know what I could do? I could buy it off the bounce. Again, you don't know it's going to bounce, but this is exactly how you find trades. You check to see what they're doing. Oh, you just kind of faux show broed right to the prior held. That's bullish. So now you don't know it's going to stop going down, but when it stops going down, you're buying it on the comeback and using the bottom and the prior day VWAP as you're out. And that's how you identify your trade. And then it breaks the 1 minute. So let's say you were the more savvy you get, you'd be buying it on the bounce, or just buy the VWAP break. Late day VWAP breaks after holding prior day VWAP, quite bullish. So 2360 got you a pretty sweet trade there. And again, I don't know if this thing has 2350 options, but let's take a look at the options, especially late on the day on a Friday. That was probably a double or a triple. And it's not like you had to time it perfectly. So I would go 2350s. They exist. If there wasn't, then you go 24s. Yeah, so 2350s. No, those are January. You want to go daily options. I only trade the dailies or the day of. I love the days of. So I go right at the money and bang, look at that. You had a 2350 to choose from. And you'd have been buying it off here. 31 cents. Got you up to 90. In that little tiny move, just going and check on some stocks, going to see what's going on at prior day VWAP. And there you go. That's how trades find you. You just got to go looking on, 15, 20 names that you like. Obviously, earnings season, you'll have different ones to watch. And you go check you check the watch list. QQQ, UVXY, check the watch list, go to earnings. And that's why overkill is what kills you. That's why those trade companies where they have the scanners and they say this thing does this and that does this, and you don't need any of that. You don't need that many ideas. I don't need to tell you that you should stay focused on 4 stocks and you'll probably get 4 individual trades. How many times could you have traded qubits today? And not one time did I decide, hey, why don't I cover my short and go long one of these times? I don't know. I just stayed biased to the short side, and look how many times I got paid. One out of the gate, it was a small win. Bigger win was the second one. Third win was all right. Didn't do the fourth. And then think about the other person who was looking to buy qubits. They were looking to, you got back above prior day VWAP, establishing risk. They got paid. So, again, the ranges are nothing to be feared about. Exactly what Solid's been saying, navigating the chop. You navigate the chop, you're a great trader. And inevitably, those days where it's this is not an easy day to trade. Okay. Especially for the rookies, you want a little bit more follow through. And, I like the excessive chop because I like shorting stocks. Not everybody wants the short stock. So there are days where these pullbacks, they hold the prior area and then they rally more. And you're basically in one position all day. You're just milking the trade. Today, you had to be a little bit more active and possibly take the other side. But the thing about today, right now, you witness this day. Monday will be basically the same, but a little variety. And then you got to remember, low volume days lend to losers, because the low volume, either it gets excessively choppy or you just don't have any follow through. So it's like a lose-lose. And then next week, it's New Year's, and then it's a brand new year, and all hell's going to break loose, and then earnings season starts, and you will not have any problem finding new ideas. My name's Kenny Glick. I don't approve of this message. But this was a good day to do the symposium, right? I mean, my screen right now is not even moving. You got a half hour left in the day. Shit usually comes crack-a-lacking to life right now. There's nothing moving. I mean, I don't even have any things blinking. I got a half my screen just sitting and just frozen. There's not a lot going on, and that's generally what happens on the Friday before New Year's. But you walk away, walk away with a day's pay, just like any other day. Yeah, so if anybody wants that free book, it's like I don't know if anybody's read Jonathan Livingston Seagull, right? It's a very famous book. It's a very easy read. If you haven't read it, read it. It goes by in a heartbeat. You'll be able to read that book that I was talking about. No joke. Won't even take you an hour. And it's just a great read. And then a couple of weeks from now, I'm going to get I'll get Brian Shannon to come by. He'll do a little demonstration with us. He'll show you his VWAP. I'll show you my VWAP. They're pretty much, similar. But he anchors it to what he believes is a specific moment, right? I anchor it to what I have just experimented with. I just started using prior day with stocks that were voluminous, and that is where I really much lived. And then I expanded that to multiple days, and then I started trying 5 days worth of data, 10 days. Then I get into the monthlies, the weeklies, and then oddly enough, my favorite chart became the 3-year weekly, because I kept finding all these amazing stocks coming out of these bottoming formations, even the Qs. I mean, they see the Qs coming out of there's a 3-year weekly. The 3-year weekly is what I found, that's when I started calling it the Andy Dufresne. I was like, man, these stocks, once they come out of these bottoming formations, just awesome. And I don't know if, Sal had mentioned this enough, but there are days where you just sit here and hang out and we don't do any trading. And we're good at that too, because he sings, I dance, he sings, he plays the guitar, I'm a DJ. I went to school for television and radio production. So this trading thing, man, I don't know how I got trapped here. I don't know how I got trapped here for 30 years, but I was a DJ for about 12 years. I love music. Every trade I put on reminds me of a song somehow, and a movie quote, of course. Yeah, 5-year weekly. And like I said, even 10-year, 15-year charts, when I started using VWAP exclusively, it was more of an experimental thing for me, because why would VWAP matter? I stopped asking that question. I was like, I guess it matters, because the prices, especially when the flash crash happened and the market's getting hammered, all hell's breaking loose. Nobody knows what the was going on. I'm freaking out with 270 naked puts on the Qs, crying to my kids, taking them off the bus. I got it on film one day. I'll let you see it. I'm bugging out. Right. And then when you got your senses back and you took a look at some charts, the entire sell-off went to I think it was the 10-year VWAP on the Dow Jones to the penny. And that's where the bounce happened. Then you went that, and then you checked on the QQQ. I think it was the 8-year VWAP, and it went there to the penny. So even though it seemed like a massive glitch, it was still some sort of diabolical programming during that flash crash. And if you guys remember, that was something, right? I don't know if you guys, if you're staying after 4 o'clock, I'll put on Ben Lichtenstein's flash crash call. It's still awesome to listen to this guy trying to call the S&P futures pit as the market was crashing. It is a lot of fun. And if you didn't live through it, this video that he recorded the S&P pit, it is just epic. You could feel the fear coming through his voice as he's trying to hold it together. It's awesome. Just to send me you can send to kennyglick@aol.com. kennyglick@aol. I'll send you the PDF. I also have an interesting PDF. I think it's corrupted now. I was born into the world of SOs. That's the first system I ever traded on, small order execution system. And there was a group of us called the SOs Bandits, right? And we didn't even learn how to trade, right? So we weren't really traders at the time. We were exploiting the system. So when trading began, and if you guys Google my name, if you Google Kenny Glick, I was on 2020 and 60 Minutes and 48 Hours, and I was on, I was always defending the knucklehead day trading nation. But this book describes why people were hating on us, because we weren't really traders at first. It was like glitches. We were exploiting market maker glitches, and we were finally taking advantage of the market makers, if you could believe it. And once they found out or realized that we were exploiting them using the system, this is the book I have, Secrets of the SOs Bandits. I have a copy, but the PDF is corrupted. I could send it to you. If it doesn't work, I don't know. I tried it twice. But this was the original guy. I learned how to trade from Harvey, who trained my fraternity brother. And it really wasn't trading per se at the time. You were just watching the tape. And I could talk about this on Monday. I don't know if you guys, guys are probably positioned into the close, but you would just watch the box, the level 2, time and sales, and you would specifically watch the market makers. And back in the day, so we were able to SOs in, small HQ, you would SOs in. So the market makers were required to sell you at least 1,000 shares. But then there was a system called SelectNet. And that was like the Bloomberg of the day, where you could send your order directly to a market maker. So because the system was so glitchy and flawed, imagine, if you will, you've got, let's look at a big stock like Eli Lilly, right? $781, $780 bid, whatever. You had stocks with 2.3 point spreads, and you had massive stocks in 15, 20 point ranges. So you would SOs in, and sometimes the market makers would actually, if they didn't manually change their bid and offer, because it really wasn't automated yet to the extent that it needed to be, because we were getting into a fast market, they would lock the market. The bid would sometimes makes no sense. It would sometimes be higher than the bid would be higher than the offer. So you're basically playing a video game. You just buy and sell simultaneously, and you'd buy on SOs and SelectNet to the market maker, who was trapped on the bid because he wasn't paying attention. So he's bidding maybe a quarter sometimes, or even a half point higher, and you just keep hitting the button and buy 1,000 share lots, and then immediately sell it to the guy a quarter higher. And there was glitches all day. And then as more activity became, as the volumes got bigger and more people became day traders, the spreads were getting bigger. There was more activity. Sometimes you'd have 3.4 point glitches. Imagine that. You're buying 3,000 shares. The guy's bidding the stock 3 points higher, and you're hitting them, and you're getting printed. Next thing you know, your P&L's up $9,000, and the stock didn't even move. And then Goldman Sachs would call our office and say, yeah, I just got done for 3,000 shares out of the money. Yeah, can you break that for me? We'd put them on hold. Yeah, how you doing? Is Goldman Sachs? Yeah, I just checked with the trader. There's a note on his desk. It says, Mayday's pay. And then we'd hang up. And then he'd call back cursing and screaming, and there was nothing they could do about it. But once we started taking advantage of the market makers, they filed a grievance with the SEC and FINRA, and they put an end to it, because we finally had an advantage. They were glitching it out. We were taking advantage of the glitches, and glitches get stitches. So they basically made a rule that if we did an erroneous trade, they had a half an hour to break it. And in that half an hour, we had to sit and wait. But if they never called us within the half an hour, we got to keep the money. It was pretty wild. And then we learned how to trade. So I learned a lot of the weird stuff before I became a real trader. That's why all these weird algorithmic glitches now just make sense to me. So yeah, back to that book. Yeah, just email me. I'll send you both copies. Chances are the So's book doesn't really work, but the error book, then the mistake book, phenomenal. And then, like I said, a couple of Thursdays from now, we do a show called The Schmooze where we get together Thursday nights. We'll start it up when earnings season begins. We like to prepare for Friday options Thursday night. And then we usually have a guest. So probably somewhere third week in January, we'll have Brian on. So you guys should be here for that. I'll tell him to bring some copies, and I'll get some to give out for free, I'm sure, for presents or whatnot, and then buying directly from Brian. Glitches get stitches. Oh man, these guys it was like a rumble. They challenged up. It was like, I forgot what firm it was. I think it was Night Trading. They actually wanted to fight us physically. They challenged us to like a rumble. I was like, what do you want to do? Should we whistle when we get there? West Side Story. We're gonna go dancing down Stone Street and stomp on these guys from Night Trading. I mean, they wanted to fight us because we were glitching them out. We were sending hundreds and hundreds of erroneous trades. We knew what we were doing, but we kept pretending like we were just sending erroneous trades by accident. So we were trying to glitch out the glitches. And this one guy, he was like an expert at it. Dude was doing 30 grand a day. Didn't have any idea what he was doing. He was just a fisherman. He would just find the glitches, milk the glitches, and then sit there and just hope that one of the market makers didn't call to break the trade. Guy was doing 30, 40 grand a day for like 18 months until they finally like shut us down. Sick. And then when he started to learn how to trade, he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And now he works at the Nissan dealership in my neighborhood 25 years later, which is crazy. Crazy world. So anyway, yeah, glad you guys showed up. I'm glad it was kind of a slow day. I don't think anybody got beat up today, right? There wasn't much to do. But we did what we had to. I was hoping for a little bit more out of that queue into the close. What you got? What you got, Solid?
$5.22s into the close.
Oh.
Just waiting on that volume to kick in here. Calls, the bottoming of the calls just hit that low potential. So looking for a bounce off of them right here. And it's coordinated with just getting over VWAP here in the end of the day, $100 bills on fire and all.
Yeah, you can show your wares. Hey, by the way, this stock, this is a drug stock. They make stomach something or other. Used to be a decent trade, and it had some bad news. And since that bad news came out, it's fought its way back and now has reacquired the 1 month VWAP. Keep an eye on this one for next week. ARDX back above 5 is important. So, close above 512. That's really nice. Let's just make sure. Yeah, not your typical Andy Dufresne. We Andy Dufresne this back a couple of years ago. It was awesome. I've been trading so long. One of the first Andy Dufresne's. Maybe you've heard of this stock, Pitney Bowes. How long you guys been trading for? This company's been around for what, 150 years? We were just looking for any dog shit stock to possibly trade. We found Pitney Bowes. Actually, it worked again just recently, but who the hell even thinks to trade Pitney Bowes? But we were on this thing. When was that? Yeah, like coming out of that bottom range. Oh, wait, that was recently. No, wait, there was another one where it was like 5 or 6 years ago. There she is. Pitney Bowes. Yeah, you can trade anything, man. This VWAP is the shiznit. Yeah, I mean we trade everything, and so a lot of these stocks have just died. I used to love trading rig. I used to trade this stock every day. Now it's just barcodes. It's garbage. Alcoa was my favorite stock for a while. Actually this one still moves. I just don't really trade to them. I used to be big into the material stocks: KMI, Halliburton, Alcoa, ATI, Cliff, U.S. Steel, Oxy, Schlumberger. This company is a beat up healthcare provider. I forgot the name of it, but once they come out of these ranges, they do pop. But if they go back in, they usually go awful, like Stitch Fix. Yeah, PBI, that was their big thing. Yes, fax machines. Yeah, but I forgot what they said they were getting involved in, which got the stock going. And like Kodak, Kodak tries to reinvent itself every couple of years. This stock's still hanging in there, as a matter of fact, since coming out of the bottom formation.
Kodak makes drugs now.
Right. Yeah. And cryptocurrency, right? How'd that work out for them? Weren't they doing crypto? I remember when this stock was hitting 60, I know exactly where I was when it came out of this Andy Dufresne at $4.35. And I was like, wait a minute. Wasn't this stock just $3 the other day? I was online coming out of COVID. They finally opened up the DMVs. I was online for 9 hours. I got there at like 6 o'clock in the morning to make sure I could get in. And I didn't even get in. I had to come back the next day. I was online the whole freaking day, just watching this stock absolutely rip. And you see how it hit a whole number in the midst of all that craziness, this crazy short squeezing Kodak. Where does it go? 60 on the nose. It's all rigged. Yeah, Cliffy. I used to love Cliffy. Oxy's dead now. But the thing is, I think a lot of these stocks are going to wake up and will be a little bit more active this year. The only sector that's never coming back, and I don't care if it ever does, is the weed stocks. They're just dead. The delusion that these things are going to wake up is that it's just a delusion. They're done. They're done. They're all just waiting to be shot in the head and left in the dirt. Garbage.
Did you see the CGC Andy Dufresne chart?
CGC?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. See, that's normally something I'd be interested in, right? Yeah. But they never come back to life. But that's what's going. I can't wait to see what happens next year. If the chips are still strong, these quantum stocks have to give back at least 50%, in my opinion. And I like them all, but I do like my AI. I like my sound. I still got this one going into the end of the year. I wouldn't be even worried about this unless it breaks back under 18. But I got call spreads on these things that I can't believe where this stock went. This all started with a 7-10 call spread. But if they throw some fireworks at us, I hope, like we've seen today, like a surprising sell-off, if we start getting annihilated the first week of January, I think that's actually good for the market. Shake and bake right before earnings season starts, get some volatility up, then the pops and drops are going to be better when these companies report earnings. I think we're going to see some selling. I think the banks are all going to have good earnings, but I still think there'll be some selling into there. The way you do some homework is just start looking at the stocks. I give my list out, and if you guys don't know, it's just very simple. It's earningswhispers.com. It's a website, my favorite website. 20 years later, I still use the same website. Earnings Whispers. They break it down by market cap, so you know exactly what you're trading. They have a calendar. You click calendar. You go to, I think we start on the 10th. All right, Delta Airlines is the first one we start with. So it's the airlines and into the banks. So, and then you go next week. Here's the next week. And next week. Where are we? So Monday after the close, I believe it begins. Oh, maybe not. Tuesday morning. When's JP Morgan report? Oh, sorry, January 15th it gets going. So, you take a look at what these companies did into the number. If you're already at all-time highs and these earnings reports gap above all-time highs, usually that's a breakout. But considering the monstrous move we've had, they're good for gaps and sells. So, you come in prepared, and that's what the schmooze is all about. We go over the charts the night before, and you're coming in, you're knowing exactly what you're looking to do. Here's the price you're going to do here. If that happens, you're going to do this. And that's all trading is. It's if then, and then adjust when you're in. Yeah, the weed stocks. The funny thing is, guy back in the day, because I was a fan. I had a few. Everybody traded Tilray. That was insane for a while. But I had some lesser known ones like growers, and I'm friends with guys in the industry, and they were doing really well. The best guys who did were the growers and the land guys. He pointed me in the right direction of some stocks. But the thing is, it's like now the premise behind the bearish premise was, why would you buy stock on a company that makes something that you could make yourself? And every weed smoker, obviously me, it's not so easy. It's not so easy to grow weed. And at the end of the day, even if you do it well, it still winds up costing you more than just go get yourself an ounce of weed from the dispensary, right? The thing but even though that seemed like a simple premise, he was right. Most of these stocks are hemorrhaging cash, and they're all going out of business. And there's really not that many profitable weed companies. And the Leaflies and the storefronts, they're finally making money now, but it's tough. The only time they come back to life for a day or two is when there's some bullshit news about the laws being changed, and it's usually just a bullshit news story. But more importantly, you got 10 minutes. Solid's back in the green. Let's go, Q's. One more faux show, bro, for the road. Holy shit, look at that move. Yes. Look at that faux show, bro, right there. You see how they have these bastards, right? This is not, again, this is nothing, like bewildering. This is how the market gets you. All this support. They finally break it. Comes right back. That was their plan all along. I don't know why the market's so evil. Just wants you out before the bigger move. And look at that. So faux show back above the VWAP, 521 just got you back to the 522.16. And right in this little move, just hanging with the Qs. You were waiting for a reason to do something? Well, there you got it. And then 3 minutes later, you just engulfed all that wasted time. And that's why my man's probably long the Qs. Aren't you?
Well, bet.
Aren't you? And if you bought, imagine you bought
74,
on that
20
dip.
to 74. Sell. Take the 50 cents, you idiot, crazy.
Nice job.
persons.
I knew you were long. Now, if you break that recent high, you got 8 minutes. And by the way, if you don't know, options on the Qs stay open till 4:15, friends. So you actually can get a little more out of this. But that's the faux show, bro, VWAP break. I mean, like I said, how do you trade this? You got to be waiting for it. That's why you go back and check, and go back and check. The pattern forms all day. And if it does it right around the VWAP, then breaks back above the VWAP, look how perfect that was. You broke the VWAP, you came back to the half, you broke back above the VWAP, which was the whole number, and you went right back to the 5250. That's just gorgeous. I'm a nerd. I just call the chart gorgeous. I'm a loser. By the way, ARDX 5.25. I like this stuff a little bit too much. You know why? Because I really don't do anything else in my life. I don't have any of the skills. This is like watching. Well, I don't want to get graphic with you. Now,
Beware
if you leg
porn.
up right here, you might get right to that 424.23, and that'll be something. And if you hit 424.23 and the market closes there, I win the prize. Wait a minute. Who won the prize? My closing price? What was I saying this morning? I forgot what I typed in. Am I going to win? Oh, no, I said 522.50 was going to be the closing price today.
You're right in there.
Oh, my God. I'm going to win my own prize.
It's going to struggle getting through that last high peak. You're going to have a pullback, and that's going to have this little, end of day chop, and then maybe the follow through. But lock it up, Buttercup.
Nice trade, bro. By the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, we give away prizes all the time. I got some CBD oils. I got a connection in the CBD business. I'm flush with oil if anybody's into the CBD oils. But more importantly, I got a $10 gift card. And for the first person, my new friends wouldn't know any of the stock market trivia. What could I ask? What stock market trivia question could I ask today? I gotta go dig up the new lists.
Hey, Saucy, to your question, how often do you get extra juice out of that extra 15 minutes? A lot of times it works a lot better during earnings season because you have names that tend to report the first 5 minutes after the bell. So if you can get the options right, say, for example, on the Qs, where a predominant stock that supports the Qs, like an AMD, a Netflix, Microsoft, Google, whatever. And a lot of those tend to report like 15 minutes after the bell. It doesn't do you any good. But if you can time those earnings reports that are going to have an influence on the Qs, if you get that right, you get some really nice follow through after the bell. But for the most part, lately, when it's not really anything exciting happening after the bell, like an earnings report or earnings season, they tend to just grind maybe. But you got to be on the right side of it. You got to be in the money, and then they might grind up and get you a little extra paid. But yeah, so there's that. Like with this Q closing right here, you might get a grind higher just because of rebalancing. At the end of the day, you might see this thing close at 522.15, and then might slowly Qs will grind up to that 524.20, and you'll get a little extra out of it. But the safe bet is always if you're in an option trade going into the close and you're already up on the trade significantly, close it out. Who gives a shit what happens after that? Guess what? There's 255 days every single year to find a new setup, especially with options. If you get it right and it's in your favor, lock it up because it ain't going to last. The smallest little blip of indecision will cause options to disintegrate, even if the common stock's up.
All right, kids, without Googling, you know about the crash of 1929, and you've heard of the stock market bubble of 2000 of the dot-com era. But what would be the first official stock market bubble? Go. Don't Google it. Cheater.
1903. Oh, tiptoe.
It's not. Trick question. I gotta go dig up my flashcards.
That pile of like Series 7 questions.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Somebody nailed it.
Wasn't it the silver barons when they cornered the market?
No, somebody nailed it. It was a lot of people go with the tulips and the tulip bulbs. According to most stock market trivia, it was called the South Sea bubble. The South Sea bubble. A trading company in the UK, they were successful and everybody was buying it, and it took over some government debt, and the stock was going. And next thing you know, the massive sell led to a very, very rapid decline in price. And let
What
them
year was that?
1720.
Oh,
I think the tulips were 1600, right? So this is right after.
so they were shorting the potential of America and lost.
When was the tulip stuff? What year was that? Wait, it comes before. Well, I guess this would be the first stock market. The tulips wasn't officially the market.
That was a Holland thing, wasn't it?
Holy shit, I won my own prize. 522.70. When did we finally? Whoa. Wait a second. Hello. You still live on those cues? Hello. When you know it, the highest point of the entire afternoon is happening right this second. Evil.
Yeah, they're 80 cents right now, but watch, they're going to be like 60, 55 any second.
There you go. 523s are printing now.
It's $1.
Holy shit, I nailed it. I mean, the closing price officially was 522.57. All right. I'll give away my $10 gift card on Monday. And by the way, for everybody that's here, just, the passwords shall work on Monday. They'll work on Tuesday. And, we'll continue this conversation. And hopefully, again, it wasn't a bad day. Just wasn't much more to do. But that's cool. All right. Actually, I got to run. So I got an early dinner engagement. I hope you all had a great day. I hope you learned a few things. I hope you enjoyed my boy's commentary right here. This man proves to everybody he was a male stripper, then he was a carpenter, and then he was a jet fighter, and now he's a VWAP trader. So
I was
some of
a jet fighter.
Some of that's true, some of that's not true, but for sure, he definitely knows his VWAP now. So again, this is still we're just babies in the VWAP world. I mean, this thing's been around forever. We just started trading exclusively, basically 10 years ago. Oh no, it's like 12 years now. I haven't changed my chart once. All right, brother. Great job today, ladies, gentlemen. Good to meet you. And we'll see you on Monday. I am out of here. And we'll keep this party going on next week. And then I'll leave the room open. If you guys want to get drunk with me and my friends on New Year's, I usually leave the room open and we just say hi to each other every hour to see how wasted we are. Good times. Have a great weekend, everybody. Solid. You rock. Viper, Pete, Minotaur, Tom, you guys are the best. Thanks for all your help. And I'll see you on Monday. Spencer, have a great weekend. Mary, love you. And if you guys are going to be in the city at the end of the month with the All-Star Charts extravaganza, I will be there with my VWAP on. I'll see you later.
All right, YouTube, thanks for hanging with us today. It's been a pleasure. And if I want to leave you like I leave all of us every day, take a moment, go out in the world, get away from your screens, go out in the world and find something beautiful. Place it in your heart and be sure to share it with someone you care about. Take a moment to share it with someone you don't necessarily care about, because maybe you'll change their disposition and then you'll end up caring about them. And everyone wants to be cared about. And after you're done doing all of that, take a moment to thank the universe, whatever the universe is in your world, for all of our good fortunes. And then go out and squeeze someone you love, because that's the fun part about being human being. All right. See you guys in the chat room. Later.